we're the new kids in town. Breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws. Cause we tear the roof off. Yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the soul, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day 2 of action here at Sunset Lakes, the home of Jack Travers Ski School and the home of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. You're looking at live pictures of this beautiful facility that's located in Lake County in Central Florida, more specifically just outside of Groveland. And we're getting set for some great action on the water, starting with our amateur skiers, and then working our way through to the second round, as you can plainly see with the schedule right up on your screen. We anticipate the pro section of the competition to start at around about 10:30 this morning. So if you tuned in for that specifically, you've got a little bit of time to get set for that. But in the meantime, we got the remaining portion of the amateurs for round 1 before we roll into round 2, and that's how it's going. So far as the amount of skiers making it from the pro rounds in round number 2. Round number 2 will be the second elimination round, and the best score for each skier from that round contributes to their best score, and it's 8 skiers that will advance from each of the events, whether it be the women's or the men's competition. So that's kind of what we got going on. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and great to have you on board in this the second round of competition for the pros, which will start at approximately 10:30, but we'll have the remaining portion of the amateurs for round 1, and then once we get done with that, then we roll into amateurs round number 2. And looks like we've got beautiful skies, beautiful sunshine right here at Sunset Lakes. And we'll make an assessment as to the conditions and whether we are clear to proceed. We do have some cloud cover this morning, which is advantageous, because that does reduce the glare of the sun as it rises up from the east and starts beaming its sunlight down the slalom course. We'll get the identity of the skier to take to the water very, very soon, and once we do that, then we will be in good shape. Top amateur scorer in this competition is that of Vincent Stadelbauer with 2 buoys at 10.75 meters, 58K, or 39.5 off, 36 miles an hour. That was produced yesterday. And there is our red Correct Craft Nautique pulling into the dock and getting ready to bring on skier number 1 for today's action. All right, so welcome for those of you that are joining us from wherever you happen to be around the world, near or far. You are most certainly welcome here to the live action that will take place very, very soon. We got great support there from our sponsors, Syndicate, Good, Edge Bindings, Waters Wetsuits, along with Carrier Mike Morgan and Michael DeMello here from the Sunset Lakes Ski Club. And Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Waterski School, highly regarded, highly revered training facility that's visited by skiers, athletes all across the world. The last 2 World Championships at the elite level were hosted here. And it also continues to be a site for the MLCQ, the Masters Last Chance Qualifier on an annual basis. Okay, so Robert Cresswell is our first competitor out. Off for the opening pass. I believe this is at 34 mile an hour. It's a men's 4 competitor, which means 55K is going to be the maximum speed for him. And the next pass is going to be on a shortened line from 14 to 30 meters. So looking at this instant replay one more time. Okay, so with a 14.25 under his belt. Looking good for the next pass. Now boat making its way around the West Island and now accelerating up to speed. This is at 30 meters at 55K. 90 buoys will be awarded to him provided that he makes it through this run. Hopefully he doesn't have too much trouble seeing what's ahead, skiing into the bright eastern sunshine. There you go, not bad at all. That is Robert Cresswell. Robert Cresswell through 14 and now through 13 meters. Yeah, good looking start there, a little Little exposed to the boat there, going through the entrance gates into number one, but for the vast majority of this pass, it looked pretty decent, pretty good. Don't see too much in the way of difficulties experienced on this pass for Robert Cresswell, men's 4 competitor. Our first skier out as we try and wrap up the remaining skiing left over from yesterday in round 1. All right. He's gone through 14 and 13, now heading in on 12 meters. 96 buoys total if he runs this. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there, so that gives him a grand total of 92 buoys. That is 2.5 at 12 meters. 55K, 12 meters for Robert Cresswell. He gets buoy number 1, and number 2 looked to have a pretty good start, but brought the handle in just a little bit too soon, and the ski reacted adversely to that input. And but I'm sure that he'll be relatively pleased with what he's done out there. That is Robert Cresswell. Right, boat making its way to the dock. All right, next skier to come here at the Travers Grand Prix, remainder of amateur round 1. Next skier is on the dock. We'll find out who it is in just a smidge. Beautiful conditions around dockside as skiers get ready for their turns out there on the water. Okay, looks like we got Jonathan Murray. Jonathan Murray at 34 mile an hour, 28 off, or 55K, 14.25 meters. Little hop, skip, and a jump there into number 2, but he's still piling on the pressure. Getting a little bit late, and unfortunately a little bit too late on his approach into number 5. So unfortunately only yielding a score of 4.5 for his effort. And it was certainly not looking all that bad off the first third, halfway down the course. Handle coming up a little bit high, but wasn't too bad. And that is Jonathan Murray with his score of 4.5, having attempted to run 14.25 meters at 55K. All right, as we work our way down, we still have the ski silent auction, in which you could bid for a ski. The Syndicate Works 01 and Syndicate Works 02, along with an example of the good Ventura slalom ski. Put your bids in, you name the amount you would ideally want to pay for that ski, and also indicate what ski you are bidding on. For those of you that are just joining us, good morning from right here at Sunset Lakes. This is the home of the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. All right, our next skier coming into the course, 55K, 14.25 meters. Looks like Dave Skirvin, indeed it is. Trying to work his way from one side of the court. Oh, almost got him blown forward, and unfortunately unable to take the hit off a number 4. So it looks like it is going to be a 4 buoy count. So David Skirvin, our second consecutive non-complete opening pass, which might accelerate our timing a little bit here as we work our way towards the pro section of the competition, which we anticipate starting at approximately 10:30 a.m. But skiing into the dock and skiing into the shore rather, and Dave Skirvin we'll see what he can do with his next round of skiing in the amateur competition. Also among the interactivity that we have going on in concert with this competition is the skier audience prize. I believe the entries are closed on that one yesterday, so keep watching to see if your skiers have made it onto the podium. We'll ultimately find that out on Sunday in the third and last round of a pro slalom skiing. But when we get into the pros tomorrow, that will be an opportunity for you to vote for the skier of the day. That award provided to us by 2U Nutritional Snacks, and yeah, but it's a highly coveted award among our pro athletes, and those that have won such an award have really treasured the performance and the effort that it took for them to win the majority of the votes in each instance. So a lot of great support here for the Travers Grand Prix. You see our sponsorship support right there below my announcing station, along with some great support from the likes of the Morgan family, Duplon Freiberg family, along with with the McConnell family, along with several of our other families that are resident here at Sunset Lakes. Okay, so this is at 14.25 meters at 55K for Scott Boehner. There you go, running through the opening pass, Scott Boehner. He'll probably stay at 55K. He will indeed stay at 55K as he tries to up his current buoy total from 84 to 90 upon the successful completion of the next pass of 30 meters or 32 off. All right, so skier on the water at this time, Scott Boehner, who will be actually the last of our carryover skiers from the round one amateur competition yesterday. Okay, so working his way up from 14.25 meters to the next line length of 13 meters. This is Scott Boehner. The green loop, 13 meters. Not exactly the best start, and certainly it doesn't get much of anything going on around buoy number 2, and I'm not even too sure whether that ski actually made it outside buoy number 2. We'll take a closer forensic look at this before we go on to the round 2 of amateurs proper. There's number 1. We'll see if this ski actually made it outside. Oh. Okay, that's going to have, that warrants a little bit of a closer look there for Scott Boehner. But there you go, on 30 meters. That should, at best, that should put him in around about 85 or 86 buoys. So let's have a look. He gets round to buoy number 1. And into buoy number 2, tries the edge change. It looks like it's an inside, so it looks like he gets the 1 buoy on 30 meters. The final score for Scott Boehner, 55K 13. All right, so that officially concludes round 1 of the amateurs. We now go into round 2 very, very soon, as we get set for continuing action here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. And while we wait for our skiers to get ready, we'll give you an opportunity to grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, and then welcome you back in the next few minutes. Be sure to rejoin us for the 2024 Travers Grand Prix right after this.
See you in Vienna.
All right, welcome back. We're about to get up and running with amateurs in round 2. If the running order holds true, then our first skier to take to the water in this round 2 of amateurs is going to be Turner Brandar. All right then, so this is a bit of a challenge so far as the zero-base scoring is concerned. It is going to be 43 kilometers an hour at 16 meters. With the rope at 60 meters, he is going to get launched. However, kind of eat my words a little bit there, he actually manages to keep the ski pretty closer to the water at 43k at 16 meters. (43k) 16 meters, complete pass there. That gives him a grand total so far of 54 buoys. And for his division, I believe he's either a boys 1 or a boys 2 competitor. Okay, so from the best of my understanding, our skier on the water, Turner Brandar, his maximum speed is 55 kilometers an hour, which means he's still got to go some in terms of speed before he starts to shorten the line. He's at 43k. Line length still at 16 meters. He will get a score of 60 total buoys, provided that he runs this pass. Here he is at 46k, 16 meters. Nicely done round the remaining buoys on that pass. So he's gone through 43 and 46 on 16 meters. He is on a total buoy count of 60 right now, and he'll continue to ski. That is Turner Brandar. So Turner Brandar getting into a little bit of difficulty there with his turn on buoy number 2, but managing to hold everything up nice and tall at the tail end of each turn. Left foot forward skier, which means he has an easier time making the turns on his right side, the 135 side. So now, having gone through 43 and 46, we're now at 49. The rope is still at 16 meters. So now, he's working from a buoy count of 60 and looking to try and get to 66, which will require him to run the pass that he's attempting right now. 49k, this is Turner Brandar. He's certainly not making easy work of that pass, but he's making it. 66 buoys there as a result of 49k, can successfully run. He's working up on the speeds. The line length is still the same at 16 meters. He's a boys 3 competitor, which means that the speed from where he starts to shorten the rope is going to be 55k, and he's still quite a ways away from attempting 55k. All right, so continuing to work our way down. It's going to be 52k the next attempted pass. He's currently at 66 buoys. Now he's really starting to feel the speed. This is 52k. Keep going, Turner. Keep rocking this. Come on. Oh, and gets as far as number 3, but nothing beyond that point. So it looks like he is going to get a score of 68.5 buoys. So 68.5 buoys, that is 2 1/2 at 52k, 16 meters for Turner Brandar, our first competitor out in the round 2 of the amateur competition. Next competitor up should be Ryan Cresswell.
Got your bid back.
Yeah. I stole it from my sister.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So coming to us from north of the border, Ryan Cresswell, 58k, 18.25 meters. Upon successful completion of this pass, he will have 78 buoys in his possession. There you go, good skiing. Very smooth, a very well composed opening pass as he now starts to shorten the line. He's at max speed. He's completed a pass at max speed, and therefore we go on to the next line length shortening, which is going to be 16 meters, and he'll attempt that, knowing that a total score of 84 will go his way upon the successful completion of said pass. Just a reminder to you good folks out there, the pros we anticipate starting at about 10:30 this morning. Round 2 of the pro competition in the women's, followed by the men. Looking at dockside, all hive of activity going on right there. Jacob Nelson, I believe, is at the end getting ready to go. So too is Zane Tarum. Entrance gates number 1, Ryan Cresswell with 16 meters. Jumping a little bit on the tip of the ski on his approach into number 2, but still managing to execute a fine turn and getting around all 6 there on the 16-meter line at 58k, or 22 off, 36 miles an hour. That is Ryan Cresswell. So Ryan Cresswell doing a fantastic job out there, skiing in towards the sun. It's the sun's certainly high enough, and we do have some adequate cloud cover that allows us to ski at this early stage in the morning. But there's still a little bit of glare to take into account, but not enough to ultimately be a huge distraction for our skiers going forward. Skip Romeo at the helm of that towboat. Jenna Morgan in the passenger seat, boat judging. Skier on the water, Ryan Cresswell, 14.25 meters, the yellow loop, getting round number 1 and number 2. Look at him go round buoy number 3. Keeping the flow going into number 4 and number 5, 14.25 meters. And he gets another 6 more buoys. In fact, his total at this time is 90. 90 buoys and counting for Ryan Cresswell. Getting a little bit broken over from 1 to 2, but he manages to recover quickly enough to get back into a decent position. One that allows for him to run up the remaining buoys on that pass towards scoring 90 total buoys. All right, here we go. Skier on the water right now. This is Ryan Cresswell. He's already gotten the 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters, but unfortunately will not tally up a significant amount beyond that point. The gates looked pretty good. Although he didn't commit all the way into buoy number 1. Round number 2 wasn't too bad, but rocked up on the back. And he tried to recover, and unfortunately was not to be. So it is a 2 1/2 buoy score, 2.5 buoys at 58K, 30 meters. That is for Ryan Cresswell. Okay, coming in at 49K, 16 meters. 49K, 16 meters. Okay, so boys for a skier on the water, which means that his max speed is going to be at 58K. He's starting therefore at 49K, 16 meters, which means he needs to go all the way to max before he shortens from 16 meters to the next line length. But so far, so good. Running up a 6 buoy count at 49K, 16 meters, 49K on the 16 meter line. Because he started on a relatively short line length, gives him a total of 66 buoys and counting. A little bit of aerial action off buoy number 1 into number 2, looking at the instant replay, and that's one of the features that goes along with skiing on the 16 meter line, the ever-present rooster hump, which you can find on virtually every tournament boat that you can think of. Coming back at 32 miles an hour or 52K, 16 meters, Jacob Nelson. Okay, a reminder there at the top of the screen that the pros start at approximately 10:30 a.m. based upon the amount of skiers that we have here in the early part of round 2. Looking good at 52K, Jacob Nelson, and will keep the line on 16 meters. Will up the boat speed to 55 for his next run. Jacob Nelson. All right, so Jacob Nelson right there at 49 and at 52, 55K coming up. All right, rocking and rolling. 55K attempt coming right up for Jacob Nelson. Line length still at 16 meters. And continuing to count his buoys beyond 72, which he got there at 52K, 16 meters. And looks like he's going to get through 55K at 16 meters, which gives him a grand total right now of 78. And he's now on the cusp of skiing all the way through the max speed for his division. He is boys 4. Jacob Nelson now getting ready for 58K. And upon a successful completion of that run, at 58K, he will be awarded 84 buoys. But he needs to get the start and he needs to get everything else lined up perfectly to make that 58 kilometer an hour pass at 60 meters possible. All right, let's continue to rock and roll. 58K, 16 meters coming up next for Jacob Nelson. Our third skier out this morning in the round 2 of amateurs. And already starting to feel a little bit of glare off the end of that island turn. There's number 1. Gets it to go though. Round number 2, he's there. Round number 3, keep it going. Don't overwork the turn. Round number 4, 5, and gets it to go round buoy number 6. There you go. He skis through 36 miles an hour at 22 off, otherwise known as 58K, 16 meters. And Jacob Nelson looking very, very strong out there. That gives him a grand total so far of 84 buoys. And now he'll shorten from 16 meters to 14.25 meters. All right, so some great skiing there from Jacob Nelson. Looking in very, very good shape indeed, and in working his way through that pass. There was a little bit of concern before he actually made his path towards the course that the sun might be shining a little bit too brightly in his general direction, but not enough to prevent him from running the pass. Okay, from 16 to 14, the boat speed is now the constant here. There's number 1, there's number 2, S-turns, gets to 2 at 28 off, 2 at 14.25 meters at 58K or 36 miles an hour. So great skiing there from him, and that gives him a grand total of 86 buoys. That is Jacob Nelson. Certainly went the long way about it, no two ways. He actually started at 49K on 60 meters and ran 4 passes before he got to this point. Then added another 2 buoys to his effort to add up from a total of 84 all the way up to 86. That is Jacob Nelson, our third skier out in the amateur round 2. All right, next competitor up should be Zane Turum.
No, 32 Bravo 2. 22.
All right, next skier up, Zane Turum. And started in at 52K, 16 meters. Nice smooth entrance and good smooth turn off buoy number 1. This is 16 meters at 52K. 72 buoys will go his way, provided that he makes it round this buoy and through the exit gate. So there we go. That is Zane Turum. All right, and getting through these passes one at a time. And for those of you that have just tuned in, why not take some time to check out the TWBC YouTube channel? It's pretty easy to get to. If you do a YouTube search, as a matter of fact, you can just type in TWBC at the top and it will link you straight there. And on the TWBC YouTube channel, you can subscribe and be a part of the live chat, and hitting the bell icon will allow you to be one of those that is informed as to when we go live next time. Our next live event is the King of Darkness on Halloween weekend in Winter Garden, Florida. And for those of you that are spending a little bit of time on the TWBC YouTube channel, you'll find the TWBC podcast. The latest 3 interviews are online. Interviews with the likes of Jonathan Travers, a pretty intense interview that was too. We also have an interview with Lucas Cornell, and also an interview that was conducted yesterday night, or two nights before, with Freddie Winter. So check those out as we see Zane Tarum get through pass number 2, eking out those turns on that Conley C1 slalom ski. Looking good and looking strong out there. That is Zane Tarum, and that was at 55K 16 meters. A 6-buoy pass, and one that gives him a total of 78 buoys. He'll now go up to 58K. I believe he is a Boys 4 competitor, which means he does have to go to the ultimate max speed. All right, here we go. Zane Tarum. 16 meters now at 58K. 16 meters at 58K will give him 84 buoys if he runs it, and indeed he does. So there you go. Good skiing there for Zane Tarum. Now, as we continue on, just a quick reminder that we still have our silent auction for the slalom skis on offer here. Syndicate works 01 and 02. And we also have the Good Ventura as part of the silent auction going on right here on site at Sunset Lakes. Put your name down. Put in a price that you're prepared to bid for that ski, and which ski you'd like to bid for. Right here at Sunset, and those of you in the live chat will also be able to do the same thing as well. So, provided that you put your name down, identify the ski that you're bidding for, whether it's the Syndicate 01. The Syndicate Works 01 or the Syndicate Works 02 or the Good Ventura Slalom Ski. All right, this is now 14.25 meters for Zane Tarum. There's one. A little broken over off for number 1. He's round number 2. Doesn't get much more beyond that, so it's going to be Zane Tarum with 2 at 58K. 14.25 meters, and that will be his lot. That is Zane Tarum. All right, so working away from Zane, we have our next skier getting ready to go. It will be Brett Ellis. All right, coming to you from Auburndale in Polk County, Central Florida, this is Brett Ellis. 55K, 16 meters. 78 buoys pending should he run it. Nicely done. Good skiing. So, good athleticism there from Brett Ellis on pass number 1. So, as we continue to rock our way through, Brett Ellis, who I mentioned, is on 16 meters at 55K. Total of 78 buoys, which he gets on pass number 1. And for those of you wondering out there in watching the live webcast, why I do mention the buoy counts, for the simple reason is it's a lot easier to determine averages for members of a specific team if you boil down the slalom performances on a line length or on a speed. Right down to a buoy count, because it's a heck of a lot easier adding 5 scores together, then dividing by 5 and getting your average that way. But the buoy counts do vary drastically depending on whether you decide to go in on a line length of 60 meters, for example, or going at a higher boat speed. Here we go. This is Brett Ellis, 16 meters at 58K. I believe he's a boys 4 competitor. He is a boys 4. And there you go, 58K, 16 meters all over that pass. Brett Ellis. All right, nicely done. Looking at the tail end of this run, getting a little twisted into number 6, but much of the effort that went into running that pass was produced in the first 2/3 of the course, and he was just easing up to make sure that he doesn't do anything silly. Brett Ellis now. Getting ready for pass number 3. It is going to be 14.25 meters. Once the maximum speed is cleared, from that point onward, the line gets shorter and shorter with each successive pass. Entrance number 1. Good drive there off number 1 and number 2. This now is at 14.25 meters for Brett. Oh, getting broken over off number 4 and broken over way too much. So now that is a score of 58K. That was 14.25 meters, a score of 4. And that is the final effort for Brett Ellis in this round. All right, working our way through in the amateur competition. We are in round 2. Next competitor up, skier number 47 of of 61 so far in this this amateur competition in today's action. It'll be Chester Boehner as we have a look one more time at Brett Ellis's attempt to run 14.25 meters. Nothing was doing there off number 4 for him.
28 miles an hour, Bravo 2. Yep. 15. Thanks, Jeff. Ryan Decker's going to help. My great backpack. Okay.
All right there, 15 off, 28 miles an hour, otherwise known as 46K, 18.25 meters. 46K, 18.25 meters, a total of 54 buoys will go his way should he run the opening pass. This is Chester Boehner. All right there, so Chester Boehner, 18.25 meters. A 46K or 28 miles an hour. Oh, getting in a little bit deep here and certainly not taking the easy route to running this pass. Getting round buoy number 6, or did he though? Going to have to take a closer forensic look here to determine whether he made it through. Taking a really hard turn in towards the gates on buoy number 1. Had to actually back off to prevent himself from going a little bit too wide. A lot of the reason why our junior skiers so far have gone in on 16 meters is to prevent such a thing from happening. Most at this level agree that the 18.25 meters or 15 off is just way too much rope to effectively handle. And Chester Boehner, barely getting round buoy number 6 and through the exit gate. So he'll have a chance to go back in at 49K. 49K, the line length 18.25 meters. Should he run that pass, he'll get 60 buoys. Oh, Chester Boehner getting in all kinds of trouble here and inside buoy number 3, so it's going to be a 2 buoy count at 49K, 18.25 meters in this round of skiing for Chester Boehner. All right there, so working away from Chester Boehner, who scores 2 at 49K, 18.25 meters, or 2 buoys at 30 miles an hour, 15 off. For a total of 56 buoys. That is Chester Boehner. Skier about to take to the water should be Kate Nelson. 28 miles an hour, 22 off, otherwise known as 46K, 16 meters. Glad to welcome our international audience from around the world viewing our competition here in Central Florida, the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. Getting through the opening pass there, that is Kate Nelson, opening pass, 46K, 16 meters. All right, so just looking at this run again, just getting a little bit of slack rope off number 2. And just allowing for that ski to work its way across course. Nice and easy for the first 2/3 of the run there into number 4, and then the last third of the course looked fairly straightforward. It's a score of 6 at 46K, 16 meters, and now works her way up to the next pass of 49K, 16 meters. Getting some messages coming through. Tony Bondonzi, thank you very much indeed, asking about the TWBC podcast and them being available currently on Apple Podcasts at the moment. Some technical difficulties are in play there, but you can still listen to the TWBC podcast by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can readily find it there, and within the next few days I will reestablish the connectivity between the Apple Podcast platform and the TWBC podcast server. But I do thank you for your interest and your concern going along as we see Kate Nelson run through pass number 2, 49K, 16 meters. 49K, 16 meters. That should give her a total of 66 buoys. 66 buoys and counting there for Kate Nelson. So, rocking our way along, getting ready for 52K, 16 meters. All right there, so a skier in girls 3. Which means that 52K, the pass that she's attempting right now, is at max speed. So beyond this point, she will shorten, but she does need to get a good start. And the first third of the course looks pretty good. A little bit out of sorts there into buoy number 4 at 52K. Come on, keep going, go for 6. Does the ski make it outside 6? No, and it doesn't make it through the exit gates. So even if that ski managed to get round buoy number 6, because she didn't make it through the exit gate, she will not be in a position to continue. And she would have to make do with 6 and no continuation. But let's have a look at the beginning portion of this run at 52K, 16 meters. A pass that, had she have completed successfully, would have given her a grand total of 72. Getting a little bit out of sorts there off number 4 into number 5. Now, she was exceptionally late from 5 into number 6. Does she make it outside number 6? Yes, she does, but she doesn't make it through the exit gate, so she has a score provisionally of 6 at 52K 16 meters for a grand total of 72 with no continuation. We'll get the total from our officials. It might actually end up being a 5.5, which will give her a total of 71.5, because she didn't make it through the exit gates in time. Or the judges might even have the varying opinion that she didn't even make it out buoy number 6, which would reduce her buoy total even further to 71. But we'll get the confirmed score. But the one thing we do know for certain is that she will not continue on to 14.25 meters. That much we know is certain. Okay, looks like the judges ultimately give her 5, which gives her a grand total of 71. So Kate Nelson, very, very close to running 16 meters at 52K, but ultimately has to make do with 5. 71 total buoys, Kate Nelson. Next competitor about to take to water, Kirsten Cawley. So Kate Nelson coming back into the dock, being transported there. And as she exits the stage, Kirsten Cawley will plug in her numbers to the boat, and we'll continue on from there. Great to have you guys and girls watching the webcast of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. A competition attracting an international field of slalomers and an international audience from around the world. So 55K, 60 meters for Kirsten Cawley. So getting through past number 1. So, and Kirsten Cawley, a girls 4 competitor, therefore meaning that she shortens at 55K. She's already run that pass at 16 meters, so no worries there. 14.25 meters is next. All right, on dockside, we see Louisa Boehner getting ready to go. Just trying to get settled in and try and shake the nerves out a little bit. In the meantime, Kirsten Cawley behind that towboat, 14.25 meters, having run 16 meters, and unfortunately not getting much beyond that, I'm afraid. So that is Kirsten Cawley taking a rather early fall, getting 1.5 at 14.25 meters, 1.5 at 14.25 meters, giving her a grand total of 79.5 buoys. So here we are in the amateurs for round 2, 1.5 there for Kirsten Cawley on 14.25 meters. We get set for our next competitor, Louisa Boehner. All right, so at 30 miles an hour, 15 off, or 49K, 18.25 meters. Our next competitor heads towards the course. Her name is Louisa Boehner. There's number 1, nicely done. 18.25 meters, quite a bit of rope to work with. Sometimes a little bit too much rope to work with, especially there into number 5. But managing to get the job done at 49K. Louisa Boehner, who I believe is girls 4. Actually girls 5, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't make that much of a difference so far as max speed, because girls 4 and girls 5 max out at 55K, which is the ultimate max speed for women's slalom skiing. Louisa Boehner at 52K, the penultimate speed for her. But the line length is going to stay put at 18.25 meters. All right, so continuing to rock along here. Skier on the water at this time is going to be Louisa Boehner. She's run 49. Oh, a really shallow gate pull out there at 52K. Trying to hold the speed down, which isn't always the best thing to do out there on the slalom course. Next to going in on 18.25 meters when you're just as capable of running that same pass at 16 meters. But there's more than one way to skin a cat, and Louisa Boehner does just that with the pass. The second pass, that is going to be at 52K. Now she's going to be running at max speed. 18.25 meters, the line length. Then that rope will shorten, provided that she runs past number 3. All right there, here we go. We have a perfect example of the zero-based scoring in action. She has decided to max out at 52K, but she will shorten the line from that point and keep 52K as a max speed from here on out. Essentially, she's continuing to ski under the provisions of the age category that she was last in about a few years ago, I would say, 52 with 52K being the max speed. All right, 52K, 16 meters, a little bit down course, and inside buoy number 4, which means she will get 3 buoys at 52K 16 meters, 3 at 52K 16 meters. The buoy count for her on that is going to be 69 buoys. 69 buoys there total for Louisa Boehner. All right, so Louisa Boehner getting the score of 3 there for her effort at 52K 16 meters. Deciding to shorten the rope at that point instead of up in the boat speeds of 55K.
Back just a little bit.
34.82.
Yeah, or forward. That's good.
34.82. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know you're busy. Oh yeah.
Thank you. Good job.
Well.
Thank you.
All right there, Cameron Waters is coming up next.
I think I've learned by now.
Sorry, everybody does pretty much the same thing.
Okay, so 55K, 16 meters, otherwise known as 34 miles an hour, 22 off. The opening pass for Cameron Waters.
You're in the shot. You're the star. You can do whatever you want.
Girls 5 competitor. Competed in the recent IWWF World Junior Waterski Championships over at the Lakes of Casting Stone in Predator Bay, Canada. Nicely done. Cameron Waters. So in the water, having run the opening pass. 55K, 16 meters, giving her a grand total so far of 78 buoys. All right, so Skip Hormel at the helm. Jenna Morgan still in the passenger seat, boat judging. And approximately 14.25 meters directly behind the tow pylon, we will find Cameron Waters getting ready to run that pass. And looking pretty strong. 83 and 84 buoys right there and continuing to ski. That is Cameron Waters. getting the job done. So now she will work her way to 55K, 13 meters, or 34 miles an hour, 32 off.
Please. All right, ready when you are.
All right, Cameron Waters now on top of the water. 2 passes to the good so far, 16 and 14. Now 13 meters comes up. Skiing away from the sun, which will illuminate the buoys as she works her way towards each of them. Ideally round all 6. Here we go. This is Cameron Waters. There's 1. There's 2. This is 13 meters. Round number 3. And number 4. Staying ahead of the course here. Round number 5. And we'll get 90 buoys as a result of that run. Good, solid skiing there. No two ways about that from Cameron Waters. And Cameron Waters with her score so far, the best score that we've seen among our female competitors so far this morning in the amateur competition.
Copy that. Yes.
All right, on dockside we see Jake Butterfield getting ready to go. Here we go, Cameron Waters on 12 meters, needs a good start and gets it. But unfortunately, tail end of that turn, the handle got up a little bit high, which means that she scores half a buoy. Half a buoy there on 12 meters, half a buoy at 55K, 12 meters, giving her a grand total of 90 and a half buoys. So 90 and 1/2 buoys there for Cameron Waters in total. The best of our skiers that we've seen so far, scoring half on 12. All right, Jake Butterfield is coming up next. All right, so looks like we're going to have a crew change. With that in mind, we're going to take a quick break, so rejoin us with continuing action of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix right after this.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
All right, working our way back towards the dock, our towboat, the Correct Craft Nautique, getting ready to pick up our next competitor, should be Jake Butterfield. Just a quick reminder that that for our folks here, the shooting is taking place right now. So those teams who have not taken to the skeet shooting range right now, make your way over there. Quicker it can get done, the better. And also we've got our live silent auction for the 3 slalom skis that are on offer. Bid for your choice of the Syndicate Works A1, the Syndicate Works A2 that is on offer alongside the Good Ventura. So make sure that you participate in that. And you can also do that on live via our live chat, and we'll get you the current highest bids for each of those skis in a few moments. In the meantime, Jake Butterfield coming into the course. Opening pass, 14.25 meters, 58K. Not looking bad for the most part and gets the job done. I like what he's doing out there. That is Jake Butterfield. My mistake. Not Jake Butterfield. It's Jack Decker. Okay, so Jack Decker's on the water right now. Just to clarify, he's gotten through the opening pass of 14.25 meters at 58K. $90 buoys and counting. We'll see what else he has. Here we go, Jack Decker. He's run through 14. This is now 13. He's getting a little bit pitted down course here. He's still hanging on, though, by the skin of his teeth up until about buoy number 5, and he was very, very close to running that. Little unfortunate there, so with a grand total of 94.5, that is Jack Decker with 4.5. 4 1/2 buoys on 58K, 30 meters. That concludes his run. All right, moving on from there, we have our next competitor, Sebastian Huron. All right, next competitor up, 58K, Sebastian Huron. Okay, 18.25 meters, 58K. Nice. No worries there on pass number 1. All right, so Sebastian Huron, 1 pass under his belt so far, getting ready for pass number 2. The boat speed won't be going any higher because it is at the ultimate max speed for men's competition. What will happen is the line length will get shortened from 18 to 16 as we have a brief look at our schedule. Amateur round 2 is taking place right now, and within the next few minutes we'll go on to the pro round 2 very, very soon. Sebastian Huron. Oh, getting in a little bit tight there off number 4 into 5, but managing to slice and dice his way around all 6 buoys on 60 meters. Getting in a little bit deep there with 1 or 2 turns at the middle third of the course, but still able to keep skiing and to run through that pass without too much in the way of difficulty.
I got it.
So he's gone through 18 and 16. This is now 14.25 minutes for Sebastian Huron. And 14.25 meters, successful there for him. At 58K, 14.25 meters. It's 90 buoys and counting from here on out. All right, there's some dockside antics going on right there. Oh, my word. Sebastian Huron got ready for his go at 16 meters. Or rather, 14.25 meters. He's now back on 13. Oh, and tried to make a play for number 2, but nothing was doing there. So it's going to be 1 at 58K 30 meters. 1 at 58K 30 meters. The grand total for him with that score of a 58K 30 meters with a score of 1 is 91 buoys. 91 total buoys there for him. He tried his best, but ultimately couldn't get enough of that ski around buoy number 2, or any of that ski around buoy number 2, more to the point. All right. Let's continue on. Our next competitor up should be Noah Burrell. So going in at 14.25 meters at 58K, I would surmise that is Noah Burrell. Noah Burrell, who, like many of the list of skiers that we've seen so far in this amateur competition, and there are some more to come. A competitor in the IWWF World Junior Water Ski Championship. 40.25 meters opening pass, seems to have a very good handle on that, and that competition, the Junior Worlds, which took place in the Lakes of Castingstone, you can actually watch that event again by going to the TWBC YouTube channel. Search for that, and you will have unrivaled and uninterrupted coverage of that event that took place a little bit earlier on this summer at the Lakes of Castingstone in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. All right, here comes Noah Burrell. This is 30 meters. A little bit out of sorts there into buoy number 1, and gotten pitched forward into number 3 here. But he's still able to get enough resistance from the back of the boat and able to stay ahead of the course. Noah Burrell. 6 buoys, 13 meters, getting ready for 12. Coming up next. All right, so good to go there through that second pass of 30 meters for Noah Burrell, but the next pass is going to be a little bit more of a of a proposition there. It is going to be 12 meters for Noam Burrell. Looking good, but unfortunately, again, a little bit down course off number 2, and I think he barely got outside number 3. We'll double check on it. I'm going along with the assumption that he made it round number 3 and had a reason to S-turn for the wakes. But we'll take a look at a little bit more of a fine-tooth comb here. Round number 1. Got a little bit separated from the handle off number 1 into number 2, and even more so off 2 into number 3. Now that one doesn't provide us with too close of a look, but this one will. Our view from the boat should give us a reckoning on his score. There's number 1 there for him, Noam Burrell. This is 12 meters. He gets down course off number 2. Now here he is for number 3. Yeah, he gets outside number 3, so he had more than sufficient reason to go for the S turn and get the fullest score that he can out of that situation. So that is Noam Burrell, 58K, 12 meters, 3 buoys. Total buoy count there for him is going to be 99 buoys. There's Noam Burrell works his way out of the water after his set. We'll now go on to our next competitor. Silver medalist in the Junior World Championships in the boys slalom event. It is going to be Damien Eade. Okay, coming in, 14.25 meters, 58K. There's 1 and 2 and 3. And the remaining buoys on the course. 6 buoys there, opening pass. Damien Eade. All right, so we've got Damien Eade getting ready for the second pass of hopefully many more as we look at our next skier getting ready to go. Should be Michael DeMello. All right, here we go. This is Damien Eade, 13 meters. Nicely done. All right, 6 buoys, 13 meters, rocking this one. Searching for the best score out of our amateur competitors so far in this competition. Currently, the best score out of our amateurs is courtesy of Vincent Stadelbauer with 2 buoys at 10.75 meters at 58K. And this is a competitor right here who's certainly capable of matching that, if not exceeding it. We'll see how close he gets to that point. Continuing on with the remaining skiers out of round 1 in the amateur slalom event. Day 2 of action here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. All right, approaching the course here and now, having run 14 and 13, this is now 12, the blue loop, or 35 off. Not doing too badly there, quite early as a matter of fact. And keeping a good flowing stance, a good flowing position from one side of the course and next on 12 meters. Almost had this pass a run right from the very start. A little bit of a wheelie on the back of the ski, but that doesn't matter. He knows how to control that and continue to push his way hard on 12 meters. Without relinquishing any of the style and technique that he produced in the earlier part of his effort. So 14, 13, 12 in quick succession. He's now going to try 11. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Damien Eade. 11.25 meters gets the start. Round number 2, he's still there, keeping the ski out ahead of him. Oh, again broken over off number 3. He's still there on number 4, and good hard skiing and good recovery. Damien Eade, it's a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. So Damien Eade, great skiing there from him on 11.25 meters. Running total 108 buoys. Taking 1 or 2 hits down the slalom course, took a really huge one about halfway down the run, but he still kept the ski running, still kept the water speed up. And now he's going to attempt 10.75 meters, as I've mentioned. Our top amateur score, 2 at 10.75 meters, courtesy of Vincent Stadelbauer. Damien Eade on that pass, 10.75 meters. Let's see what he's got. Rolls in. There's number 1. Gets the 1. Gets the number 2. Does he make a play on 3? Yes, he does. Does he make a play on 4? Not quite. But 3 buoys is about par of the course there for Damien Eade. He gets the 3 to the wakes and scores that total. Damien Eade with a score of 111 as a result of his score of 3 at 10.75 meters or 39.5 off, and he becomes the lead skier in the amateur competition. So there we go. That is Damien Eade working his way back to the dock. And with a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters under his belt. So well done there to him. Next skier up, Michael DeMello.
Morning, Greg. 32 miles an hour, 52K. Charlie, 2, 28 off. Morning, Greg.
Morning, Michael.
Come back to ball, man.
What's that?
Come back to ball.
Yeah. 28, yep.
All right, at 14.25 meters at 52K. Next skier to make his impact felt out there on the water. We've got Michael DeMello. 52 kilometers an hour, 14.25 meters off, 32 mile an hour, 28 off. (52K), 14.25 meters there. Opening pass for Michael DeMello. Looking good. Getting a little bit down course here, but Michael DeMello able to fight his way out of a lot of situations, that being one of them. And he will continue on for our next pass for him. It's going to be, I believe, 30 meters. So, being men's 7, 32 mile an hour or 52K is his max speed. So he starts to shorten the line right from the get-go. 30 meters comes up next at 52K for Michael DeMello. And just in case you're wondering about the buoy count, 52K, 14.25 meters successfully run. Gives him a total of 78. Okay, look at him go. Michael DeMello getting about halfway down the course, or actually about a third of the way down the course for 2 buoys. 2 buoys at 52K. 30 meters. A good try there from Michael DeMello, one of our supporters of this event. A very gracious supporter. We thank him very much indeed, along with the other families that have contributed to the success of this competition. Michael DeMello, certainly one of the more vocal enthusiasts behind this event, the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. All right, so Michael DeMello gets his score of 2 on 13 meters. Skier about to take to the water is Tom Phipps. Okay, also skiing in men's 7 is our next competitor. Therefore, at 52K, it's his maximum speed, so beyond this pass, if he runs it, he will shorten. 14.25 meters for Tom Phipps. There you go, good skiing there for Tom Phipps. All right, so Tom Phipps getting through the opener, 52K 14. Don't see too much in the way of trouble there with that opener. We will see what he can do by way of an encore. 13 meters coming up next. We're about 4 skiers away from starting the pros in round 2 with the women. Tom Phipps. Strong as an ox out there and gets the job done all the way around buoy number 6 on the return pass coming back. That is a 6 buoy count at 30 meters for for one of our men's 7 competitors. That is Tom Phipps. Oh, and looking at this pass, getting round number 5. But does he get round number 6? Oh, he runs over the top of it, so he clouts enough of number 5 to preclude him from scoring that particular buoy. And unfortunately, that means that Tom Phipps' run comes to a grinding halt with 5 buoys at 52K 13 meters. All right, moving along. Our next competitor up, Noah Veek. Noah Veek, who produced a fantastic performance at 55K. 30-meter start. So, good skiing there for Noah Veek on the opening pass. So Noah Veek, who yesterday tied the best score on 10.75 meters, that was that was produced by Vincent Stadelbauer with the same score of 2. The only thing that separates them really is the boat speed. Noah Veek skiing at 55K. Vincent Stadelbauer skiing at 58K, but since that time, both of those amateur totals have since been superseded by Damien Eade, who recently scored 3 in this round of competition. We see on the dock there Skip Hommel, our penultimate skier, and then after him Brian Decker. And then we won't have to wait too long before we go into the pro action. We anticipate it start at around about 10:30, although with 2 skiers remaining on the dock right now and the time being 10:03, we may end up starting a little bit earlier than anticipated, but we'll keep you on track with any developments in that regard. Looking and go. This is Noah Veek through 13 and now through 12. Noah Veek. So Noah Veek is on the water now. He's run now his second pass. He's run through 13, and that was 12. Noah Veek making this trip up here from where they are in Pantalago in Palm Bay, in the southern part of Florida. Making a little bit of a family trip. Vanessa Veek, his wife, will be competing in the pro women's competition very, very soon. We'll look forward to that. In the meantime, right here and now, 11.25 meters. Let's ready ourselves for Noah Veek on the purple loop. Sliding a little bit down course off number 2, but he's able to stay with the runs to keep the water speed up, and it is a 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters. So Noah Veek doing a fine, fine job out there, having run through 13.12 and now 11.25 meters. Let's see how much further he can go. Okay, Noah Veek getting set. So too is Skip Hommel. Although it would be nice if he doesn't close that umbrella upon himself. All right, here we go, folks. Noah Veek. Rocketing up that boat speed to 55K. A good stout pull out there for the entrance gates and getting ready for buoy number 1. Gets it to go. This is 10.75 meters. Look at him go a little bit on the back of the ski. Still there on number 4, and he goes down, he collapses. But it is a better score than the one that he produced yesterday. It is 3 1/2 for Noah Veek at 10.75 meters. Looking at this on the instant replay. Handel getting up a little bit high towards his chin on number 2, but he recovers well on number 3. Number 4 tries to get an early jump on that turn by bringing the handle in, but nothing was doing there for Noah Veek. However, it is 3 1/2 at 55K. 10.75 meters. So having started at 30 meters and running 3 passes prior to this, certainly on fire out there. That is Noah Veek as he swims into shore and readies the course for our next competitor. 52K, 14.25 meters for Skip Hormel. So Skip Hormel, one of the folks that is making sure that the shooting portion of this event is done safely and efficiently. And just a further reminder to you competitors out there on site, if you haven't done your shooting yet, then I would suggest that you make your way down that down to that area as quickly as you can to get that event out of the way. Skip Hormel takes a little bit of time from organizing that. And coming through with 14.25 meters at 52K. All right, one final skier on the dock in the amateur competition in round 2, Brian Decker, or at least in this section of the amateur competition. We still got some skiers to go after we get done with the pros.
Can you repeat that, Vince? That was very unclear.
We have about 20 skiers after the conclusion of the pros in round 2 of the amateurs. So stick around for that after we get done with the pros. This is Skip Hormel. He's gone through 14. Now that's 13 meters. Skip Hormel. So Skip Hormel skiing in the same division as Noah Veek, the Masters men's category, which is basically an umbrella category that's open to any skier that has skied well enough at 55K or 34 miles an hour and wants to ski against the very best that there is. Competing with that boat speed, whether it's a skier aged 35 or 45 or anywhere up through the age category divisions. There's a Masters men and there's a Masters women's division. All right, here we go, folks. This now is Skip Hormel. It's round through 14-13. This is now 12, the blue loop. 12 meters, 35 off. Rocking his way all the way through that pass. Making light work of 35 off, or 12 meters. That is Skip Hommel. Okay, so Skip taking a 1 or 2 hits out there, but still able to make some inroads here. And now gets ready for pass number 4, which is going to be 11.25 meters.
So the skier's dropping down there, so we put the camera on this guy because there's no skiing going on. So as soon as the, go ahead. You want to ask me a question?
Yeah, no, I was just
So now see the skier?
Yep.
Right, here we go. Skip Hommel getting off to a little bit of a bumpy start on 11.25 meters, but he's still there. He's still rocking it on top of the water. He's round number 4. He's good to go for number 5. Come on, Skip. 11.25 minutes, and he gets it to go. Good effort there for Skip.
Oh no, are you interviewing me again? No, Sergey, don't joke like that.
So Skip Hommel, who in the previous round to this one scored 2 on this pass at 11.25 meters, has now got all 6. And that 6 buoy count for him at 11.25 meters means that he's on 102 buoys right now. And he continues to pile on the buoy count and gets ready for 10.75 meters. Skip Hommel.
5, 6, 10 second delay. So now I'm all framed up. I got the skier in, I got the skier in.
All right. So this could be the performance of the round. 10.75 meters, Skip Hommel. We've seen Noah Veek get 3.5 at 10.75 meters, our previous skier. Let's see what he's got. He's round number 1, but unfortunately nothing more beyond that. It is half a buoy, 0.5 at 55K, 10.75 meters, giving him a total of 102.5. That's certainly got to up the average score for the team that he represents at this Travers Grand Prix 2024. And looks like there is going to be a review on that attempt at 10.75 meters. We'll get the result of that shortly, but we're down to our last skier. It's going to be Brian Decker as we continue to work towards the start of the round 2 for pro women and pro men. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company right here at Sunset Lakes, the home of the Jack Travers Waterski School. Just waiting on the final score for Skip Hommel here. We know that at the very least he's gone 6 at 11.25 meters. Now, did he get anything out of buoy number 1? or the entrance gate, moreover, to constitute a score on that line.
He won't be on the show. Most likely. Yeah,
The whip getting me up.
514 Alpha 2. Decker. Well, all right.
All right there, Brian Decker, 55K, 14.25 meters. Here we go. 55K, 14. All right, not bad there for him. Brian Decker getting through 14.25 meters at 55K. Just a reminder to our good folks along the shore side that the skeet shooting, the clay pigeon shooting is going on right now. If you haven't already done your shooting for your respective team, now would be a good time to get it done. Also, we got the silent auction still taking place. Bid for your choice of either a good Ventura, a HO Syndicate Works 01, or a HO Syndicate Works 02. Here we go. We're our last skier in this section of the amateur competition. It's Brian Decker, 55K. Getting in a little bit of awkward shape going down course, but still able to pull this pass out of the bag. That's Brian Decker. He's gone through 13 meters now.
all the way in there where his whole bike. Keep going. Okay. 3 seconds.
Okay, so continuing on with our final skier in the amateur competition in this section of the event. We got Brian Decker. Our next skiing action will involve the pros in the women's, followed by the men, and then the final section of amateur competition in today's action. Oh my word! And Brian Decker going down rather hard there into buoy number 3. It's going to be 2.5 at 55K, 12 meters. 55K, 12 meters there for him, giving him a grand total of 92 buoys. So that concludes the amateurs in this section of the competition. We'll rejoin the amateurs after the conclusion of the women's and men's slalom pro event in their second round. That is going to be our next event as we look at the tail end of the performance here from Brian Decker. 2.5 on 12 meters. And with that, we'll give you the opportunity to grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage, because we're about to throw down with the Pro Women's Slalom in round 2 here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. We'll have all of that to come right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit Pentalago.com.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
All right there, welcome back to continuing live coverage of this, the 2024 Travers Grand Prix being held here at Sunset Lakes just outside Groveland in the beautiful county of Lake County, Florida. All right there, women's slalom, leaderboard, Jamie Bull, your leader with 2 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Reaney and Regina Jaquist, two-way tie for second place with 1 at 10.25 meters. And there you see the remaining names: Veek, Pedrini, Montavon, Bonneman, Bagnoli, and Morgan. So, here we go with the start list. Jenna Morgan will be our lead-off skier. Then we've got Alicia Bagnoli, Chiara Bonneman will be third off the dock from Germany. Elizabeth Montavon from the United States, Pedrini from Canada, Vanessa Veek of Australia, Whitney McClintock from Canada, Regina Jaquist from the United States, and finally, also from Canada, Jamie Bull. So, got some great skiing to come. 9 skiers on that list. 8 make it through to the third and last round of final. And sitting next to me here is none other than Freddie Winter. How you doing, sir?
Very good, Tony. Happy to be back with you for the 4th day in a week or so.
Yeah. You've been hanging around me just way too much.
Just a groupie, mate.
Yeah, indeed. I won't go so far as to say that.
Oh, speak for yourself. Exciting day's action ahead. We've got the women first. As Tony said, it's 8 places in the final up for grabs. 1 unlucky woman will not make it, and then it's all action in the men's, where there's it's completely wide open. There's 24 men trying to get 8 spots, and I would say really there's only 2 men that have confirmed their place in the final, unofficially of course. But you've got huge names that are sitting outside of the top 8 right now. But before that, we'll start with the women. Jenna Morgan is first. She'll be starting at 14 meters or 28 off. We're going to see her, if it's anything like yesterday, a beautiful offside turn that I'm excited to see and take some notes from. And let's see with the first pro skier on the water of this second qualifying round.
All right, 14.25 meters, 55K. Minimum starting speed, line length. There you go. There we go. That is Jenna Morgan, who yesterday scored a half a buoy at 11.25 meters. And needing to score more than 2 at 11.25 meters to give herself at least a fighting chance of possibly making it through to the next round of the competition here at the Travers Grand Prix Waterski Pro Tour stop number 12 on this season-long series.
So Jenna must improve. She ran a half yesterday. She must get really two,
she
full
needs a piece
2,
of 3.
but really a full 3 to have a chance. But even then, if Alicia then goes out and beats her own score of 2 yesterday, Jenna, the only thing she can't guarantee herself a place in the final as she skis right now. She'll have to wait till someone else does not beat her thereafter. But she's capable. I don't know. I think she's probably at a top end, probably mid 11. Tony, I would say mid. So a couple more boys in there from what we saw yesterday. She ran a pretty solid 12, mostly run on her offside, as I was saying. Very, very nice, committed. The nose comes through really well. Little taily at 2, kind of similar to what we were seeing yesterday. There's a bit more wind today, I would say. There's just some more texture on the water.
Yeah, and as you can plainly see with our exclusive TWBC water cam, yeah, you could definitely see that the water is not nearly as calm as it was yesterday. But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, a little bit of texture never hurt. Crucially, it looks to be a tailwind off the dock, and most people are going to be running their harder pass on their fourth pass today. We'll see, for example, in the men's, it's a 12-meter start, so people will be running 10.25 towards the dock, which will be where the sort of final places are won and lost. Jenna will be running her 11 towards the dock, so a bit of a headwind will help her a little bit. She looks to be in pretty solid touch. She was, her 12 yesterday was she certainly got through it without too much difficulty, but didn't have a ton of space to spare at buoy 6. So we'll see what she does here, and then of course we'll get to the pass where she needs to, she'd like to get through it. I'm not sure she's necessarily. Well, we can see here season's best of 2 at 11 for Jenna, so she'll need to get every part of that to have a chance.
But first things first, she has to get through 12, and that happens to be the next pass coming up. Skiing behind that resplendent red Correct Craft Nautique towboat as it makes its way from the eastern island towards the western end of the site.
It's not a very good one, and she's coming into her 2. She's out the back, and if she gets a good 3, she's in this, and it is a good 3. 4's good, and
There's
actually,
number 4.
Pretty easy pass. I would say easier than yesterday, despite a worse start. So, and I think crucially more balanced there. So, not the best one of all time. 2 was okay. 3 was very good. 4 was good. She ran that pass yesterday all on her onside, her offside, I should say. Sorry, on her 1, 3, and 5 side. Typically, a skier's harder turn, but she seems to be very balanced there. This next pass, she'll need to get that good buoy 1. Which I think she's capable of. She didn't quite manage it yesterday. And then over to 2. Remember, if she runs 2, then all Alice has to do is beat her backup. So Jenna's backup, which is a half. So Jenna's going to want to get over to 3 and get the full 3 to challenge Kiara Bonneman, and hope that something works out in her favour thereafter.
Yes, indeed. And Jenna Morgan looking a lot more aggressive today, and certainly comes out with a whole bunch of determination to see if she can be among the 8 that will ski through to the final round, the third and last round for these ladies. And we'll have a look at the format. Best score of 2 rounds, top 8 men, top 8 women, and advance through to the final. There is your Pro Tour leaderboard.
All right, Jenna, she must get to 2. She must get a full 2 if she's going to have any chance. Anything less, she's putting herself out and putting Jamie Ball through.
Here she comes. There's 1.
That's 1.
All getting strung out into number 2. She's good for 2 and will not make it outside buoy number 3. Now, that effectively means that Alicia Bagnoli has to exceed her backup.
So yeah, exactly right. Alicia has to run a full 1 at 11 in order to make it through to the final. And I think that that's now confirmed. Everybody is into the final with the exception of Alicia. So now it's between Alicia and this skier we're seeing right in front of us here, Jenna Morgan. Close to 3, close to her season's best, but not close enough to make a play on it, as you would say, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. Guess the entrance there into buoy number 1, and I felt that she brought the handle up just a little bit too soon towards the tail end of a buoy number 1, and that basically stopped the ski cold, and she kind of had to re-accelerate and to get back into the frame again to at least get the full 2 count.
So all eyes on Alicia here. She must run a full 1. Presumably, if she runs a half, it'll go to a runoff, which she definitely doesn't want to do. And Alicia, I think, has run more than 1 at 11 basically every round of tournament this year. She was definitely disappointed with her skiing yesterday. She's capable of more. She's run into 10.75 a number of times this year. Anyway, 14 meters, the water cam, often operated by Alice, but someone else pressing the button today inside the TWBC broadcast booth.
Bit of a crosswind out there on the course, and with that in mind, let's check in with Chris Travers.
What's up? Good morning. Wait, is it morning? Yeah, it's still morning. I'm here with the first pro skier women out on the water, Bojangle, Jenna Morgan. Looked awesome out there. That's close to your PB, right? You got 2 at 38 there.
Yeah, I tied my PB, so I can't be mad. I'm happy. Yeah.
I mean, you were coasting through. You had a little hiccup at 35, but you managed to barrel down, fight through it, and it came out nice and clean, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was happy about that, but I stayed calm and patient, so it was good.
That's right, just like you do up in the air. Great job, and hopefully we make it to the next round.
All right, we got Kiara Bonneman on dockside, getting ready to go.
I wonder what will be going through Alice's head here. I mean, she would have to ski sort of, let's say, very poorly by her standards today to not make the final, but it's always in the back of your head. You don't want to make those silly mistakes. When something is, let's say, easily done, you sometimes can get those little bit of nerves and that feeling of, well, I really don't want to screw up because I'll be regretting that for a long time thereafter.
All right, then. Here we go. Alice Bagnoli.
Very good 1. That's not a good 2. She won't like that very much. And actually something similar to her 2 on 11 yesterday where the ski kind of bit. Much better at 4, but her 2 on 11 yesterday came into it having not had a bad 1 and the ski just kind of bit and stuck behind her. Exactly the same as that 2 on 13. Of course, when you have an extra 2 meters of rope or so, you have a lot more space to make it up. And she's let's say never going to miss 13 meters no matter what she does at any of the boys. Alice, she's too good for that. But at the same time, that might give her a little bit of pause for thought there. But at the same time, if you look at within the pass, she didn't have a good boy 2, and then she figured it out for boy 4 and got a very good boy 4.
All right, Alice Bagnoli getting ready for the next pass, which I believe is 12 meters. We've got Scott Ellis at the helm of that Nautique towboat. Familiar face then there at the passenger seat. David Skirvin, I believe, is our boat judge.
I think that might be Scott Boehner.
Might actually be Scott Boehner, but we'll double check on that as Alice Bagnoli.
Alice has got through her first 2 passes. She absolutely must run this pass. If she does not run this pass, she will be the first and only woman out of the final. So she can, she knows how to do it. She's done it, hundreds of times. She's run this pass. I mean, probably thousands, to be honest with you. And that's a really good 1 and 2. And it's a solid 3 into a good, strong position like we know that she can do. And she does do very frequently.
Lulu.
And that's a really, really good 12. And that's going to give her confidence. Much better, I would say, than her, than her 13. No mistakes there whatsoever. Very, very solid. And here, she won't want to fall at 1, but remember, it's her onside turn at 1. It's not somewhere that they would typically, that a lefty would typically fall. So as long as she can get over to 1, even if she falls, she'll have another chance of redemption in a runoff, but she'll want to just get around 1, over to 2, and start setting herself up for the rest of the course, trying to take down the skiers ahead of her at that point, who are, Kiara Bonneman and Elizabeth Montavon, who fell on 11 yesterday, or missed 11 yesterday, I should say, and then start to try and take down the likes of Paige Reaney, who has that 2 at 10.75, which is Alice's PB.
Does she go for it, though? Go for the run?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she'll back herself not to fall at 1. And then, she's got to, if she's going to make the final, her plan is to make the final and then do well in the final. So there's no point her sort of just trying to stand up to make the final because she's not had the best round of her life yesterday. If she goes easy here, then she's not going to have the best round of her life today. She wants to have some confidence going into the final. I'm going to back her to go for it. So she needs a full 1. So that's around the turn, hold the rope, get to the wakes, and then from there, it's all up. It's all an improvement. Gets over to 3, starts taking down Kiara. Let's see Alice. 11 meters, must get a full 1 to make the final. Oh my God! She's got a half.
And she gets a half, and that invokes the runoff.
That is a runoff. That is a runoff. That is very, very, very disappointing for her, and also just unusual. She doesn't do that. She's just had a very strange tournament. These are probably her 2 worst scores and her worst average of a tournament in a very many years. Probably, I don't want to speak for her, but probably slightly in her head that she was, overthinking it and went for a big turn. Had narrow, dropped the shoulder on the inside. When you see the angle of the angle from the foot to the hip to be more upright than from the hip to the shoulder, that's no good. It should be the inverse of that. Should be more upright with the chest and shoulders. And here you can see she just gets more over. She drops in, and that's disappointing. But anyway, that does mean that there's going to be a runoff. Now, what's interesting about that is that's going to happen in 7 skiers' time. So they're both going to be basically as off the water as each other. They're going to have to wait 7 full skiers. That's basically, the best part of an hour. And they're going to have to keep moving, keep, warm and keep their muscles loose. They're going to have to go out on 12. So, as much as the rest of this this women's qualifying round 2 is a formality, everyone else has made the final. It's not, it's basically a glorified seeding round for the final tomorrow. We do have some excitement at the end of this, and there will be a runoff starting at 12 between these 2 skiers. That Jenna, who's, let's say, she's got a lot of confidence because she's tied her personal best in that first round, and Alice, who's not managed to get within a pass of her best in 2 rounds. So she'll be disappointed. It's going to be an interesting one. There will be nerves. We can look forward to that after these remaining women fight for seeding position and basically have a warm-up for the final tomorrow.
Starting with Chiara Bonneman, who is out in the water right now on 14.25 meters. Now, she has a score of 3 buoys from the previous round, which absolutely guarantees that she advances. And with that, let's check in for the second time today with CT.
Hey, what's up, ski peeps? Hanging out here with the founder of Splash Threads, Nicole Polly. How you enjoying the event so far?
Oh, I always love coming out here for this event. It's so much fun. You bring out a crowd from all over the world, and it's not even worlds. That's what's so fun about this tournament.
Oh, definitely. We got people from all walks of life, and it's just coming together, having fun, enjoying it. And hopefully they'll come stop by and see Nicole, get a Travers Grand Prix shirt, or maybe even a custom shirt of your own. Ask her, she'll hook you up.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Back to you boys.
That was good.
All right there. So that's Chris Travers, along with Nicole Pauli. Good to see them both. Chiara Bonneman has run through the opening pass of 14.25 meters, now getting ready for 13. Boat speed accelerating up to 55 kilometers an hour. Entrance buoy number 1, nice turn. Staying ahead of the course here. Looking good, looking strong here. And all right, looking in good shape here. Chiara Bonneman, who's spending some time over this side of the Atlantic, you would normally find her in a native land of Germany, but she's here and helping her sister take care of her newborn.
Slight, I don't know. There's a slight lack of or a difference in stress, I guess. For the remaining women.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. They can just go for it, knowing full well that they'll get to ski the 3rd round no matter what happens.
Yeah, they've already made the final, and I think. Yeah, very different to what we're going to be seeing in the men's later, when it's just going to be, it tense the whole way through with everyone, no one 100% safe.
You've been in those situations before where you where you have like a pretty much an automatic passage through to the next round of the competition. I mean, how does that reconcile itself against having to ski like flat out in order to actually make it through to the final, like say for the World Championships, for example?
Yeah, I mean, what I know for myself is that if I do ski, she's in trouble here. Sorry, at 4, and then 5 is good. She's got that reliable boys 1, 3, and 5. That's sort of kind of similar to what we saw with Jenna Morgan there. Just that really nice offside turn when she needs it. And she was lucky because I think 4 wasn't her best turn of all time, and that could have been not fatal to her chances of making the final because she's already in, but would have certainly screwed up her attempts to de-seat Elizabeth Montavon ahead of her in the seeding. But no, I mean, the thing is, I've been in that position a number of times where I've made the final in the first round, then have a sort of second round of qualifying to as a sighter. That only ever happens when I've skied really, really well in the first round. It's not, there's often a big, quite a big number in the men, and such an unbelievable level of competition that you have, there's no, I can't ski at even 90% of my ability and have that guaranteed. But no, it's a different mindset. I'm going to look at people like Dane Meckler and Corey Vaughan. I think that when they go out to ski, they're going to know that they're not going to be skiing to try and make the final. They might be skiing for seeding if someone supersedes them in terms of score. But they'll go out today and they'll just sort of go right. Well, they'll take it as a final. They'll put the pressure on. It's really a dry run. Where they can just imagine that it's the final, go for it as big as possible. This is 11, and she's over to 2, and she might get around 3, just the same as yesterday. Actually, very, very similar to yesterday. And yeah, I mean, almost a carbon copy, I would say. Solid enough 1, not the best 2, over to 3 S turn. And that's a pair of 3s, and so she's, as it stands, she's got the most combined boys on the board. Of course, it doesn't come down to the most combined boys. It comes down to the best score. But she'll be happy enough. That doesn't improve her seeding from yesterday, but it does, cement that she's put down 2 solid markers, and maybe in the next round tomorrow in the final, she'll be able to go a little bit bigger.
But also, as well, it also increases her point total in the Waterski Pro Tour. She skied her first Pro Tour event last week over in Polk City.
And the Mastercraft Pro.
Yeah, Mastercraft Pro. Yes, absolutely. Thank you for emphasising that.
I don't know why you're so afraid to say the name.
But she got 11th there. She got 2 points, so she's actually going to get more points for finishing where she is right now.
Well, she's guaranteed 8th, right? So she can't come 9th. She's guaranteed 8th. We'll see what she does tomorrow. She could move obviously higher than that, and certainly will be planning to. But yeah, no, she's got some points, and I'm not sure she's doing the remaining 2 events after this, the King of Darkness and the Miami Pro, but that puts her on the leaderboard. She's already on the leaderboard, and that it'll potentially poke her up a few more places. Elizabeth Montavon had some pretty good results earlier this year. I think she got on the podium. Did she get on the podium at Marrakesh? She got 4th last weekend at the Mastercraft Pro, and we can just pull that up here. Actually, if we go to stats.waterskiprotour.com, we can see all of those results tabulated very nicely.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking at those results right now. She was 3rd at Carmel Marrakesh Pro, 3rd at Monaco, 4th at Mastercraft Pro, 6th at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, 11th at Swiss Pro Slalom, 11th at Lake 38 Pro, and is currently 6th on the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good season for her. I don't know what her best season would be, but she's a couple of podiums, 4th at the Mastercraft Pro with a totally full field. I'd say that's probably the Mastercraft Pro last week was the first tournament with really all the best women skiers in the world present, which was pretty exciting to see. And yeah, I mean, she went to Europe. She did well in Europe. She supported those tournaments over there, and that that gives you of course, as we know with the Waterski Pro Tour, you are not obliged to go to every tournament. It's not like Formula One where every tournament counts. In terms of the points, you do have, there's only 6 tournaments count, so you take your best 6. The more tournaments you do, the more sort of, let's say, throwaways you can have, where those scores at the bottom, they don't count towards your total. So she's made the effort to go across Europe. She's got some really good results over there. She's got some, a very good result at the Mastercraft Pro last week, beating Whitney McClintock, which will be something she'll be, Whitney being such a great skier that she is, and would have been very disappointed with that performance. She managed to beat Whitney, which is a big result for her. And then we'll go to Chris.
All right, then, let's check in with CT.
Yay, what's up, ski peeps? Hanging out with Jamie Bull here, getting ready for the second round. So, Bull, I've read in the comments that people want to know, when you are out there on the course and you see those red buoys, is it like a switch that just goes off and you're like, I got to attack?
Yeah, absolutely. It's in the blood.
That's awesome. So we're going to see some of that bullish, roughness out there on the water today?
Hey, you never know.
Awesome. What do you think about the conditions so far?
Yeah, it looks pretty good out there.
Awesome. I think you're going to do good things, and can't wait to watch.
Well, I hope so. That's the plan.
Good luck. Back to you, boys.
I was kind of waiting for another Bull-type reference to be said before he handed it over, but nice try there, CT. We've got Elizabeth Montavon, who's definitely conjuring up some more consistent performances during the course of the season of the Waterski Pro Tour. As I mentioned, 2 third-place finishes represent the height of her achievements this season on the Waterski Pro Tour. 3rd in Marrakech, 3rd at Monaco. But looking to try and raise a game at, oh my word, 11.25 meters and going down around buoy number 1. So that's probably not going to do much for her seeding going into the final. Well, we know that she's through to the next round of the competition, that being an absolute certain with 3.5, 11.25 meters, but just not finding her best form right here and now, and having scored half on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, that's mad, isn't it, Tony? Same with Alice. You just wouldn't expect that to happen. Slightly confusing, I thought, there at buoy 1, that she, looked like she got a little deep and then just didn't sort of feel like taking it. I wonder, and she's so strong. That was unusual for me to see her not at least try and hold on. But anyway, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter. She's in the final. But I guess the problem is, Tony, is that
it's the confidence factor.
Well, yeah, and this is as we were talking about. This is a confidence round. This is a set yourself up for the final round. She doesn't have to, as much as she won't be that bothered about seeding particularly. She'd obviously like to go up and catch Paige Rini and Vanessa Veek, but that's secondary to confidence, and that will. She had 2 subpar rounds in a row. She backs herself to run 11 every time, and she's missed it twice, and missed it, very early here. So she'll not be extremely happy with the way that she. I mean, not to mention she's made the effort to get out of bed. Get ready, eat well, warm up, all that sort of stuff, and she's got that. This was the focus of her day, and she's not had her best moment. So that's disappointing for her. But again, not much riding on it, because tomorrow she's already in the final. She'll just be happy that she ran further down that 11-meter pass yesterday, so that she's not involved in this runoff that we're going to be seeing later on between Jenna Morgan and Alice Bagnoni.
And certainly with Elizabeth Montavon, as she swims into the shore, I mean, she's had a really good consistent season, probably our most consistent season to date, with a number of podium finishes. I mean, several years ago, she won the Miami Pro, but I mean, that was kind of like a one high spot on the season, and didn't have much to support it in terms of backup scores or placements. But as we continue on, we've got Paige Rini out in the water on the 13 meters.
Yeah, and Paige skied very well yesterday, and she'll have confidence. Her personal best, as far as I understand, is 3. She's done it a number of times, but 2 is a very solid score for her. She did it last week at the Mastercraft Pro, so she'll be happy enough and looking to build. It's unusual. I mean, we've seen, of the skiers we've seen so far, we've had Jenna Morgan improve slightly. We've seen Alice Bagnoli move backwards. We've seen Chiara Bonneman stay the same, and then Elizabeth Montavon come backwards. So I guess the average is slightly back. If I'm going back to Elizabeth, maybe there's a slight tail breeze from this near end, and there's that little bit of extra run that you get on the gate that Travers is sort of fairly well known for. There's we saw John Travers yesterday. He took 10.25 from the other end because he just likes that that run in a little bit better. So potentially she just had a little bit too much speed on her gate, and then just which can put you very deep at 1. So unusual, things to think about. And and Will Asher alluded to it yesterday. He said that when you see people go out and ski well, then you kind of think, right, it's all out there for me to go and ski well. These next skiers will, as much as they're not overanalyzing too much, I wouldn't say that they're all very, very high-level skiers, but they'll be looking at it going, oh, something funny going on out there maybe a little bit.
All right, then. Here comes Paige Reaney, who is looking to try and get some more points on the Waterski Pro Tour. Currently 9th spot, can go as high as 7th place on the Waterski Pro Tour standings if she wins out. But let's see how she works this situation out on the slalom course in the second round, with 4 skiers remaining after her. Paige Reaney, and I really do seriously love her technique out there on the slalom course, of being able to match her trick ski type skill of being able to turn and being able to do that effectively on the buoys, and then yet still have enough resistance behind the boat to really set her angle and her path sufficiently well enough, early enough to make the first part happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think maybe I love when that offside turn works. That she really gets that ski through and finishes very closed off to the boat, with meaning that you can kind of get everything over into 1, 3, and 5, like doing a very good job of keeping direction outbound instead of going towards the buoy. She's had a phenomenal season. I think she came second at Masters. She came second at the Monaco Pro.
5th at Swiss Pro and 8th at Mastercraft.
Yeah, solid. Very solid. A little out the back there at 1, but it's still better than yesterday. It's a good 2. Slight bite at the end of the turn. She's on the back again at 3, and that's something we see from her. It's a good 4. She committed really well there and just got the tail through. Yeah, wheeling on 1, 3, and 5.
Whoa!
That's very strange.
Hello.
Yeah, those are not I do that myself once in a while, and you just sort of don't understand why you've nearly fallen at 6. Obviously, a lot harder to stop at 6 as a lefty, which is something that probably isn't given. These lefties do a really good job of stopping at 6 with speed, and they don't get the credit for it. Yeah, solid 1, definitely better than yesterday, and then 2 I think was good. Maybe pulled a touch long, but this is pretty good. Just a touch of bite, but not enough to do anything crazy. And then you just see here that just the tail at ski sitting down into the water, the nose is coming up, and that's something that we'll see from her skiing a little bit. She does tend to get a little aggressive, sticking that tail in around at 1, 3, and 5. Maybe just a little bit more patience there could be useful. But she's through 11. She is the first skier through 11. Let's not forget that. There's the first 4 skiers have not got too far down it. Instead of, in fact, no one's got more than halfway down it, and she got all the way through it. So credit to her. She'll want the 3 to put pressure on Vanessa, who's coming up next. That will mean that Vanessa has to, I forget who was seeded higher in the first round. But anyway, that perfect tie. Well, let's see first. Hopefully she'll want that 3 that's her PB or more. Nice headwind coming from the, let's say, easier end for the gate.
10.75, here she comes.
Not the best one. She'll get over to 2 and that's
an
inside
2.
Inside, and that's frustrating.
So that means that doesn't improve upon her seeding. She's there with 2 at 10.75 meters and currently rooted at 5th spot right now.
But that would still be a solid finish for her. I mean, I think she's probably. I think I can probably fairly say this, that she's not, thinking she's going to be running that. Well, she could run the 10.75 in the final, but she's not got a habit of doing it. So maybe her sights aren't really set on, beating all 3 of Jamie, Regina, and Whitney. But she's in that ballpark of she's running that 11, which like we said, no one else has done so far, and. Yeah, just not the one. Just kind of grabbed that handle. It was in front of her at the end of the turn, so she kind of ended up on a flat ski that kind of ends up going straight. So no angle across course, and not enough, certainly not enough angle to get around two.
And here's something to take into account. Even if Pedrini finishes all the way down in 8th spot, she will have 86 points, and that 86 points will put her 1 point higher than Alicia Bagnoli in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. So anything that she can do beyond that point would help her close the gap between herself against, say, someone like Ali Garcia, who is directly above.
Absolutely, and it's all to play for. And like we always say, these skiers, they do not want to be down at the bottom of that leaderboard. And you know, Paige has had a good slalom season. She'll believe she deserves to be higher than where she is. And with a good result today, you know, if she can get to 5th, if we'll finish 5th, then that's gonna give her 98 points, which would put her, you know, above Ali Garcia. As we go to Chris.
All right.
Hello, my ski peeps. Hanging out here with Paige Sweeney, fresh off the water. Quick question. How was the go-karting for you last night?
Pretty fun, actually. I always wondered why people brought life jackets, and I wish I did because my back is bruised.
I've seen that a lot. Even Vince, he was in there in his whole jumpsuit.
Exactly. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Right on. So great skiing out there. Why don't you walk us through this 38 off pass here?
Had a good gate. I don't know what I'm doing on 135. I'm just a little bit on the back of my ski, but luckily I'm able to manage it, but it doesn't feel very easy. So I kind of just held on and kept going.
Well, I mean, hopefully in the next round you'll be able to stay on the front a little bit more, attack it with a little bit more aggressiveness and confidence, and post up a big score.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited for the finals. It's going to be a lot of fun out here. I have to go shoot soon. I'm not very good at that, but we'll give it a try.
Right on. We'll have to keep tabs on you and see how you do out there on the shooting range.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
All right, then, and good to hear there from Paige Rini. Best of luck with the shooting coming up. And we got Vanessa Veek out there on the water, who's currently in 10th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour standings on the strength of a 4th place finish at the Carmel Marrakesh Pro, a 4th place finish with Lake 38 Pro, and a 8th place at Monaco.
Yeah, I remember at Monaco she was disappointed. I think she missed 11, which is something we'd never really see from her. So, yeah, I mean, we'll be expecting her to go out and run 11, which I believe is this. Did she start on 13, Tony?
Yes, she did.
So this will be her next pass. She ran that smooth as a well-buttered banister, to steal your phrase. That was really, really good. So, yeah, no, 11 you know, should be a breeze. And, you know, Vanessa, to go into her history a little bit, she took a number of years off from professional water skiing, and so she came back. I'm going to say around 21, and I think got on the podium at the Swiss Pro, or at least in that top 4 or 5. And I didn't really see her coming. I didn't really know that she had that capability. And then that year she then ran some big scores, got on some podiums, and her and Chelsea Mills, who's not here, I think might have an injury, were at every tournament kind of running those 2s, 3s, and sometimes 4s to give them, placements, very high up, just off a lot of podiums, if not on them.
All right, then, here we go. This is Vanessa Veek, who could see a pretty significant jump up in the Waterski Pro Tour women's slalom standings.
She's not so good, actually.
Providing that she gets through this run and maybe ends up in the top 3, but we'll soon see how that shapes up. Currently in 4th spot right now with a 3 at 10.75 meters from the opening round. There we see Whitney McClintock-Rini getting ready to rock it out there on the water. So Vanessa Veek, just to remind you once again, she traveled to the Marrakesh Carmel Marrakesh Pro, where she got 4th place at Lake 38, 8th place at Monaco, and those are the only 3 events she's essentially skied in all season long on the Waterski Pro Tour.
Yeah, I know last year she had a disruption with I think a knee injury that she was, when I was over in Australia at the start of the year, she was going to see see a surgeon over there to have it looked at. I'm not quite sure what the result of that was, but yeah, I think she's potentially, been a little bit hurt, but she looks good. That wasn't her best passable time, I wouldn't say. I think the only really comfortable buoy was buoy 5, which is always a good one. If you're going to make a comfortable turn, it's,
yes, indeed.
Get to the end of it a little bit late and then have your best turn. That's good. But she won't be able to do that here because in order to get to buoy 5, which I've never seen her do in a pro tournament, she will need to get a good 1, 2, and 3, and 4. She's currently in 4th, but she'll want to match it or supersede the score of 3 that she got yesterday. Let's see. It's a solid 1 actually.
There's 1. That's good. There's number 2. She's still there. Round number 3, she'll S-turn, she'll get to the wake, and with a 3 buoy count at 10.75 meters, that solidifies her fourth place at the moment after round number 2.
Yeah, good 1, but maybe came off the handle a touch fast because she was running very parallel to the boat and sort of past the buoy instead of in front of it. She didn't have a nice arc, half moon arc in front of buoy 2. It was very much sort of direct movement towards it. This was a good 1, but yeah, I'm just trying to think what happened here. Maybe a little bit through the back foot, through the turn, and just kind of went down the lake and just couldn't, when you have that nice arc into it, you can bring the ski back through underneath the line. But here she kind of had to go into defense mode at 2 and stick that tail in without, getting a ton of, she lost a lot of speed and not much sort of fluidity around the back end of that turn. So she was maxed out at 3. I wondered if she'd go a bit further with that 1, but nevertheless, a pair of 3s is very solid. And there's not many times I've seen her run 3 back-to-back in professional tournaments. It's in front of the cameras and when the pressure's on, these things are a bit harder. I'm not sure what her best score is outside of professional water skiing, but that's very, very good skiing. And if she can run a 3 again in the final, she'll be right up there, and a fourth place spot.
Would actually give her 95 points and move her up into 7th.
Well, there you go. Of course, depending on what the other women do. But yeah, I mean, and remember, Elizabeth Montavon last week, she ran 3 and ended up in 4th and actually beat some of the skiers that we're seeing. Actually beat the skier that we're seeing now. So 3 is a solid score, and as much as it's something that these last 3 women will be very confident of beating every day of the week, it doesn't always happen that way. There are mistakes that occur, and Whitney, I was impressed with her yesterday. She picked herself back up as I guess it was very clear that she was going to do, and ran a very good 10.75 and nearly got the 1 that she needed at 10.25. As we go to Chris.
All right, then let's hear from him.
What's happening, folks? Hanging out here with Vanessa Vake. G'day. How's it out there?
G'day, mate. Your Australian accent's getting pretty good.
I'm working on it. It's one of the hardest ones to do, I think. I can kind of do a British one. I don't know. I'll have to get Freddie and Tony's take on it, but the Aussie one's tough.
It is. You just got to watch more movies.
Oh, definitely. A little Crocodile Dundee. Anyways, great skiing out there. Why don't you walk us through this pass here? I believe this is your 38 off pass.
This is 38, is it?
Or maybe 39.
No, I think this is 39. I was just a little anxious into 1. I kind of held on a little long and put my hand down, and then coming into 2, I was a little down course and I just kind of held it. Dropped the hips there, and that's not going to give you a nice swing. Barely got outside of 3, so did what I said I wasn't going to do and S-turned it.
Hey, it was a pretty solid S-turn though. I like that one.
Make it back to those guide buoys and you're good, right?
Exactly. Anyways, great skiing out there.
Thank you. Thanks so much. You guys are amazing. We're having the best time. Everybody out there watching, you've got to make an effort to come to this tournament. It's so good.
That's right, folks. Sign up. Back to you, boys.
All right, then, here we go. Whitney McClintock-Reaney having run through 13 meters. This is now 12, and she seems to make pretty light work of this one.
Very, very good. What do you think, Tony? I'm pretty excited to hear Chris Travers' so-called British accent. Must be part Northern Irish, part Welsh, part English.
Well, first of all, he's got to master the Australian accent, and the best series of movies to do that is basically the Avenger movies.
The Avenger movies?
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Hemsworth, 4.
But he speaks in an English accent.
No, that's a slight bit of Australian.
No, well, okay. Agrees, disagree on that one.
Otherwise, it's Crocodile Dundee.
Crocodile Dundee, or I guess that's probably it. I guess that is the only Australian movie of all time.
No,
I've never heard of another one.
Or what about Mad Max?
Oh yeah, Mad Max. Yeah.
Anyway, we're
Back to
diverging.
skiing.
Yeah, exactly. We're kind of diverging a little bit here, and we see Whitney McClintock-Rini coming to us from Canada.
Whitney ran 10.75 yesterday, one of 3 women to do it. She's tied with Regina. She going to want to move up, for the seeding tomorrow to know what she needs to do. She'll want to be last off the dock. So in order to do that, she needs to at least get 2 and then count on a count back. But a 2 1/4 to tie her Canadian record, the one that she's holding over Jamie Bull at the moment, would do 2. This is a good 11, and fair to say that when you see these last 3 women come to the water, it's a bit of a different ball game. They are, you can just see the class, the strength, the flow, the ability, and the understanding of where they are in the course. Just it's really special. It's very evident, and I think that when people people will often say to me, "Oh well, slalom skiing all looks the same," and I would say, go and watch Whitney McClintock and or someone down your local ski lake. You're going to see completely opposing areas of the sport.
All right then, so great skiing there for Whitney McClintock-Rini, who hasn't competed in that many events on a Waterski Pro Tour. However, she is in 5th place on the leaderboard, and she can actually move up. She does have a lot of room to move up because she's only competed in 4 events, and they take the top 6 events. She was 1st in California, 2nd at Lake 38, 2nd at Swiss Pro Slalom, and 5th at the Mastercraft Pro. And in one of those events, she actually got the best score and earns an additional 2 points as a result of that. And she actually got the best score in the California Pro.
She did indeed. She skied so well over there. That was very, very impressive, and a well-deserved victory. And she's. I think I'd love to see what the stats are. Maybe we should get them. Anyway, 10.75. Whitney McClintock. We'll get back to that later. A beautiful buoy 2, like we know Whitney does. 3 very good. This is very, very good skiing, by the way. For not the best turn of all time, but more than enough. And it's through 10.75. And again, it's just
nice.
just you can just see the level go up. I mean, that was never ever going to be missed. Whitney looks really, really good. We saw her start the year on fire last year, where she ran her first something like 11 10.75s of the season, and she just looks, right back at that level right now. Yeah, I mean, a very, very good pass. Very, very good pass.
Indeed, indeed. Looking at the Waterski Pro Tour points as we continue to watch and anticipate the next pass there for Whitney McClintock-Rini. Okay, let's just say, for example, Whitney snags 3rd. That will give her 199 points, and that will move her 1 place. That will move her actually above Regina Jaquist into 4th spot.
But then, of course, Regina's going to ski. So
of course,
I think the way that it shakes out. I mean, we can probably, I don't know, fairly comfortably say that it's going to be Regina, Whitney, and Jamie in some sort of jumbled up order between those 3 for the podium. So it's who's going to come out on top. At the moment, Jamie Bull is in the lead in qualifying. Of course, it all resets before the final tomorrow. But the Canadian record here is Whitney's. It's 2 1/4. She's capable of doing it. She actually had very close to getting a perfect 1 yesterday.
Here she comes.
Let's see. 10.25. 2 for the lead.
Here she comes. 10.25 meters. There's 1.
Good one.
And gets number 1. Round number 2. Does she make a beeline towards number 3? Not quite. So in round number 1, she got 1 buoy. Round number 2, 2 buoys.
Just all gearing up for the final. But I think, what does that show? I think Regina will go out there and feel confident that she can get the full 2. But I think today's tournament's going to be 1 at 2. If someone can get over to 3, then that'll be huge. But I think that tomorrow's final will be 1 at 2. I think there potentially could be a runoff. But Whitney showing that she can do it, as we know that she can, but reinforcing to herself that she's capable of running 2 out here on this water, and that'll give her confidence. If she can go and run that tomorrow, then she'll be in with a very, very good shout of the win.
And check this out as well. Between Jamie Bull and Whitney McClintock-Rini, now because they both tied on 2 with their best score, that means that ultimately takes out of the game the 2 additional points on the Waterski Pro Tour standings for having the best score. So essentially, between those 2, one of them has to basically tie the Canadian national slalom record to get the additional 2 points.
That's right. That's right. Exactly right. And I think, all of these points are very valuable. As I said yesterday, I think, Whitney and Regina both could, if they both, win all the remaining tournaments, they can take the title this year. So there's a lot to play for, and it could come down to 2 points. Remember, last year, Jamie Bull won the Waterski Pro Tour by 2 points, which was, she had a number of best score points, so they were very, very valuable.
All right, then, next competitor up comes to us from Santa Rosa Beach in Walton County in the northern part of Florida. Multiple-time world champion, multiple-time world slalom record holder, including being currently the world slalom record holder with 5 buoys at 10.25 meters. It's Regina Jaquess, currently in 4th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour standings.
Hey, you mentioned that world record. She's one of only 2 people to have ever got to 3 at 10.25 in the women's division, Whitney and herself, but she's also the only person to get to 4 and the only person to get to 5. And that world record was quite special. I was sitting with you, Tony, at the Malibu Open last year at up in Tuscaloosa about, 54 weeks ago or so, and it was a big moment, wasn't it, for the sport? We saw her, get all the way down. After a bad 1, she just absolutely turned backwards on 2 and set herself up for 5 as we go to Chris.
Yes, indeed.
Hello, everybody. Back on the side of the lake here with the Whitney McClintock-Rini. Great skiing out there. That was a killer pass. You just told me it was golden, hey?
Yeah, I loved that 39. It was so good. I was singing my worship music on the dock, and I just was wave walking out there. That was the song I was listening to, and it was just in my head. And really focused on having good gaits today and really finding the rhythm with that rope, and it felt great. It felt really great out there today.
Yeah, that's awesome. You get that song in your head, gets you fired up, gets you pumped up, and it translates out into the water and into your performance as well.
What pass is this one?
I think that's
1941. That was a deep one, and I missed the handle a little bit at 1 ball there, so I was not quite in the position I wanted to be going to 2, but man, that was a great start too. I was really happy with that. A little better 1 ball than I had yesterday. Had a chance at 2 ball, just came up a little bit, like my body was facing the boat a little too much, so there's no turning it, but awesome set. I love skiing here. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we love having you. I love seeing performances like that. Hopefully we can get you to turn 2 next round and see a really big score.
Yeah, I know the 2 ladies that are standing on the dock, one that's skiing right now, and the next one, I know they're more than capable too, so it's a really fun time right now, and we're pushing for that 3 ball in a pro tournament.
Heck yeah, well, hopefully we'll see it. Back to you, boys.
Okay, and just on the tail end of that, Whitney McClintock can actually get as high as 216 points on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. That will vault her up into third spot on the standings if she wins. But
and it would put her within 100 points of Jamie with two events remaining.
Absolutely, and well within striking distance.
Well within striking distance. I think the remaining points on offer would be 60 plus 80, which is 140. If I'm using my maths correctly. Interesting point that Whitney made just at the end there. She goes that she wants to get over 3 in a pro tournament. Well, she's done it in a record tournament, but I think that's one of the big things I've noticed in professional skiing in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years is that people really care about doing it in front of a crowd. And so let's say when it really counts, in front of their competitors, almost more importantly, and we have more opportunities. In 2019, there was only 7 professional women's tournaments, and now we've got about 12 or 13. Like at this tournament, women are being added at all the events that had previously just been men's. So there's a lot more opportunity to go and get these big scores. The drivers are fantastic, the boats are fantastic. Everything's very well set up at these pro tournaments for the biggest scores. So why not go and do it in front of the world, where it's the most exciting and it's the most the most rewarding to watch for our viewers, as we saw last year at the Malibu Open when Regina ran 5 at 10.25, and well, it's not not an ambitious thing to say that that when it's done behind closed doors, that's not that special. But when it's done in a proper tournament, when we can all see it and it's happening live in front of us, that's incredibly special. And I was very happy to see a world record set right there.
All right, Regina Jaquist out there on the water at this time, currently in 4th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour, and in the 4 tour stops that she's been able to ski in this season. A first at the Mastercraft Pro, a first at the Lake 38 Pro-Am, a runner-up spot in the California Pro-Am, and 4th place at the Swiss Pro Slalom. Basically, in the 4 competitions that she's skiing, she has finished no worse than 4th.
Yeah, but she has not finished off the podium in about 10 years prior to that, so that was actually a disappointing moment for her. And actually, it's an interesting one. I just checked. Jamie Bull has entered 8 tournaments on the Pro Tour this year. She's the only one with a 100% record on the podium. Whitney got a 5th last weekend, and Regina at the first tour stop of the year came 4th, which was for both of them would have been very disappointing. But that doesn't matter. I mean, these women are so good, they don't count podiums, they count wins. And Regina will, got a 1 yesterday, would be even disappointed with 1 at 10.25. She'll want to get further than that, but before she can get to 10.25, she has to run 10.7. And we're going to bet on her doing it. She ran a pretty average 10.75 at the Mastercraft Pro last week in the first round, but this is very good. It's very, very good, actually, and really pushing Whitney for the best 10.75 run by a woman in this tournament. What would you say, Tony, of the last 2 that we've seen, which one was better, Regina's or Whitney's?
On that particular pass, I would say Whitney's.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
To me, it's very tight, because I don't necessarily look at how how good it looks, and it both looked very good. It was how sure you were at every point that they were going to run it, and I would say maybe Regina just had the edge there. I mean, but maybe some bias coming in potentially, because Regina just runs it so consistently. So I don't know. I think Whitney's was maybe prettier, but I think that there was She
runs it so well and so consistency that any kind of anomaly that you could potentially find in her slalom skiing, it just emerges like so clearly, because she's been that consistent for so many years, using this technique. In all of the years that she's been involved in professional tournament slalom skiing, all said and told, she's been a professional for the last 22 seasons. She's had 91 podiums, and of those 91 podiums, she has been on the top of them 64 times.
Yeah, that's wild, isn't it? That's really wild. All right, Regina Jaquist, 10.25. She got 1 yesterday. She'll want to tie the lead at 2 or better, and she's very capable. It's a decent one. She'll get over 2. I think she's going to turn this.
She's going
to throw herself at 3. Will she get around it? That is, I would say, around it. I think I'm going to say that's a 2.5. I think that she maybe just didn't think she was set up well enough for the S-turn. Or is that maybe an admission that she didn't go around it? We're going to see. I mean, we've got the best cameras in the world here. The judges don't make mistakes when TWC is broadcasting. So let's have a look. It was a solid one.
Look at that one. Good hook.
Pulled over to 2, got way out of the back at 2, and did well to get across. Did she get?
Yeah, she got outside.
She got around it, so that's a 2.5. That's a 2.5, and that puts her in the lead. So that's huge. And remember, neither of the 2 women that have run 10.75 today and yesterday have ever done that score in a tournament. Whitney has a 3.25. A 2.25. Jamie has a bunch of 2s and has cut to 3, but Regina is the only person that's ever run a full 2.5 or better. And actually pretty impressive to be that out of shape and still, it's an easy 2.5, right? I mean, she was way outside of it. No hint of submersing it or anything like that. So that's 2.5, and that's maybe one of the better scores we've seen at the Travers Grand Prix over the years from the women. A little bit of pressure on Jamie. Jamie, as much as she's already qualified, she would have felt pretty good having that top spot after yesterday. She was disappointed not to get to 3. Well, here's a good opportunity for her. She's got a no pressure round, where she's just going for seeding, but she can go and if she can get over to that 3, then she will. If she can get 2.5, she will take top seed going in by virtue of her backup score of 2.
And let's not forget about the additional 2 points on the Waterski Pro Tour, because now Regina Jaquist has that in her possession with 2.5 at 10.25 meters, 41 off. So in order for our skier who's next to take to the water to actually get those 2 points, she has to basically break the national record.
Not only that, she has to get a full 3, so she has to beat it by 3/4 of a buoy. But it's also, in some ways, that sort of Daniel Ricciardo situation where it's a 4-pointer. She can, even if she can tie 2.5, then she will take the 2 points off Regina, and that's really important when it comes down to at the end of the season. So Jamie will be motivated. This is her home lake. She has won 2 World Championships here, where Regina came second in both of them in 2021 and 2023. So Jamie, feels rightly in some ways that she is the queen of this lake, and this is where she skis every day. She's probably done, 80% of her ski rides here in the last number of years, so she's going to want to go and get that big score. I'm sure without having any information, I'd be surprised if she's not getting over to 3 every once in a while or more in practice. So this is well within her. Let's see what she can do.
And let's check out the dominance of her season so far for Jamie Ball. First at Monaco. Second at the Carmel Marrakesh Pro. First at San Gervasio, first at Swiss Pro, second at Mascarath Pro, third at California Pro. As a matter of fact, she has 310 points on the leaderboard, currently in the lead. She has 6 additional points due to having the top score in 3 tournaments. And as a matter of fact, in terms of her making any kind of inroads into getting more points, the only way that Jamie Ball can actually gain more points on the Waterski Pro Tour, because don't forget it's the best of 6 scores that count towards your final total. The only way that she can get more points is to actually win this competition, and that will only give her 10 additional points on top of what she already has coming into this competition there, Freddie.
Yeah, exactly, and it just showed, Jamie supported all the tournaments in Europe, went over them, and frankly, they supported her. She made a bunch of money going and skiing over there. She's competed in 8 tour tournaments this year. She's been on the podium in 8, and she's got a lot of points. The fact that she has used up a lot of her 6, let's say, she has 6 good results already, whereas Regina and Whitney don't have 6 good results. They've only entered 4 or so tournaments. That means that she's, going to be looking over her shoulder if she can't take these wins in these next 3 tournaments, which are going to be the ones that improve her points total. But there is another way that she can get points, guarantee points this weekend, Tony, as you say, get the top score, and these 2 points will make a big difference, and that's a 4-pointer, right? If she can get the 3, then she takes the points off Regina, so that's minus 2 points from Regina, but also plus 2 for her, so that's going to make a big difference coming into the season.
Yes, indeed, and Jamie Ball, who has been a professional at this game for the last 7 years. Her first podium was the Canadian Open way back in 2017. Her first win of the 16 that she has on her resume was the Hilltop Lake Pro-Am.
In 2020.
2020, yes.
I was there. It was the first time she ever ran 10.75. And it was a
Absolutely.
pretty special moment. She had this huge crash into 6, having had a good start in one of the first couple of rounds, and then I think she ran it in the final. It was amazing, really amazing. And from then she's not slowed down in the slightest. 16 wins in that time is a lot in just 4 seasons. And that was even sort of mid-August, so it's really 3.5 seasons. I've just had news that Regina just ran the course record. So Whitney actually had the course record before of 2.25, and Regina's just eclipsed that. She's done it, in front of her competitors, which is quite exciting. And again, that's more motivation for Jamie. She doesn't want to have someone else have a course record on what she considers her home lake, where she spends a lot of time. So she's going to be motivated to go and get that. That just shows the level of skiing that's happening today. There's been a number of tournaments here in the last number of years. The Travers Grand Prix has happened every year since 2018, where all the best skiers show up. And then the World Championships happened here twice in the last 4 years, or last 3 years. and we're seeing best scores even across all of those rounds of pro skiing, with a course record. So huge result for Regina and great work. But Jamie's going to want to take that back. She's going to want to be seeded top going into tomorrow's final. And she's got it in her hand. You know, she ran the 2 yesterday. If she can go over and get the 2.5, then she'll be seeded higher based on her backup tomorrow. And also she will be taking 2 points off of Regina, and a full 3 will give her the extra 2 points for best score.
And a skier that has a placement rate, she wins a third of the time. She places in the top 3 nearly 90% of the time, and places in the top 8 also 90% of the time. So, I mean, if you're looking for consistency, look no further this season than Jamie Bull, coming to us from Canada, from North Bay. She snow skis out in the backcountry trails during the course of the winter, and really helps her with her technique and helps her with her positioning on the ski. 10.75 meters, and is now within half a pass of 2 things. 1, the course record. 2, the Canadian record.
And the last 3 women have managed to run the 10.75 consecutively, and they've all done it really, really well. I mean, Tony, it speaks to our confidence in them that we're not really even describing the skiing as it's happening while on 10.75, whereas everyone, all the other skiers, we're seeing how many boys they'll run. We sort of have confidence Jamie will run it. She's skiing very, very well. She'd have been, like I said before, very happy to have run that 2 yesterday to take the lead, but she'll want more now. She'll want to get around that 3, break that Canadian record, take the top seed in the tournament.
All right, then, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things coming into play. All right, then, so 10.25 meters. Scott the Rocket Man Ellis, a future Hall of Fame inductee at the helm of that towboat.
Jamie Bull on her home lake, 10.25. Will she get around 3 to take the lead in this qualifying round? She's over to 1.
There's 1.
It's not the best one of all time. She'll get the full 2, I think.
There's the 2.
She's trying to turn 2, and she's going to be really close.
Oh, does she make a play on 3?
She's tapped it. She's tapped it. Impressive, because we're probably used to seeing Jamie not, when she has a difficult one at 10.25, we don't tend to see her turn 2 like that. She actually had a really, really good 2, considering how she came into it. Pretty solid wheelie here. Not what she would have wanted. And I thought she might have stood up here at 2, but she got over there. Nice tight line around the back end of that turn. Actually did a pretty good job. And I think we're going to see the ski just tap the buoy. And it was very close. Very, very close. Unfortunately for Jamie, if she'd have had the 1 from yesterday and the 2 from today, she'd have got at least around 3 and potentially the full 3. Let's see what went wrong here. Maybe just a touch early on the handle. Maybe didn't get the ski out quite as much as she wanted to. But watch this too. I didn't have, I'm sorry to say, Jamie, I didn't have a ton of faith she was going to turn it. But she did a really, really good job. And that'll give her confidence for tomorrow.
All right, then. And with that, let's check in with CT.
Hello. Hanging out here with Cheese. Cheese, that was incredible out there. You got, you said, a course record for Sunset Lakes, 2.5, was it?
Yes, yeah.
At 41?
2.5, 41. So it was actually a really good start. I was kind of hoping for more and just kind of tried to go too hard at a 2. Probably should work on that S turn and get a full 3 next time, but.
Definitely. I got word from Freddie. We had a lot of comments there, a couple hundred comments. People were questioning that S turn, like what happened? You decided to take a break and do a little twerking maneuver out there?
Yeah, but my dance skills obviously aren't that good. Usually I don't know. I think I just went into I'm committing and not going to S-turn, and then it was like too late, and I was like, oh my goodness, what is going on out here? But no, I liked it. I kind of got dialed in from yesterday, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. The girls are skiing awesome. It's a huge finals I predict, and it's going to be fun. So can't wait.
Definitely. We're all excited. I know you want to see more great skiing from this lady. I'm sure it's going to happen. Back to you guys.
All right, then. But we're not done with slalom skiing quite yet, because we have got that runoff for the 8th and final spot to make it through to the women's slalom final. Now, because of the runoff rules, the combatants involved have to go in on their last complete pass. And in that instance, that is 12 meters. And Jenna Morgan will lead us off into the runoff situation with her opening pass of 12 meters. Now,
Very tricky.
Very tricky indeed, considering how long she's been off the water for.
This is pretty impressive, though. I think it's almost better than her first 12, so she'll be very happy, and I think she'll come over to 5 and get that nice offside. Not the best offside of her life, but it's enough, and she'll be very happy. I mean, if she's her PB, as she mentioned, was only 2 at 11. She's run her hardest complete pass that she's ever done off the dock, which she's probably not done that many times. Well, certainly not off the dock. I wouldn't say she's probably ever done it. So yeah, a lot of pressure. Just to give a bit of insight, I mean, I've done these runoffs a number of times, and the thing that you're not ready for, especially when you don't do them too often, is the pull comes from so early on your gate and around the buoys, and then the magnitude of pull is so hard. When you go for a run in the morning, people always say you should warm up, and as much as you can warm up as much as you like on the side of the lake, when you get onto the lake, your muscles are just not used to that extra pull that you're getting, so you kind of have to really go into survival mode. Well, she actually made that work quite well, and I was impressed with that.
All right, so throwing that hand up in the air through the exit gate. We got Jenna Morgan about to.
Bit of a tailwind.
Yep.
And she's coming in here. If she can tie her PB again of 2, then that's going to give Alice pause for thought. Alice is very capable, but she's maybe not going to have all the confidence in the world, given she didn't ski her best early. She's going to have to get hyped up. Anyway, here's Jenna, and she's going to set Alice a score to go beat. A solid enough looking gate, and it's a good one.
A little bit of a slide off number 1 in his
inside 2. So
inside 2.
That gives Alice a score of 1 1/4 to take a place in the finals. Alice is so capable. She's just going to have to go out there and attack. Keep those shoulders level. Make sure that the ski's coming through under the line and move side to side. I mean, Alice's, whereas Jenna's, skied very much to her top level, Alice's been below hers. So that'll, as much as Alice will be disappointed, she will be able to, feel good that she's got more in the tank when needed. She's got to come off the dock, run a slight tailwind 12, and then see what she can do.
All right, Alice Bagnoli getting ready to go as we look at the instant replay for Jenna Morgan, who's trying to earn some points and onto the Waterski Pro Tour standings. She skied in the Mastercraft Pro to earn her first points of the season, but a skier who has skied pretty much all season long on the Waterski Pro Tour and looking to try and add some more points, even more just by making it through to the next round of the competition. May want to climb up a little bit higher into the finals if she can make it. This is Alice Bagnoli on 12 meters.
That's a solid start. It's a really good 2. We saw Alice warming up earlier, and I think she's done a good job here. She's over to 4, and just barring anything crazy,
Whoa,
come on, Alice.
Look at that.
Around 5. And she's run 12 off the dock, and she'll be happy with that. It's it is tough to go out there as the favoured skier. Everyone will be thinking that Alice should be winning this. She's the highest rated skier coming into the tournament of the 2. As we go to Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Out here with Bojangle, Jenna Morgan. This was your first pro runoff, right?
Yeah, it was really, really fun.
That was a...
No, it was great. I've never started at 35 in my life, let alone 32. So, yeah.
That's awesome. I mean, we all saw you got out the exit gate. I mean, you turned 6 through the exit gate, throw the fist. That was huge. I mean, we were all cheering for you on the dock here. Just walk us through that 38 off.
38, I kind of just lost my focus, I guess, but it felt great, and I really hope Alice does well. She's my teammate, so I'm just happy to be in one with her.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Competitors, friends. And, I know you both want to make it in, so we'll see what she does here, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. So we just heard there from Jenna Morgan. Now, all right, so what's the scenario here? Alicia Bagnoli, in order to advance.
Any piece of two will get her through, and she has to, she'll just not want to do what she did earlier, which was fall at 1. So let's see Alicia. Headwind, it's 11. She needs any piece of 2 will get her through, and she'll be very, very relieved. And then she is around.
There it is. There it is. She's through.
Yeah, and she's going to keep going. She's going to give herself some confidence.
Come on, keep going, Alicia. Keep it going. Come on. Come on, keep it going.
Oh, no, she had that in the bag, I thought, and then she just dropped that inside shoulder, but she's happy, she's through. That will not make any difference to her seeding. She will not go above Elizabeth Montavon and above Chiara Bonneman with that 4.5 because it doesn't count. It's a runoff. All it does is put her through above Jenna Morgan into the final, but it also gives her confidence. So she's used that very, very well. She's managed to come, through a bit of a sort of tumultuous situation where she could have fallen and messed up, and she did really well to actually bring confidence from a bad situation. So she knows that she's run a better score there, admittedly at her third attempt, than all but 5 of the skiers. So that'll say that she can really aim for sixth or above. She really wasn't far away from running that full pass.
Okay, and in terms of Waterski Pro Tour points, she's put herself into the next round, which means at the very worst, if she ends up in 8th place, she'll get 89 points. That's only 2 points shy of Ali Garcia. Now, if she moves up to say some place like 7th, I'll try and get that worked out there with the calculations here. Yeah, but it's right down there. But I mean, if she gets into 7th place, then she can move up a little bit higher, a little bit closer towards Elizabeth Montavon. But let's have a look at this women's slalom leaderboard. The top 8 advance. So congratulations to Regina Jaquist with a course record here at Sunset Lakes with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Jamie Ball with 2 at 10.25 meters. Tying with Whitney McClintock-Rini, also with that same score. Vanessa Veek in 4th spot with 3 at 10.75 meters. Paige Rini with 2 at 10.75 meters. Elizabeth Montavon with 3.5 at 11.25 meters from yesterday. Chiara Bonneman with 3 at 11.25 meters. Alicia Bagnoli with 2 at 11.25 meters, but with the superior runoff score of 4.5 at 11.25 meters, ahead of Jenna Morgan, who had 2 at 11.25 meters yesterday, but unfortunately unable to get any more than 1 buoy at 11.25 meters in the runoff today.
And interestingly, if we look at that leaderboard, that's actually the highest level of women's slalom skiing we've ever seen in a round of tournament. Yeah, we had that one in 2021 at the Malibu Open when 4 women ran 10.75, which was very, very special. But we've never had scores of 2 or more, of three scores of 2 or more in women's skiing, which is pretty special. So Regina's 2.5 and then 2 2s. We saw 3 2s last year at the Travers Grand Prix, but a 2.5, a 2 and a 2, that's the highest level we've ever seen. So it just shows, one, the special level of women's skiing that we have at the moment. It really is incredible. Every time they go out, you're just expecting huge things, and 2, it's another testament to the hard work put in here to bring us a fantastic event on one of the best lakes in the world. So a huge final ahead. I'm going to put my money on it being a mix of Regina, Jamie or Whitney at the top. I don't know in which order it'll be. It really could go any way. And then for those so that 4th and 5th spot, it's going to be a good battle also between the remaining women. So very, very exciting tomorrow, and maybe we'll see a surprise, Tony.
Yes, absolutely. And let's not forget some of the other scores a little bit further down the list from the likes of Paige Rini and Elizabeth Montavon and Chiara Bonneman and Alicia Bagnoli. As a matter of fact, Alicia Bagnoli can actually move up to tie Ali Garcia in 7th spot on 91 points if she finishes exactly in 7th place, but obviously if she moves higher than 7th place, then that will extend her positioning above Ali Garcia at this point. But
there's all to play for, and I mean, it does come down to these last 3 tournaments. There's 2 after this, and so if Alicia is going to want to finish higher than she is at this point, and all the women will. Jamie Bull is sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard, but she's got some extremely high competition from Regina and Whitney, who both, if they start winning these tournaments, then Jamie will not win her 4th in a row. It is amazing how she's won 4 in a row, 3 in a row up to this point. Anyway, we're going to see what Alicia has to say with Chris.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here with Alicia, fresh off the water, off that runoff. I know you weren't happy with your first 2 performances. End up in that runoff situation, and then you went out there and basically just stomped it. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, I think it was definitely getting into my head, all the bad skiing. Jenna going first, it gave me the energy to know that I could do it as well. She ran it really good, so I was like, okay, she can do it, I can do it, I'm good enough. Just be strong out there. 12 was pretty good. 11, obviously, I wanted to just easy out of 1 and just get to 2, and then I was feeling good, and I just kept going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you turned 2, looked like you were in a good rhythm, and you said, hey, you made it to that final round, get a little practice at 38, kind of feel the water out a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. Since I'm skiing tomorrow, it was a good practice set, an extra one. Yeah, I'm excited to make it into the final. I honestly didn't think I was going to make it. I think my head was just going straight down, but I'm super happy I did.
Excellent. It's always bittersweet to get a nice surprise like that. Great skiing from you. We look forward to seeing what you can do in the finals.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, CT, and thanks a lot there, Alicia Bagnoli, making it through to the final, our 8th and final skier to do so. And we'll be back in just a few moments with continuing live coverage of this, the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. We'll be back right after this.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Filchenko and I am the Under-21 World Trick Champion. The edge trick binding brings me a lot of support and control over my ski due to the 3D printed plate. I'm very excited for upcoming 2021 season as Worlds are taking place, and I'm confident that with the right gear it will help me achieve my goals.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.
All right then. So as we get ready to bring on our male competitors in this competition in the pros, let's have a look at the running order for our competitors, and we're going to send it up on the screen. There's the leaderboard. Dane Meckler after round one, currently on 4 at 10.25 meters, currently in a two-way tie with Corey Vaughan with that same score. Nick Parsons kind of making a bit of a comeback there with 3 at 10.25 meters in a two-way tie with Sasha Deska with the same score. And also Thomas de Gasperi as well, tying up there with 3 at 10.25 meters. Then you see Lucas Cornell in 6th place. And then we got a multiple way tie for 7th spot between Robert Pagozzi, Joel Poland, Jonathan Travers, and Cole McCormick and Will Asher, all of them tying on 2. So it is going to be a bit of a battle royale going, considering that we only take 8 through to the next round of the competition. And the running order starts off like this. We have Martin Bartowski, our lead-off skier, followed by Daniel Odvarko, then Matteo Luzzeri, Charlie Emmett, Jamie Calhoun, Stephen Ireland, Nikki Antonsen, Jaden Need, Dorian Llewellyn, Camille Baumra, Aaron Davies, and Rob Hazelwood. And then we go to the second page where we find Robert Pagozzi, Joel Poland, Jonathan Travers, Cole McCormick, Will Asher, Lucas Cornell, Nick Parsons, Sasha Deska, Thomas de Gasperi, Dane Meckler, and Corey Vaughan.
What I find very interesting about that is that quite rightly, Will Asher, who was a surprise 2 yesterday, which put him out of the sort of guaranteed podium spots should everyone not improve. He, by virtue of his Waterski Pro Tour leading spot, he is the top seed of those 5 two boys scores from yesterday. So he will be inside the cut line. He will be within 8th from the end. I think he'll be 7th from the end. And that'll mean that he's going to know exactly what he needs to get. That is the benefit of doing well in previous tournaments. You know, it doesn't give you a huge advantage, but it gives you enough. He's going to know that, for example, if he needs to get to 3 and stop, he'll be, very happy to do that, as opposed to trying to turn it and risk a fall like we saw Lucas Cornell do yesterday, if it's going to give him a spot into the final. So very, very interesting. We're basically going to throw out 2/3 of our skiers, 23 skiers for 8 spots. That's 15 skiers. They're going to be out of this final. And really, there's no one guaranteed. I'm going to say that Dane Meckler and Corey Vaughan, who ran the 4 yesterday, they're going to feel very, very confident, but they're going to be 95% confident, not completely confident that they'll be in. But everybody else, I think it's going to come down to backups. I think Nick Parsons, who did so well yesterday with his 3 very early out, he's going to feel like he's going to need a 2 to at least a 2 at 10.25 to confirm a place in the final. That's my early prediction. It'll be a 3 and a 2 to make the final.
Minimum start 12 meters, which would ultimately put the headwind. Will put 41 off into the headwind. So let's have a look and see what Martin Bartowski can produce here. 12-meter start. Oh, it makes that look like 14 meters.
Very, very easy, yeah. So starts at 12. Skiers are more and more used to doing this. We saw this last weekend. The second round was a start at 12. The Swiss Pro is a start at 12. In the second round, when you're kind of dialed in with things, it's actually not such a bad thing. I mean, we saw the scores improve in the second round, you could say despite the start at 12, but maybe even because of it. Martin Bartowski, a skier I know well, he would have been extremely disappointed, surprised, miffed, upset to miss the 11 yesterday, but I think he'll be confident to do it today. At the same time, I talked to Daniel Varco earlier, and he said that it wasn't his favourite moment of his life to miss 11 yesterday, and he said that starting at 12 and then having to come back at 11, he's not the most pumped about that, but he will have a headwind, and that is crucial in this round. That the headwind is from the far end, so the score. Sorry, the fourth pass, which is where people will be running 10.25 as they will be starting at 12, will be into the wind, which is what they want to be doing. They're going to have to run a tailwind 10.75, which a lot of these top skiers very, very capable of doing. Basically, everyone here capable of doing. Does make it that touch bit trickier. As we see Martin Bartelski come into the course at 11 meters, an early 11. He missed this yesterday. He will not miss it again, I'm going to say. He'll be disappointed. Yeah, I mean, this is much, much better. Much better. I mean, he looks great. Very balanced all the way through this pass without any issue. And he'll kind of get to the end of that and go, well, how did I do so badly yesterday when I just ran that so incredibly easily?
Yeah, exactly. As we're joined here by Kyle Kiwi Eid, and good to have you here, and good to have Martin Bartelski out there on the water skiing a lot better than he did yesterday on that particular run.
Yeah, of course, he looked a lot better today. I talked to him a little bit after he skied yesterday, and his first 3 buoys at 38 looked good yesterday. He said he felt comfortable. He wasn't really sure what happened at 4. Next thing you know, he's in the water. There, not a doubt, he looked like he was in balance and checked, tight rope. As Freddie was saying, a little bit of a headwind on that pass, kind of maybe help settle him down. He figured a few things out. I think he's going to have a good shot at the 39. Coming right back here. Obviously this round, going out 35 off, 12 meters. We get straight to the kind of the pointy end. We get straight into it right away. It's not much time for warm-up. But all these guys competed here yesterday. They figured things out. A lot of guys skied exceptionally well. There's some big scores on the board from yesterday. We're looking at 2s at 41 right now to sort of make the top 8. Well, it's the runoff sort of cut. But after this round, I'm sure it's going to creep even higher, maybe up to that 3. Okay. Here it is, it's 39.
Okay, let's talk about the skiers that are aiming for redemption, of which Martin Bartelski is one of those skiers. Ultimately, if he wants to get amongst the 8 going through to the next round, he's essentially got to run this pass.
This is very good, by the way.
And at least 2/3 the way down the next one.
Very, very, very good from Martin Bartelski, and he'll be very happy with that. I mean, he had a disappointing weekend last weekend. He had a very disappointing first round, but as you talk about redemption, Tony, that was really, really easy.
Oh, yeah.
He's run that without an issue, and he'll be very happy. That was up there with one of the better 10.75s we've seen all tournament, and he'll be feeling good to get over. And you said last weekend, Kiwi, that he's run 3 a number of times, and if he runs 3 now, he's not going to be guaranteed. We're now hearing that was 11 because
a little confusion going on here.
Because this is going to throw a big cat amongst the pigeons here, because it was meant to be in the rules that it was a 12-meter start, and they've allowed him to start at 13. So I don't know what they do with that, because that means that every other skier is going to want the opportunity. To be honest with you, I think that most skiers will still want to start at 12 because they want that headwind 10.25, and apparently that is the easier the easier end, that second end. But this is quite an interesting situation. I wonder what's happened to allow him to start at 13.
I don't know if things got a little confused. They did allow the open woman to start at 14, just because there was only a couple of skiers that it would affect, but they were still planning on the 12 meters for the guys. So a little bit of a confusion, some drama here right as we get started, but that was a pretty good pass.
So that was 11. This is now 10.75. This is now 10.2. Okay, we're hearing different things.
This is 10.2. That's one of the best 1-balls and 2.
And that one too.
Seen him go, so I don't know what's happening.
This is 10.75. I think there's a bit of confusion amongst the judges here, because we're hearing 2 different things from different people. Martin is around 6. That wasn't 10.25. Just to confirm, that was 10.75. We're going to need perhaps our roving reporter Chris Travers can get to the bottom of it. As we're in the booth, unable to understand quite what's going on. Everyone was told, as far as I was concerned, that it was going to be a 12-meter start. So I don't know what's happened for him to be taken out on 13.
Well, let's get back to his skiing anyway, because he's obviously improved a lot over round number 1. His 38 was a no-brainer, and this is a pretty decent start here at 10.75. He's up course at number 3. Just started to lose a little bit of ground, maybe at 4. Started to kind of panic a touch here. He's a little narrow there. If he doesn't quite get the right swing out, he isn't the tallest skier, so he has to stretch a little bit. And then was good at 5, but sort of sat on the tail, and a long pull to 6, a lot of slack. If he tried to hold on to that, he would have been firing that handle right at the boat. So good choice to let go. It's a 5.5, maybe a 6. They scored him at 10.75, but as we're hearing kind of through our headsets, we're going to have to see how they score this and what's going to happen with the rest of the field. whether we're allowed to start at 32 or if he's got to go back out.
Because even if they take him back out, I mean, one, he's going to be tired, so you'll say that's a disadvantage. But the rest of the field, you know, if he goes and improves, can say, well, he had 2 attempts at it. So, yeah, I mean, this is a bit strange. Yeah, I mean, Martin happy that he's improved. It's also not going to be enough to make the final. So I think we're hearing behind us that Martin is going to have to go back out. Is that what we're hearing? The boat is headed over to him, and this is this is pretty unprecedented, a bit unusual. But this is not Martin Bartowski's fault, I must say. I mean, this is very unfortunate because he's used up a lot of energy, and I mean, if they'd have realised halfway through a set, they could have started him again. But sadly, he's been. He shouldn't have been allowed to start at 32. He should have been told. So he's restarting his whole set. So drama here from the very start. At the same time, it is a shot at redemption.
Oh, hey, I don't think a headwind, tailwind kind of bothers him at all. So, and yes, he's burned up a bit of energy, but hey, the adrenaline's flowing. He's skied pretty well in that set. He almost ran the 39. He gets to go down there, kind of take a little bit of a breather, collect his thoughts. He's improved on round 1. His skiing technique, obviously that score's not going to count, but he's going to be in a kind of better mental shape to attack it and go out at 35 now and get his official score.
Well, I tell you what, that's one heck of a mulligan.
It is, but also it is a hell of a mulligan. But I think that if I'm sitting on the dock right after Martin Bartowski and he suddenly runs a 3, which puts me down and out of the final places, I'm going to be pretty upset that he had 2 attempts at it. So this is unfortunate. But anyway, I mean, nothing to be done about it, and I guess that's just what's going to happen. So we'll wait and see.
You might be upset about this. The correct thing is for him to go again, and
exactly.
His score is going to count. So
no, it is,
and we're wishing him well that he can kind of collect his thoughts and have enough energy to ski well in this rewrite, I guess you'd call it, right from the start.
And he's got to come into this from a neutral mental standpoint, because, I mean, as upset as he is now with being put in this situation, he'll be even more upset if he doesn't come through with the score. But, things could change for the positive if he gets through 10.75 meters and gets far enough down 10.25 to give himself a chance.
Agree, but kind of disagree. To be honest, he's got nothing to lose here. The 5.5 at 39 it was a good score. It was better,
but it would have done nothing for him.
It wasn't his season's best. It wouldn't have got him into anything. He might have been a little bit higher in the placings, but he's aiming to make the final here. He wants a piece of 3. He can do it. So he's getting a second chance.
And I mean, if you're going to look at tour points, I mean, it's tour points for the top 12.
Yeah,
so he's going to be outside of the top 12 with 5.5 anyway. Yep. So it's not. Yeah, It's
all good here for Martin.
It's all good. It's all good. It is. I mean, he can actually take this, get a bit fired up and go do it. And yeah, wouldn't it be a story to see him kind of run a 3 and really throw the cat amongst the pigeons?
Yeah, for sure. And, we were talking about looking at some redemption, some upsets from some of these early seeds, and that's what makes round 2 kind of exciting, I think, is when there are a few that have kind of fallen short. I heard you guys talking about Will Asher. Now, he didn't ski bad, but he's out pretty early, not knowing what it's going to take to make the cut. But there's a lot of these other guys like Jamie Calhoun, I'm seeing there, Daniel Advarco, Stevie Island, all guys that have seen 3s, that are out pretty early in this round 2 and could throw the cat amongst the pigeons and get kind of this event some hype going pretty quickly. And
Rob Hazelwood, who's just after, I think he's a 12th skier, so he ran a 1 yesterday, which would be very disappointing for him. So he'll be looking to, on his home lake, to get that 3 or more and get close to his PB to put the pressure on the guys after him.
So as we continue right along, Martin Bartowski, who has only ever had 1 podium in professional skiing, and that is in the US Open way back in 2016, and is currently sitting with 1 Pro Tour point this season after scoring a 12th position finish at Lake 38.
He'll be wanting to get amongst those points, and to get amongst those points, he needs to be in the top 12. Top 12, the 12th best score right now, as I understand it, is 1 at 10.25. So he needs to run that 10.75 that he's just missed I think he just said I'm not going to get any younger waiting.
Freddie, you can probably explain this a little bit more to me, because the Pro Tour standing points, only giving points to the top 12, was that that's a little bit different? I mean, you're usually getting 20, 25 skiers in these events. They don't want to spread the points down a little bit to reward some of the guys for participating and getting to some of the events, or how do they view that? Is it a contentious issue? Or
I don't think it's a contentious issue. I think that Formula One, you have 20 drivers and you have 10 points placements.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense, and I think that it's another narrative, I guess, that are they going to get into the points? You always talk about in Formula One. I mean, really, if you took away the points, it used to be top 6, and it was kind of like there was basically only 6 people or 8 people that were going to get in those points. So it's another narrative, and I think in the old elite points situation where everybody got a point for turning up, I don't believe in participation trophies or points. So
no, but it did sort of the guys that obviously to make 12 at these events is pretty competitive. Like you're running 2s at 41, and it's not like you're just participating. You're competing to get 12 even in the top 15.
No, absolutely. No, but that's my point. Is that to get into the top 12, you have to be doing really, really well.
Sure. Yeah.
So if you come in 24th out of 24, I don't think you necessarily deserve a point. You just turned up. You qualified for the tournament and paid entry.
I agree with that. I guess I'm looking at the mid-pack, midfield that maybe not in the top 12, but are skiing pretty good. They're running 39 possibly. And then they're not getting any points for showing up. So then they're kind of seeded based off of a different ranking list going into it.
Hello.
Well, let's put a pin in that, Q. It's an interesting conversation. Sure. But yeah, we're hearing that Martin Bartowski is opting up.
Good on him. He got a 5.5.
In for the penny, in for the pound here.
Yeah,
he's going for it.
He wants the headwind 10.75. He's just run 5.5. This is an unbelievable set. He did not wake up this morning thinking that he was going to be out there to do 4 passes and then be taken back out. As he said, he's not getting any younger, so he might as well just hurry up and get there. Let's get to 10.75.
Let's go on a ski and help Martin Bartowski run this 10.75, 39 off. He needs a good start. It's not bad.
Not bad.
Close.
Look at this. He's round number 2.
It's good. Come on. Big 4, and then he's in the races. It's a solid 4. He's out the back. Will he be able to turn 5? And I think he's going to turn 5.
Yeah, look at this.
6.
Come on,
look at this.
For him. That's great skiing from Martin Bartowski.
Awesome.
I think he's not. I know him fairly well. He's not necessarily the most positive person with the biggest smile all day, every day, but he'll be quietly happy about that.
I was hoping to see a fist throw because to see an expression from him is pretty rare. But
you'd be waiting a long time.
great skiing there from the Slovak slugger out there on the water.
I mean, he's rolled with the punches. I mean, that an opt up to 10.75. He's improved his score again. I'm not sure what the people on the dock after him will have to say about that because he was given basically 2 shots. But anyway, it doesn't matter because to get into the final, he's going to need at least 2. But I mean, frankly, 2 is not going to be enough. 2 would put him provisionally in the top 8. Based on the fact that he has a second best score, that score being at 11.
We've got him as a runoff. If he gets say he gets it at 2, we will have him as a runoff at 7th spot. But chances are one of those 5 skiers at 2 from round 1 are going to get to 3, aren't they?
Well, they're all going to beat his backup score of 4 at 11. So I think he's going to need that piece of 3, which he's capable of, and he looks like he's skiing well. He's had a very, very solid warm up. What is it? 6 passes. So on his 7th pass, Martin Bartowski needs a piece of 3 to get into the final.
He comes.
It's not the best one, and
and he's
disappointing.
Out of contention.
And that puts him into 12th spot and into the Pro Tour points as you were talking about. But Rob Hazelwood needs to push him down. Rob Hazelwood needs to get 4 at 11, which I'd bet my life on him doing.
Yeah, well, we'll see the replay here in just a second. But as he skied by us in the background, I definitely heard a big thud as he went round number 1. So I think he was a little narrow, whacked the buoy as he went by, and just didn't have quite the space to be confident and make that turn. 41 off, very short, and if things aren't precise, especially since he's a righty, he needed to have just that little bit more room to feel confident to turn this one ball right here.
But he knows now that he can opt up through 38 off onto 10.75 and still run it now.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's done that before. To be honest, I think he plays around with his different strategies and different things, but. Definitely a redemption from what he did yesterday. A tricky set, but he came through clutch on that 39, opt up, and good to see him with a score at 41.
Watch him nearly hit the camera here. Right there.
Ooh.
He wasn't even looking at it. That would have been unfortunate. I'm really interested to see an interview with him here. I wonder if he'll take the interview, but I want to see what he has to say about that set. I mean, he can look at it two different ways, can't he? He can say, well, let's just have a look here. Very, very close. Very, very close. We don't like to see that. It's quite a heavy, chunky camera, that. So I'm glad he didn't hit it. That would have been unfortunate for him and his equipment. Anyway, so going back to the points queue, it's an interesting point. But the thing is, as I understand it, the Pro Tour seeding comes off current Pro Tour seeding, and then if you don't have any points, then it's last year's Pro Tour seeding. And then after that, it's your best score in a tournament or your International Federation world ranking. So there's sort of there's a step. And I mean, if you're a guy that hasn't turned up to any tournaments this year, but you have a score into deep 41, you're going to be ranked as high as possible by virtue of that score.
All right, then. So coming in on his opening pass, this is Daniel Odvarko.
Can we confirm it's 12 meters?
Well, we hope so.
We hope.
Daniel Odvarko, another surprise yesterday, came out, looked pretty good on his, through his 32, 35. Got in all sorts of trouble right from the start on his one ball at 11. And we were hoping he would kind of figure things out at 3 and run the pass, but just sort of waved it away after he didn't get a turn at 3 and said, you know what, I'll live to fight another day. And he's out here today starting at 12, but right now back at that pass that gave him trouble yesterday.
He'll be all right. I think he's gonna run it. Yeah, Daniel, very surprising yesterday. A skier that's been to 4 at 10.25 a number of times over the years, and doing it in pro tournaments. I remember he did it in front of me at the Swiss Pro in 2016, I think, maybe 2015. Anyway, but yeah, so one of the older guys in the field, Daniel, he's a couple years older than me. He'd probably be, sort of 36, 37. Yeah, very capable and very unusual. We saw him ski at the Musgrave Pro last week, and he kind of got mid deep 10.75 a couple of times, but nothing too spectacular by his standards. He said, I had to catch up with him this morning. He said he's just been sort of struggling. So, but we'll see. And I think that him seeing Martin Bartowski go out just before him and improve so incredibly on yesterday's score and go back to sort of normal scores for him will give him confidence. And let's see what he can do. This is 11 meters.
All right, here he is, 11.25 meters for Daniel Odvarko. Needs to get a decent gate shot, and he gets it off buoy number 1. Nicely done, round number 2. Keeps
a bit of
the
a
water
loose
speed
number
up.
2, but he's figured it out at 4.
Yeah,
on
he's
time
fine.
5, yep.
He's got this. Nicely done.
I agree with you, Kiwi. That 2 wasn't beautiful. But anyway, we're gonna hear from Martin Bartowski, I think.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out here with Martin Bartowski, first guy on the pro for the second round. Man, the TWBC chat was blowing up. Looked like that was one of the easiest 41s anyone has ever run in their life.
Yeah, I wish it was a 41. It was a little hard 39. I got a chance again. I actually ran a pretty nice 39, I thought. A little out of breath for 41. Again, no excuses. I should have made it further down the pass, but it is what it is now.
Hey man, that was impressive to say the least. Not even like you were just telling me, like normally in a runoff you get a little bit of a break, kind of get yourself composed. This time was a little bit more rush. You had to get back out there very quick. But man, you persevered. That was you showed your true professionalism and had a great set there.
Thank you. It was really quick. So I went 35 again down there. I was like, guys, I'm not gonna make it back to 39 and 41. He's like, we're shortening, we're going. We'll see what happens.
Heck yeah, man. Hope it holds up. Congrats, bud. Back to you guys.
Well, good for him having a sense of humor about it. I mean, these are not the sets that you love when things are kind of going sideways, left and right. But anyway, Daniel Odvarko, 10.75. Aerial edge change, Tony, into buoy 2.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He's coming
He's
through
attacking.
this.
This is good.
And he needs a 4, and he will get the 4. And can he get the big turn at 5 he needs? And no, he's inside.
Oh, no.
And that's a shame because he was really in that, and that's frustrating for him because that would have given him 10.25 with a headwind from the easier end, which would have meant he could have had, definitely the 2 and maybe the 3 that he would, I think, need to get into the final.
We didn't see many guys have a shot at 41 from that end yesterday. It was only maybe John Travers who went out and he opted the opt up from 13 to 11. But today, anyone who gets through 39 as Daniel was so close to doing, we'll take that opportunity. He attacked. I thought he was great. 1, 2, 3. It just came to 4, and we said, hey, maybe a little cautious, a little doubt, and that's all it took for him. And he's landing about the same spot he went yesterday. Yesterday he ended up with 4 at 38 on his third pass, and now he's skied to the shore with a 4 at 39.
All right, then, as we continue to roll right along, this is a message for those folks here along the shoreside, and especially those participating in the amateur competition of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. Shooting is still continuing on, but not for much longer. So if you haven't gone over there and shot some clays quite yet, then make your way down there with a sense of urgency. So if you haven't shot any clays yet and you're one of those team members here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix, then please do so immediately. Thank you. All right there, a skier about to take to the water, coming to us from San Gervasio Bresciano.
Tony, did you get down and do your shooting yesterday, or are you heading down there?
No, I don't think I have enough time to today.
Too busy up here.
Yeah, but I did do a little bit of shooting a few days ago, but just not for the team or anything like that.
I had my first opportunity at it yesterday. I've never done it before, and got a couple bruises on my shoulder and a couple bruises from the go-karting last night too. So,
Matteo Luzzeri on the water right now. 12-meter start, minimum starting line length.
So this is a guy that didn't have the greatest score, but we all thought he looked pretty good. We all thought he had a pretty nice start at 39, was attacking 1, 2, just kind of blew out things on 3. But the potential was there for a big score, and in the way he ran that 12, he looks like he's in form. We were talking about him recovering from an injury. I think it was an Achilles tendon. And
yeah, it was.
He's back. He looks healthy, and he looks like he's skiing well.
Yeah, not doing too badly, and just making sure that he's smart about his recovery. You know, I mean, any red-blooded slalom skier or competitor that competes in this level of competition wants to get back out there as quickly as possible. But he, being a sports psychologist, has his doctorate in sports psychology, which he earned from his studies at Florida State. You know, he knows full well the implications of coming back too late and and pushing too hard too soon. You know, and Matteo Luzzeri illustrating that to us right now.
Yeah, I had a chat with Matteo after he skied yesterday. He said he was disappointed. He said that he as we watched, we saw him. He had it going, and he said he was disappointed because he was not living up to his practice scores. He said he's actually been skiing well. He's happy with his new equipment that he's got, and he feels a lot more able to move through that ankle. And I think that he'll be backing himself to attack here and get the score. This is a guy that I think he's got a number of 3s over the years. I think he might have touched 4 once or twice. He's entered, I think, only one pro event since his injury, which is his own tournament in San Gervasio earlier this year, and he ran a 3 at 10.75, and then he missed his first pass on his second attempt. So yeah, here he is again. He's run a 2.5 here, but he'll be looking to get all of it, and very, very capable.
Well, so far our two competitors have improved on their scores from the preliminary round, both picking up almost a pass and a half for Martin Bartelski. Conditions are nice. The 12-meter start so far not posing a problem for these three competitors. Coming back, using that slight breeze to keep the rope tight and run a comfortable 38 for all these competitors back. And Matteo here, as we watch from the buoy cam, nice and early line and a tight line as he exits round number 6. Now the line is shortened. 11.25, 1/2 meter coming off of that rope, 2.5 feet.
And Matteo Luzzeri, as well as being a highly capable professional skier himself, is also a highly revered and respected coach as well, especially in his native Italy. noticed that he trained a number of competitors who ended up going towards the higher echelons of placements in the European junior championships, including the new girls jump record holder, Maja Jakobsen, who has been
10.75.
training. Look at
big
this.
one. Over to 2, it's really bad too. He's going to be really in trouble here at 3, and he's very disappointing.
Just not getting off to the best of starts, unfortunately, there for Matteo.
Good one, fairly deep one, but yeah, just kind of stumbled, I think, out of 2 there, Kiwi, and then just wasn't going to be able to do it from there, was he?
Yeah, I think he was out of balance at 1 ball too. Like I watched the replay, but I think his reach kind of looked like it came in and down kind of low. Maybe he got a little bit ahead of himself and had a long way to get back to the handles.
Slightly awkward tailwind, isn't it? And that's sort of faster gate.
Something he probably could have recovered with from the big 2, but yeah, it just seemed like he dropped a little. Oh, no, not too bad. No, he hooked up pretty strong actually.
Eager to get on the handle here, but yeah, some slack. So maybe he lost the hips, and that was always going to be very tricky to move from. And disappointing for him. He's run that 3 again, and I think that's below where he's been training. So yeah, frustrating stuff for him.
And I mean, you can't really put put a description on the amount of time and that you lose from an injury such as an Achilles tendon injury, because I mean, with that kind of start before his injury, 9 times out of 10 he probably would have run the pass, but the amount of time that he's been away from the sport, rehabbing from that injury, it could end up being costly, down the line.
Very difficult, and he's but I mean, at the same time his recovery continues, and this, he'd made the commitment to come out here early this year, and I'm sure, despite his performances being below where he wanted to be, it's still getting back to tournaments after a long layoff. And remember, I mean, he didn't compete. He hurt himself in early August of 2023. Started again in July of 2024, but he's not done too many tournaments. So he's coming back. He's getting back up that ladder towards the success that he knows he can get. And I'm sure we're going to see it.
On your screen right now, the leaderboard, and nothing's really changed so far. We've had 3 competitors, but none of them have sort of made an impact on that leaderboard. It still remains the same. The 2s are still sitting in 7th spot. Martin Bartelski, the only one through 39 so far, picked up a 1 at 41, but he's shy. He's sitting in 12th spot right now. Charlie Emmett on the water, starting at 12. And actually looking pretty comfortable. I thought he was a little bit off on his 12 yesterday, a little bit shaky. He came back with a good 11 and posted a score that I thought was pretty strong for him, a 2.5 at 10.75. A lot of the parts of this tournament is a team aspect, the handicap kind of where the competitors are challenging their season's best, and he's probably one of those competitors that was the closest to his season's best, only maybe a buoy and a half away.
But certainly getting through 12 meters will give him a bunch of confidence going forward. Straight up with the first pass, I mean, this is probably one of the very few instances that Charlie Emmett has ever had to go in on 12 meters on the opener, but he's through, and that's always a good shot in the arm there with the rather unusual start, and we'll see how things progress with 11.25 minutes. But don't forget, with the wind blowing the way that it is right now, we just got to keep an eye on maybe the surprise opt-up being invoked, much like Martin Bartelski threw into the mix not too long ago.
Yeah, you're right, Tony. That's definitely an option. I'm glad Martin did it. It worked out well for him. He got through 39. I have a feeling, sort of as we get closer to the guys trying to make the final, they will not opt up because they're going to want to run a 39 tail. If they want to have a shot at getting to 3 or past it at 41, 10.25, they're going to need that little head breeze to kind of give them the comfort. This is Charlie Emmett. He got a little bit deep out of number 3 there, but still on time, 4 and 5. And a complete pass. Good skiing. Charlie Emmett through 38 off.
All right, then, excellent stuff there. Good skiing from Charlie Emmett. I think he's starting to find his skiing legs underneath him with that run. 12 meters to start, 11.25 coming back, and just gaining that little push, that little jolt to the system, that enables him to get all round all 6 buoys at 11.25 meters. Good start. Nice extension here, and not moving around as much on his ski this time around compared to what he did yesterday. And that is absolutely critical when you're running short line, because sometimes it only takes like a slight movement in the wrong direction, and it's curtains.
No, for sure. He looks a lot better today, I think. We thought he had a good score yesterday, but he set himself up now for a good opportunity to challenge his season best. Might be a little challenging for him to maybe run this pass. I don't think he's completed it in a tournament in his career. I know he'd love to get through it, but there's a little tailwind pushing him on, a little pressure from this professional event. He's been to a number of professional events now, so he's obviously gaining some experience, and he's sort of finding his footing and maybe not so nervous as he used to be. Skiing along with all the big guys here. Let's see his one ball. It's a little down course. It's a good one. Lost a little time, but
he's there. He's
recovered.
Number
2, round number 3. He's holding on. It's going to be the same as what he did yesterday. The one ball was good too. Again, everything was just maybe 15, 20 feet down the lake, but it was a nice turn at 1. It was a nice turn at 2. He picked up the rope. He was in a little bit of a separated position, but he had a chance at turning 3 and took it. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on.
So Charlie Emmett essentially eliminates himself from contention in terms of making it through to the third round of final, but he will certainly gain from this experience. But just if it had just held onto that handle just a little bit longer, and if it was a little bit stronger, maybe in the lower part of his back, that might have been. A turn like that might have been enough to send him off to the races in front of number 4.
No, it's a 2.5 at 39, 2.5 at 10.75. We're not going to see him in the final, but I think I like what I saw from Charlie. I think he's starting to find some form in pro events. There's potential there to run that pass here pretty close in the future, and hopefully he keeps entering and keeps competing. And maybe we'll see him through into 41 here very shortly. We're going to move on to our next skier, and to be honest, this is a guy that really doesn't deserve to be out quite so early. He's a solid slalom skier. Made a little bit of an error yesterday, as with maybe the next couple, 3 skiers. So these are the ones that I'm talking about, where we can sort of see some of these early seeds in round 2. Really go out there, step things up a little bit, put some pressure, and make the event pretty exciting right from the get-go here.
All right, and that skier to whom you're referring to, Jamie Calhoun out of Canada, former world championship in the U21s, a silver medalist in the men's slalom event, was in that titanic battle with Sean Hunter for that championship about a cycle or 2 ago in the U21s. And we'll see if he can recapture a bit of that form as he makes his way towards the slalom course for pass number 1. 12 meters. This is Jamie Calhoun. Entrance gates, buoy number 1. Almost falling in a little bit too hard on number 2, but he's good to go for number 3 and 4. And the remaining third of the course under his belt. Nicely done, Jamie Calhoun, 12 meters, and looking pretty useful out there. And with that in mind, let's check in with CT.
Hey, what's up, guys? Back here lakeside, hanging out with a spectator here. He's kind of new to the sport. How'd you hear about this tournament?
I'm here with my girlfriend, Cameron Waters. She's a great skier, and she just skied this morning.
Awesome, man. We out here supporting.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, man. So, have you ever water skied?
I have not.
Man, I think we need to get her to get you out here, get you up on the water, so maybe next year you could come here and compete.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Pretty in with the baseball season, so I don't think it's going to overlap. It's not going to work. So.
Oh no, is this relationship doomed from the start? I don't know. We'll see.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Right on. Anyways, back to you boys.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, CT. I think the relationship's done. Over, done.
Yeah, so everybody that's on site, I've just enjoyed a little lunch from the food truck here. So head down, get your lunch, get settled in. We got some exciting slalom action, but another 2 hours of the best slalom skiers in the world. So yeah, grab a snack, grab a drink, pull up a chair right by the waterside, and let's watch this action unfold. We're into our, what is it, our fifth skier? Maybe it's our fifth skier. It's Jamie Calhoun, and it's 38 off.
A skier that hasn't skied an awful lot in the Waterski Pro Tour. However, the one event that he has skied in, he placed in 6th at the Swiss Pro Slalom earlier on this season. So he does have some chops. Let's see if he can reveal them here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. He gets through 11.25 meters and looking pretty good right now, I would say. But he's still got a long ways to go.
Another pass and a half to be precise. 9 more buoys, 9 more turns, and I think he'd be a happy man. We'll watch his 38 as he comes in. He skied pretty well yesterday as far as through his early passes. This one he's a little bit kind of anxious, I think, at the backside of the turns. We saw that creep in a little bit at 39 yesterday. Hopefully he can kind of just chill out, relax. If he gets a little too abrupt on the backside of 2-4, looks like there's a little bit of rotation going on, and you can kind of force the ski, maybe get a bit of a delay and a little bit of a snatch at the end of the turn. But I know he knows all that, and he is going to be using that minute drop time at the end to kind of go through things, the mental check, if you like, find his keys. Most of these skiers try and keep things pretty simple, I would say. Freddie, I'd like to get your input on this one. Just getting back. Freddie, just talking about kind of the keys, these guys. Most people keep it pretty simple, like a couple, 3 keys to kind of keep their focus tight in a big tournament like this.
Yeah, to me, it's wide gate and go slow. You know, don't do anything too fast, and that's what I'd be thinking to do here. That's a really, really good one. It's a must-run pass, and he's
whoa,
hello. The front. There's no way. Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, that would have been Jaden Eade-esque to be able to come back from that terrible offside turn. Disappointing for Jamie, of course. I mean, fantastic one, but just got that big bite there at the back end of 2. And he was always going to be in trouble. He actually had a better chance at it than I thought he was going to have, maybe as a result of his really good boy 1. But yeah, no, here all the way over the front. I'm going to see, we're going to lost his hips into 3. Needed a huge turn, but again, bit.
Yeah, so you missed his 38. We were talking about that one, and he was pretty good, but there was a little bit of rotation on the 2-4 that I know sneaking in, just a little bit sort of snatchy, and drop on the right shoulder, just getting maybe a little bit. I think this is. Yeah, so this is his 39 again. The one ball was spectacular.
Perfect.
Lots of time across the air, but I think you just see here just that little bit anxious, the turn.
Inside shoulder, isn't it?
Bite, yeah, ski grab, and did his best and was close, but unfortunately 2.5, and that's right around the same area that he fell in yesterday. So not a great day at the office for Jamie Calhoun. Let's hear from CT.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out here with my good buddy, Charlie Emmett, Mr. Consistency himself. He was just explaining to me, he's had a great couple rounds here, and tell us about this pass here, 39.
Yeah, I mean, it was on this dock side of the gate. My connection was better this time, and had a great one, backsided one, bit of slack, so I just have to get into that mode, just to have a tight line. 2 wasn't too bad. I thought, okay, I'm in it. I was having a tight line connection. 3, yeah, I was just being a bit of a chicken. I need to stop being a chicken out there.
That's right, man. We don't need that out on the water. So everyone wants to know, are you as consistent on the water as you are on the go-kart track?
I would say that, yeah, because I was wearing all the Red Bull kit on, and I'm a big Max Verstappen fan, so he's one of my favorite F1 drivers of all time.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. He worked pretty fast out there. That was awesome.
Oh, it was so much fun. Can't wait for it for next year.
Thanks, man. Love to have you back. Great skiing.
I can't believe someone just outed themselves as a Max Verstappen fan. That's terrible.
All the gear and no idea.
I know you guys were up here calling through the Open Women's. Has there been much smack talk about the go-karting from last night?
don't think anyone cares about go-karting, do they, mate?
No,
I mean,
you may not. You may not. But no, I went along last night. It was a bit of fun out there. There's some, geez, out of these men's slalom skiers, there's some good races there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I never noticed because they're always so far ahead of me. No, I heard, Vince, I'm staying at Vince's, as predicted, he lost.
Yeah, no, he was miles off the pace, I think.
I think he came third, he said.
No, I don't even think it was that close.
Yeah, even though he was wearing his jumpsuit and looking like a complete fool. But, I think, who won? It was Thomas.
Thomas Daigle, yeah.
Thomas Daigle,
So another someone snuck in there.
A pro overall. He's not competing in the slalom event, but he's a pro overall skier, and he is slaloming in the amateur event. So yeah, snuck in there. You know, Sasha was kind of the favourite without Alex King here, but Thomas Daigle had some good times in the first couple of races, and then won it in the final race. So well done to him.
And how did Camille Belmar do? Who was claiming he was going to win?
He was talking big. Yeah, no, I think he did all right. I think he might have made the final race, but I don't think he featured. Yeah, 6th or 7th.
Maybe
or
that's why.
like that.
I heard a rumor he's not turned up today. Maybe that's why. Couldn't show his face.
People keep bumping me off the track. I couldn't really get much of a time going.
That's my excuse too. There's too many people in the way.
All right, Stevie Island on the water right now. Stevie Island, a season best of 3 at 41. He came up a little shy yesterday. I think it was a 3 or maybe a 3.5 was his score from yesterday.
He's run 10.75 a number of times this year. I remember he did it in Morocco in the final, I think, and he ran a 2, which I think that put him tied for 7th maybe. He's I mean, very capable, strong guy. Does a lot of off-water training. I saw some stuff on Instagram, I think, earlier this year, where he had some sort of a strange contraption on his head, which was attached to a weight, and he was sort of spinning. I don't know, like neck strengthening exercise.
Okay.
Which, I mean, actually, to be honest with you, I mean, it's probably really, really good. I mean, we do experience a lot of G-forces, and I would say that, you know, our necks as slalom skiers wouldn't be, I mean, not up there with Formula One drivers, but, you know, somewhere on that pathway.
Yeah, I've seen some people along the likes of Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen actually use that kind of contraption to strengthen their necks as well, which, you know, I mean, has a lot of merit, you know, especially in the slalom event where you take that big old hit, you know, and unless you've got a pretty strong neck to support your head, then things can complicate very, very quickly.
Surprised Verstappen's neck needs strengthening as he's carrying around that big head all the time.
Well, we have seen a few skiers in the past come ski out with some collars and some neck braces.
John used to.
John Travers.
Yeah, with the cowboy collar,
some
right.
hits and, you know, so impacted his neck a little bit, so had some support there. We do see a lot of the jumpers wear that, kind of protect on landings or the bit of the whiplash. Here's Stevie Island, though. This is 10.75. Can he figure things out and get through this? A 2.5 yesterday. It's a better start. He's on time at number 3. It's a patient long number 3, a big 4, and I think he's going to do it. Oh no! My goodness. That is shocking.
My word.
Unfortunately for Stevie Island, that was a 4 that he could only dream of. Like, he was so early at 4, coming to 5, and just
throws the ski in anger there.
I'd be frustrated too. That was his to lose. Like, it was just looked easy.
Very, very good one. I mean, not the fastest turn of all time, but, you know, got the angle he needed. Over to 2, very, very good. 3. Not much drama. I think he might have just come off the edge a little early here because it looked like he was a touch narrow at 4, which caused a little bit of a rush move at the end of the turn. But yeah, I mean, I still thought he was going to run it, and that's frustrating for him because, I mean, he knows, like, he's a guy with a big onside turn, and if he can get out of 1, he'll get the 2 and get the 3 that he has done before. Yeah, frustration for him. We're seeing a lot of frustration this morning. I mean, you know, people they want to be in that top 8, and you know, even if it's not the top 8, at least the top 12 to kind of get some points for the tour. But yeah, I mean, he's not happy with that, and it's almost worse, isn't it? I mean, when you scrap from buoy 1 and nearly make it, you kind of go, well, I made a good fist of it. But no, he's upset because he just got a little deep there. But
yeah,
still.
He was narrow coming in, like you say, wouldn't he? But he, I mean, I'm sure he's run that pass from worse positions going to 5, you know.
Oh, no doubt.
So it was unfortunate, and We do see that a lot, though, especially on your offside. You get a little bit of pressure, you get a little bit of nerves, a little doubt in your mind. You go safety, and you don't make the turn, ski straight at the boat, the line goes dead, and it's a hard comeback from that, hard fight back from that position. So
nearly lassoed the camera there on the boat, which would have been pretty unfortunate.
For sure. And what I was going to say about Stevie Island is, he has been a little bit inconsistent on his 39, but when he runs it, he's one of those guys that, kind of like a Corey Vaughan, he seems to be able to get himself down to 3, without too much issue. He's not one of those guys that goes out and gets 2 all the time. Put it that way.
No, and I don't think I've ever seen him get 1. So, well, yeah, like you say, I mean, and if you can sort of guarantee over to 2, especially as a righty, then you get that big turn and go over to 3, then you're going to be in the mix. Anyway, so unfortunately his tournament is over. He will not be involved in the final. And let's see, we've got 16 skiers remaining, including Nikki Attomson, who's
on the water right now.
Bit of a fast gate, I thought. That's a really bad gate and 1, but fortunately it is only 12, although it is an unusual start for him, and he's back in it. But that gate, he was very, very fast, and 1 was very, very bad.
And Nikki Antonsen coming through out of Austria. We'll hear from CT right about now.
You're like Gatsby.
Yeah, I think we're on.
Are we on? Oh, he didn't say go.
He didn't say go either. Oh, well, we're on that TV. Yeah, go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Dorian D-Man Llewellyn. So, tell us about your go-karting experience last night.
Yeah, it was good. The go-karting is so much fun every year. Obviously the slaloming is the main part for us as the pro slalom skiers, or trying to be pro slalom skiers. But the go-karting is so unique and fun. And yeah, I've been in the top 5 every year. So, I was pushing pretty hard in that final race yesterday, spun out a couple times and came away with a 5th. So consistent, but I kind of ruined Joel Poland's race a little bit because I spun and he spun into me and knocked me back onto the track. So saved my race, but might have killed his race a little bit. So I felt bad, but hey, it's a racing incident.
That's right. I mean, hey, if anybody who's seen Days of Thunder knows, rubbing is racing.
Exactly. Yeah, we were definitely pushing it out there, pushing each other. Vince is Mr. TWBC back there, and he was pushing me hard, literally pushing me. Like I was pretty worried sometimes going off the track, and we were racing hard, and in the end he got me. But that's how it goes. And you win some, you lose some, and if you ain't first, you last.
Heck yeah, man. Hopefully you'll do some of that pushing and rubbing out there on the slalom course this afternoon.
That's great. Nikki's doing really well, so let's get back to it.
Good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. We're seeing Nikki Antonsen taking a huge lean out of number 5 as he made it round buoy number 6 for pass number 2, which is 11.25 meters for Nikki Antonsen. Quick reminder to you, good folks along the shore side, if you haven't already done your clay pigeon shooting, then please do so now. We're trying to wrap up the clay pigeon shooting section of the Travers Grand Prix. So we need to get you guys over there right now. I'm sure that Nikki Antonsen has already been over there and shot his clays. But I don't know how successful he's been. He's probably not all that good with a gun.
Interesting, I thought, from Nikki's 2 passes here at the far end of the lake, did very, very well. The second half of the first pass and the first half of this last one did very, very well, looked good. And then it sort of seems to be these 3 boys closest to it, he's having a couple of issues. He's going to have to get a good start here to run 10.75. Very capable, he's done it many times. One of the better young skiers in the world, second at the Under-21 Worlds last year. Very, very nice young chap. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Freddie had some little bit of issues towards the end of the pass, maybe into 4 out of the big 4, then got kind of separated into 5, and it's not the greatest one. It's down course. He needs a big number 2. It's not really there. He is going to struggle from this point. A 3 right from the get-go. To be honest, the whole set, there was some little mistakes here and there, even on the 12-meter pass. Not quite finding his balance, not quite finding his connection off the second wake, I think into his offside was what I was seeing anyway. And losing a little bit of ground and then losing a little balance, to be honest. The rope kind of not there for him to provide that vital support through the end of each turn, and just little extra movements that he didn't need.
I think it's an interesting point. With the start at 12, you kind of really want to have a very, very good 12 because you don't have the passes to kind of dial into your set before the hard one comes along. So Nicky, I think he way overshot his gate on his first pass, which gave him a really bad 1 at 12, so he just never looked settled the whole way through the set, just as you were saying, Kiwi.
Tony, go ahead.
Nicky Antonsen, who will be competing next week in the NCWSA National Collegiate Water Ski Championships, be looking to try and dial it in a little bit better in the San Marcos River Ranch, but for the time being at least, he gets 3 at 10.75 meters, and that's not going to have much of an impact upon his aspirations of making it through to the slalom final.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to follow along with the Collegiate Nationals starting, this week, I guess. He'll be heading there, and a couple of skiers that I thought would be at this event, Charlie Ross and Jaime Palomino. I saw Jaime's name on the list, but they'll be heading across to the Collegiate Nationals. His other competition for the slalom event. Who do you think, Tony? Who's some of the favourites? Obviously, Charlie, Jaime, Nicky.
Those would be the 3 that would immediately come to mind. Yes, but yeah.
Thinking of a few others, maybe up at Louisiana, isn't Florian Parther one of those guys up?
A lot of young guys. These are all sort of 18, 19-year-olds who are going to be going there. Nicky is 20, I think, and he would be one of the older people that would be in the mix. Is your boy going to go to college? It's probably a couple of years away, isn't it? But presumably he'll be doing some collegiate skiing at some point?
He's looking forward to visiting a few schools. He's been to a couple in the past. He's making a decision maybe this fall. But yeah, he's pretty keen. I went through collegiate skiing, some of the best times of my life. Really enjoyed it. Managed to keep skiing through. When you come out of high school, and if you're not going to college, it's often hard to keep getting time on the water, but it provides those 4 years where you can keep training while you're at school.
Georgia Tech and UCF, right?
Georgia College, State
College,
University.
UCF.
Yep, I went there for 94, 95, a little bit of 96, and then transferred down to UCF. Yeah. So did actually pick up a couple of overall titles actually in 94 and 95. So
very good. Pop that collar, mate.
I'll toot my horn a little bit. Long time ago now. I don't know if it was quite as competitive. I think nowadays, pretty much. In my day, there was a number of skiers who went straight from high school. Or, they could make it in the pros. There was a future there for them, so they could maybe skip some school. But now everybody goes through college, and so the competition at the Collegiate Nationals is huge.
It's crazy. I mean, I went for my postgrad, so I cheated in some ways because I was a lot older than everybody else. But yeah, I actually have a rule named after me because sorry, that's very irrelevant compared to this. We're having an opt-up.
Right.
This is a big call.
All right, big dog, let's go. No, so Jaden's actually spent this morning doing his SATs. He's come back. He's had about an hour to warm up. Good on him. Good luck. He's throwing down. This is 39, I guess.
Come on, mate. This would be so spectacular to see this. All right, so he's around 1. That beautiful onside turn that he has. 2 is going to be solid. It's not amazing, but it's solid. It's enough. So 3, he's in the pass. Like committed 4, and I think I can get this. Over to 5, big 5, and he's right.
There you go. Excellent skiing.
That is fantastic. And actually, shades of last week. And I mean, what an amazing call from him, just to say, you know what, I'm in a pro tournament. I want to go and get the big boys. I want to run this 10.75. He's going to take it second pass. I would imagine Kiwi, he's never taken 10.75 second pass in his life.
If he'd asked his dad what to do, then I would have said, don't be stupid, just go. But hey, that's why it's good to see the youth here. They just say, you know what, throw caution to the wind, let's get after it.
What a fantastic competitor. That's just so exciting to see. He did so well. I thought he came into the 2 very much on the tail. I didn't like his approach, but he got a really good turnout, or a solid enough turnout of it.
It was a safe 2, wasn't it? He lost a little time, like you said. And it put a bit of pressure here. 3, he didn't overdo it. The 4, that's been his issue, but enough. Long way pulling to number 5. He ran 39 here last year. It was the first time he ran 39 in a pro event. Mm-hmm. He was a little disappointed. He got a 4 yesterday. He's like, I did this last year. So he's come back. He's throwing caution to the wind. Run 39. I think I think he saw Martin Bartelski do it. And he trains a lot with Martin. And, they go head-to-head quite frequently.
If he could do it, I can do it.
Yeah, he did. So let's see what he's got at 41. He's got to 2 ball once in his life. He's got a full 2. This would be his second highest score if he could get A piece or two. Let's see.
Let's see that 2. That'll put him in the top
go.
8 at this early stage. But let's see it. Going to have that big 1. He's
There's
going to get
1.
over to 2. I'm going to say, come on, let's do it.
Broken
S-turn.
over at 2.
And he's out the exit gates, is he? Yes, he
Yes,
is. That's
there it
2.
is.
That's 2.
That's his second 2
That
for
puts
this
him
year.
in contention.
That puts him in provisional 7th. He's done the job. Hey, I mean that's as good as he can possibly have probably hoped for. And I mean, how old? 17.
17, yeah. So he's got to be over the moon, stoked with that event, with the performance. But I think he needs to go to school and do sort of 4 or 5 hours of hard study before he skis all the time.
Well, it's great when you can kind of get out of, I remember when I was at university there and I can go out and ski. I mean, you just feel so free. And look, hey, Tony, skier of the day, right? What an amazing situation. He's trying to qualify for the final. Even if he doesn't make it, he's probably going to make that top 12, get some points.
I'll give him some love, everybody at home. Give him some love.
You should. I mean, because, this is a special performance. Anyone that opts up from 35 to 39 deserves a mention. But when you're 17 years old and you pull it off, that's special skiing. Congratulations to him. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that also because last week I caught him after he skied when he ran 10.75 and he goes, I wish I just got around 2 and put the pressure on. Well, he's done it today.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Last week he tried to turn 1, kind of like that, and he got a little on the tail. It was going to be a big one or nothing, and he couldn't quite hold on to it. Today he was a little bit lighter. He was able to hold on to it and just sort of squeak across to number 3. He hasn't had that much experience. Sorry, across to number 2. Squeak across. Even the S turn there was a little bit kind of cautious, but he got it done. So
he got it done. Now that's my favourite. I don't know if we're going to end up doing pick your pass, but that'll be. I'll tell you in advance. That'll be my pick. That was fantastic. What an amazing. I mean, we enjoyed Martin Bartowski doing it earlier, but this was even better.
Look at Greeny's face. Yeah, that's what all these skiers love to have a driver that's right behind them. Everyone gets in the water. They got Greeny behind the wheel, or Scott Ellis, who was driving the Open Women's. They know that the drivers are going to give them the best possible pull. And the confidence they can take into the event is great. So now we go to Dorian Llewellyn, isn't it? Yes, Dorian Llewellyn leaving the dock. And he pulled up a little shy on running 39 yesterday, a 5, but he looked good. He looked like he was in touch. And starting off 12 meter, a former world overall record holder. So good on a trick ski, so strong on jump skis, 230 feet, close to 12,000 points. And this guy has run a couple at 41. So not much he can't do on the water.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's check in with CT.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here with Jaden Eade, fresh off his SAT test this morning. So he's doing the studious thing. Now he's out here having fun on the water, doing amazing performance out there. Normally when people opt up, they go 32 to 38. You go 35 to 39. What is that?
Yeah, well, before I was looking at some of the other skiers, I saw there was a bit of wind head-tail. So I didn't want my 39 tail because I'm not quite confident in running it in tailwind all the time. So I decided, why not? I already had a decent score for the first round for my team, so just to risk it all and did 39 head, and fortunately it paid off.
Heck yeah, it looked awesome. And I think you didn't tell your dad you were going to do that?
No, I didn't. So he must have been nervous, but it was funny.
Hey man, it worked out good for you. I hope you get a great score on the SAT and hope to see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Well, I hope he did as well on the SAT as he did on a slalom ski, that's for sure.
It's funny, I'm watching him interview and I'm like, he's just like his dad, just super cool, calm and collected, doesn't get too excited, he's got ice running through his veins, and that's why he can run 10.75 second pass, which I don't think Dorian's done. I think Dorian's not done the opt-up. I wonder now how many more we're going to see people do that. There's a number of skiers that will be wanting to run that 10.75. But anyway, Dorian Llewellyn, 11 meters. He's in.
Oh, my word.
That's an early exit
11.
there for Dorian Llewellyn. He looked pretty good, but maybe just closed off, pushed a little hard at number 3. Maybe too much go-karting last night. Did he? Yeah, maybe he opted up too. I don't know. I don't think you were with us, Freddie. I think you were taking a break when I was talking about it, and I had a feeling that maybe some of the earlier ones, like obviously Martin did and Jaden out of the blue, because they're just going for it to try and make through the 39 and have a shot at the 41. I had a feeling that the mid-pack guys, the guys that have a real chance, aren't going to opt up. They're going to want the 39 tail. They're going to want that 41 headwind to really push down to 3 and 4.
It's going to be a good call because as we look at, Aaron Davies next. Rob Hazelwood skied below himself yesterday with a 1 at 10.25. Rob Pigozzi, Joel Poland, John Travers, Cole McCormick, Will Asher, they all have 2. So they're going to want to at least solidify that with a second 2. It could be enough. It might not be. Big call. How much do you back yourself to get to 3 with a tailwind? Probably not. Will Asher for sure would. I would say, but maybe everyone else is probably going to want to have that headwind. That headwind 10.25, which is the normal way that it would shake out if they start at 12.
And to be honest, starting 35, going straight 39, that's it's tough to go 32, 35, 39, right? Maybe a little easier to go 32, 38, 39. But, have the opt-out before the 38, which John did yesterday. But
if a 17-year-old can do it, mate.
Absolutely.
Maybe that's what they might start thinking now. Who knows?
So we were talking about collegiate skiing a little bit earlier, and a shout-out to Camille Bumrah, who's feeling a little bit left out because he's going to the NCWSA National Collegiate Championship next week. The skier who is the champion from last year in the men's slalom competition is the skier taken to the water right now. This is Aaron Davies.
Sorry, I missed that. You did mention that Camille is not here today. Was the reason for that is he's getting
not
ready?
sure. School.
Maybe he was doing SATs as well. No, he's already through college, isn't he?
Yeah, of course.
No, he's a bit older. That's surprising. He skied pretty well yesterday with the 5 at 39. I was looking forward to seeing what he could come up with for us today. But we'll have to wait for the next event. And hopefully Camille will see him at some more pro events. But on the water right now, it's Aaron Davies. Had some good scores so far this year. Obviously, he's riding some confidence from that win at the Collegiate Nationals last year. But, he had some placements in some pro events over in England and was skiing pretty strong. He was so close to running 39 last weekend. So close to running it yesterday. What's he got to do, Freddie?
Well, I think, like we said, he's a big, strong guy. And I think if there's one thing I would say that he could maybe dial down that quick head turn, which brings his shoulders with it and around the back of 1, 3, and 5. And that's what we saw at 5 there yesterday, was he came into 5 sort of in good enough shape, but he just kind of rushed it a little bit there. And that, the superfluous movement on a slalom ski is not what you're looking for. It's a sport of efficiency. And if you are going to move...
I like that word. I used that last weekend, and I was like, did you just read the dictionary one morning today? I'm going to use that in a sentence today.
Okay.
That was good. I like it.
Thank you very much. I grew up in England. First language.
First language, yeah. Only language.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, so I was saying that, it dialed up the efficiency around the back end of that 1, 3, and 5, and I think that's going to be the key to him. And he's definitely strong enough. He's got a lot of good technique, but just there you see that extra shoulder drop there that we saw there at 3. That's not what he wants to be doing.
Yeah. So it's funny, we were talking last weekend with the 12-meter start. We don't really get much chance to sort of sit there and kind of analyze a little bit of the skiing and the first couple of passes because they're right into the action. But I kind of like hearing your viewpoint. And, the head turn. The vision, our vision in slalom skiing, huge. People do all sorts of different things. Look across the lake, look down the lake, look at the buoy too long. You think it's where his eyes are going, or you think it's just his shoulders?
If you watch his chin sort of rotates very quickly right at the end of the turn. It almost turns over his left shoulder, which is definitely fairly unique. But again, like you said, everyone does something different. If you look at Will Asher, he's looking literally down the lake on his 2 and 4.
He's way down the lake, but a Nate Smith is cracking
all the
his
way
head across. Yeah.
So, and I've tried to play with my vision previously, and it seems to be something that you just do it. That's where it goes, and it's very hard to change.
Putting on a coaching hat, and watching skiers, I ask people, hey, where are you looking? It completely messes them up.
Yeah.
If they're not aware of it, it's not something they've thought about in the past. They start going, well, where am I looking? And then they start changing it, and it throws their whole perspective off for a little while. But I think it's one of those things that, I watched a lot of skiers growing up, and Andy Mapple was one of the greatest slalom skiers ever lived. He was one of those guys that always knew where he was in the course, had his head upright, was seeing kind of through each turn, and I think that was a big part of his success.
All right, then, here we go. 10.75 meters for Aaron Davies, who is currently in 16th spot on the Waterski Pro Tour leadership table.
He's in this, needs a big 4.
He's fighting,
got to
though,
put the
isn't
shoulder
he?
down. I
That's
think
a
he'll
big
get over to
score.
5. Can he turn it unlike yesterday? And I think he's going to be very tight again, and he's, no.
Oh, and he's inside.
Brutal.
That was about as close as he went last weekend, too. His ski basically brushing 6-ball. Just getting rocking and fighting harder and harder as he got down the course, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, 3 rounds out of his last 4 have been inside of 6.10.75, which means he's knocking on the door and he's not far away. He had a good 1. He's strong across the wakes, isn't he? Good 1, good 2, and then I think 3, little bit of a wheelie, but watch how deep he gets his shoulder here. And when he's he's a strong guy. He's got to be 90 kilos or so, 200 or so pounds, and he got all of that behind that boat.
That's a perfect angle to see exactly what you're talking about, though. The eyes kind of looking over the top of it, or kind of past the left shoulder, though.
Yeah.
You can see it really clear in that angle. I mean, maybe, sometimes it works for him. It, kind of tightens things up. And sometimes it over bites or gets too much upper body commitment.
Well, he'll be disappointed. But I mean, I remember myself when I'm start of the year, or if I'm whatever's happening, and if I'm running 5s at 10.75, I know that it's going to start coming. It's going to start coming and consistently. It's just that it's frustrating when you do it so consistently in a tournament. You're so close, and of course, if he gets around 6, he like he nearly did yesterday, like he nearly did today, he'd have 2 attempts at 10.25, and he's just gone. He was a foot inside of 6 both times or less. Very tough, very tough. But unfortunately he's eliminated from contention, to use your term, Tony, and that concludes all the skiers that did not run 10.75 yesterday. We've got 12 skiers remaining. All of them did run 10.75. Rob Hazelwood ran 1, something that he, the reason he's sitting there in 3rd on the Pro Tour leaderboard is he gets to 3 basically every time, and so he'll be feeling like he can improve. And the thing is, I guess, is that having 1 as a backup score isn't safe. I would say that it's going to take a 3 and a 2 to even potentially with a runoff.
So he's pushing for 4 then, isn't he?
So he's going to have to turn 3. And we saw at the Swiss Pro in 2023, he got over to 4 in the first round and had exploded at 4 and managed to get that quarter that then that gave him the edge the whole way through and then put him on the podium. He ran 3, 3, and 3 the rest of the rounds. So yeah, he'll need a piece of that 4, I think, to really give him a good chance as we go to Chris.
Let's check in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with none other than Jamie Calhoun, part of the Canadian Swerve Force. I know you're a little upset, disappointed with your performances in slalom this week, but let's talk about the other events going on, the go-kart and the shooting. How did you do?
Go-karting was not my forte. Knew it coming in here, but the shooting I held my own. I did all right. I shot an 8 out of 10, so room for improvement next year. We're gonna go 10 for 10. I'm feeling better about that one. Shooting was my best event this weekend.
Hey, that's awesome. I know you want to do a little bit better on the slalom course, but when you can come out and kick butt in another event, help your team out, that's always a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a fun event, and it's fun to be here with the team. It's such a great atmosphere.
Excellent, man. We love it. Hope to see you back next year. Remember, guys, if you like the content, like, comment, subscribe. Back to you, boys.
All right, then. Excellent stuff there from CT and also from Jamie Calhoun. We're focusing now upon Rob Hazelwood, who is out in the water. I've got my good friends here, Kyle Eade on my right and to the left of your screen, and we've got Freddie Winter on my left and to the right of your screen. And Rob Hazelwood, who's had some pretty high placements. First at Lake 38 Pro, his first ever pro win earlier on this season, and matched it up with some podium finishes. 1 additional podium finish, 2nd at Swiss Pro, 4th at Mastercraft Pro, 6th at Monaco, 8th at Oxfordshire, and 9th at the Carmel Marrakesh Pro.
Yeah, Rob Hazelwood had quite the season so far. That's why he's in the 3rd spot on the Pro Tour standings. Didn't perform that well yesterday. For those of you just joining us, you've come in at a good time. We're at the halfway point of the Open Men's Slalom second round. We've seen the women's slalom early this morning. We saw a course record, guys. We saw, I didn't get to call that one with you guys, but Regina Jaquist, a 2.5. Previous record was 2.25. Awesome to see Jamie Bull go so close to picking up a 3 too, and Whitney
coming, isn't it?
McClintock, yeah, it's for sure. I thought she actually looked better yesterday, although she was closer to the buoy today. She was better yesterday, and Whitney McClintock was a solid 2 at 41. So all those girls looking strong. The final's been set. It was a runoff for the 8th spot. Alice Bagnoli made it in. So that will be featuring tomorrow. We're halfway through, like we said. We've got 11 skiers. The best performance so far today, I'm going to say, has been, it's been Jaden Eade with the 2 at 41. He picked up 4 buoys. He's put
Not much bias in there.
Yeah,
Of
course.
no, but that's, for you, you're dead right. He's got the best score of the day by 3 buoys.
Yeah, so he's picked up, and he's only won through 10.75. So right so far today, but that'll change here. With Robert Hazel, he's got his shot. It's a good, strong number 1. This is his home site. He's familiar with everything. He's on time at number 3. There's a big 4. That's why he's been so successful this year. Just keeps everything tight, composed, and running 39 yet again. It was his 1 ball at 41 that got away from him yesterday. We've seen him do that a little bit the last couple of seasons. If he gets out of 1, he goes to 3 or 4. If he has a problem, it's always at that 1 ball.
I think this was a much better pass than his 10.75 yesterday, where I think he had a couple of bobbles. This looked very, very cool, calm, and collected. From what we keep saying is slightly the harder end. Not much wind out there to speak of, particularly. I mean, maybe a couple mile an hour tailwind, but no, he looks really good here. So he's going to, like you say, he's going to really want that 3. 3 and 1 could end up doing it, but definitely needs a piece of 3, and I'd say needs the full 3 to have a chance. But I mean, if he comes over there in decent enough shape, he will want to turn it, at least maybe safety it and throw himself at 4. He will not want to fall at 3 because, as Lucas Cornell can tell you yesterday, that'll put you very much on the outside.
Shame, wasn't it? Because he was probably one of the earliest guys across from 2 to 3 at 41, taking a shot at turning it.
I think he was the best. I mean, maybe Dane.
Oh, Dane was
very
strong.
close, but Corey wasn't as good as Lucas.
No,
I
probably
wouldn't have
not. No, he just sort of managed things a little bit better and kept things going, and that's the experience showing that Corey Vaughan's been demonstrating over the last couple of seasons. Great to see him get into 4, tying up the lead with Dane Meckler. I think those 2 guys are pretty happy with their performance. They're pretty safe. We're saying the 3s, maybe they've got a little pressure on them, depending on what guys like Rob Hazelwood right here, right now. This is 41 off. Can he get a piece of 3 or even more?
He needs it. He'll get over to 1 here. It's not a good 1, and he's out of the tournament. That is very frustrating, and he's come off a 4th place last week at the Mastercraft Pro, having not looked his best. I thought he looked a lot better this weekend, but he's had 2 bad ones, and we talked about it yesterday. I think he admitted it. He skied averagely but got a great result, and then this weekend he looked a lot more in touch, a lot more on form, and didn't get a result. He's going to end up in 12th because
he's currently in 14th right now.
He was currently in 14th, so yeah, he's that unfortunately that's
two scores of 1, and like I agree, his 39s look better, his early passes, but he's a righty. He has to be able to. He has a great gait, but he's got to turn that offside at 1 ball at 41. And if there's any problems in Rob skiing, we've seen it be right there at the half or the ski stops at number 1, and he's just struggling with finding his. Another skier that had a little issue, Will Asher, he's been talking about his 1 ball too, and so both righties that were having a little bit of trouble on their offside. Unfortunately for Rob Hazelwood, we're not going to see him feature in the final. And that's going to take a bit of a ding to his tour standings. Maybe he's been seeing so consistently so far.
Yeah, with De Gasperi and Cole McCormick, who are right behind him on that leaderboard, and Corey Vaughan, they're all looking pretty good. Certainly Corey Vaughan and Thomas De Gasperi to make the final. That's going to, like you say, have an impact on where he sits at the end of the tournament tomorrow on the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard. I think actually Rob was a guy I had in my head as a 3 today. So I think that's pulled that score down. I think a full 3 will probably get you in.
Yeah.
I think that maybe any full 3 could be, will get you in. I could well be wrong, but I think Lucas Cornell's probably not looking so good. right now. But he's very capable of getting the full 3 that he needs. But I don't think it's going to be any piece of 4 needed. It'll be
interesting to see what he does. If he puts himself in that same spot as he was yesterday, whether he goes to turn it again. You know, we've seen it a few times now where he said, you know what, bugger it, I'm going for it.
All right.
Whether he learns from his mistake yesterday and lays up to say.
All right, then let's send it over to Chris. Go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Out here with Rob Hazelwood, fresh off his second round. I know you're a little disappointed with that performance. You look solid out there. What happened at 41?
I don't know, man. It's just so frustrating. Yesterday, last weekend, I felt like shocking and got 3, a 2 and a 3. This weekend, I can't even get out of 1. So, 39 tail is always a little bit of a challenge, especially here, the way that it's a little breezy. I smoked it. I was really happy with it. Felt amazing. And then I get to 41 and I can't even get out of 1. Tails backwards before I've even had time to blink. It's like, I don't know what the hell's going on. It's pissing me off, but I don't know. We'll see.
It happens every now and again. But on a lighter side, man, how did you do in the go-karting last night? Maybe that boosted your morale up a little bit. But no, you had a good performance. I think you got, you were in the top 5, maybe?
I think so, yeah. And the race, I think I was like 10, and then in the race I was 9. I don't know. Karting was so much fun. This tournament's always amazing. I struggle. I don't know, like, this place ski's insane. I practice here all the time. I've always struggled competing at a place that I've practiced at, which is kind of the opposite to most people. And like this weekend, I guess, it's kind of the same. I feel amazing, and then I get to 41, and I'm backwards before I've even thought. So it's frustrating. This sport sucks at points. So I was happy with my 4th last weekend, and this weekend I'm going to have to be happy with sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, man, you've been on a roll. You're a force to be reckoned with out there. I mean, it's anybody's game any day, anytime, any day. I know you'll be back with a vengeance, and hope you do good in the shooting later on.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, there. So good words there from Rob Hazelwood. But I mean, he's had an extraordinary season, hasn't he? He's been to the majority of events. He's scored his first ever professional win over at Lake 38 on the Waterski Pro Tour, and you know, he's still got the Miami tournament coming up in a few weeks' time, and maybe even 1 or 2 before then.
And the King of Darkness. Yeah, I mean, that's how professional skiing goes. You know, I cannot stress how tough it is at the top here. Rob's got 2 wins this year. He's been on a further podium or 2, whatever. He's been so good and so consistent, but he has, you know, a couple of not even bad rounds, but mediocre rounds, and I think it's tough for him, but you know, he'll regroup. He's got 2 more tournaments. It's nice for him that he's had his bad tournament now. I don't think he's going to miss the final in the next 2 tournaments.
No,
so he can finish the season strong.
Probably just frustrating for him that it's his home, you know, kind of his home site. He does a lot of training here. I think he was expecting big things, and you know, we're at a site he's used to. I just saw that we're doing a little pick your pass here, guys. What's your thoughts?
I don't know. Let's give you first pick.
Well, I wasn't here. I missed the Open Women's second round. So we had a big performance. It was Regina Jake was setting a course record. She got to 3. She got her outside 3. She didn't quite get back. It was a 2.5. But a course record, the best performance ever on this lake. Let's see that one again.
All right, we're just waiting on. There we go.
These guys are on it pretty quick, aren't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We need to come up with a jingle or something like that.
So I think Gio Gates was a lot better today. Yesterday she was pretty late on her 41 and just fast into 1 and the ski stopped. Today she was on top of that right-hand gate ball, had some space at number 1, got across to 2, snatched it a bit, lost some time, but it shows how strong she is. Even with a stop at 2, buried the shoulder, just pushed all the way and got it outside 3, which was a Herculean effort, I guess you'd call it. But they couldn't manage the S-turn to get back and score the full 3. So a 2.5 is what she scored. There it is, across to number 2. Turned it, but stood up and then just went, go for it.
Amazing to be able to get over to 3 from there.
She's not the tallest skier. She didn't have much reach.
Yeah, exactly. And sorry, I was going to say almost an amazing effort to get across to 3, but then a horrendous attempt at an S-turn.
She needs to work on that.
She could do the S-turn in the final, right?
Yeah.
No point breaking your back for a 3 that you don't need. I mean, you know, she's not that bothered about her sort of world ranking based on score. She wants to be the best skier at the Travers Grand Prix in every tournament, and to chase the top of that Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard.
All right then. So you have a pick there, Freddie.
I'll do, well, because Kiwi wasn't allowed to. Obviously, it would be seen as nepotism. But I'll pick Jade Need's 10.75, the opted-up 10.75, which that's one of my moments of the year. I think I would be fair to say. I think that was fantastic. You love seeing young skiers do well, and we've kind of gone from seeing the young skiers being Charlie Ross and Lucas Cornell to Jaden being the really young guy that we're cheering for, the youngest guy in the field. Said in the interview that he wouldn't have listened to his dad if he'd have said any different, and great one. Watch that the nose of ski comes up into 2, and I'm thinking, oh wow, he's trying to put the brakes on, but he did a really good job at 2 of managing that sort of slightly awkward approach, and then 3 good, and then we saw 4 wasn't very good, but Mastercraft Pro we saw an even worse 4, and so I knew that he was going to come over to 5 and welly this, and he did, and over to 6, and a phenomenal pass from a future great, and you just love to see young skiers do well, but also back themselves. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, the confidence to opt up there was good, especially after a bit of a slow morning for him, a mental morning for him at the SATs, and to come back and get a 2 at 41, I was really happy for him because he's got to through 39 a few times, and struggled at 1 and sort of pulled up just shy, and that's a big difference between 1 and 2.
And he's in the mix. He's in the top 7 now, so we'll see.
All right then, and to round off this episode of
What's your
Pick Your Pass, the Bartowski opt-up.
So yeah, well, let's talk about that one. He's the one that went out first, and we had some problems with the start length. He ran a 5.5 at 39, but then had to go back straight away again. Did the 12, said, hey, you know what? I'm running out of energy. I'm going to go straight in at 39. After the 35. It was a huge number 4 to keep him on time, and really set the pace for this event. Showed it's possible and got through 39. Unfortunately for him, didn't really kind of come out of 1. He's ended up with a 1. He's tied up with Rob Hazelwood. It's a 1 at 41 for Martin Bartelski. And on your screen right now, Robert Pagozzi. We've had a little break, gassed the boat up, and we're into the last half of the Open Men's Slalom Round 2 at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. Some exciting action to come. All these remaining skiers all ran 39 off in the prelims, scoring 2 or more at 41.
All right there, so that was Robert Pagozzi opening pass, former Pan American Games Waterski men's slalom champion. Won that in Peru several years ago. And I mean, he was given like the full red carpet treatment whenever he came back to Santo Domingo. I mean, they had like the confetti, the balloons. They had everything going there for him when he got that championship, which I think was about 5-6 years ago now.
So yeah, big tournament for a lot of the South American countries.
Ran 2 at 10.25 yesterday, which is one of his better scores of recent years. He's a very, very, very good skier, and he didn't have his best tournament last weekend. He had a sort of slightly weird Swiss Pro tournament. I don't know how many more he's done than that, but he looked right on it yesterday. He ran. We were debating whose was the best 10.75. We saw about 12 yesterday. We had his in our top 4, and I couldn't really say anyone's was better. So he'll need to do that again today in order to have a chance. He's got a 2, but he really needs a 3. He's run, I think, 2.5 or 3 here before at the Travers Grand Prix. That's a good 1 and 2. And from the back end of 4, he looks good for this pass, and I think we're not going to have any issues. The question is, does he run 10.75? I think he probably will, and then what is he going to be able to do? Remember that he's in that group of skiers that with 2, so he's tied for 7th to some degree, as much as Jaden Need is ahead of him right now because he has a second score. If Rob Pagozzi can get a second 2, he might be in with a chance. I'm not certain.
Well, anything more than a 4 or a piece of 5 at 39 will get him ahead of Jaden because it'll go to the backup score. But obviously, there's a number of others all tied up at 2s that he's going to want to get to make sure he's got some space and try and get ahead of. He looked. I think he looked really good yesterday. He always skis strong. We've talked about that. He always skis with some power, but he put his power in the right spot yesterday and actually looked, for him, pretty kind of light on the water through the end of the turns, settling into a strong position behind the boat, not overpowering things, right out of the turn where he got himself in some trouble. So it actually, although it looked strong, it looked easy.
All right, then let's go through the skiers that are currently tied on to. Obviously, we've got Jaden Eade, who already has 2 scores to his credit, with 2 at 10.25 meters and a 4 at 10.75 meters. That keeps him for the moment ahead of all of those that are tied with 2 that don't have a backup score, like Cole McCormick, Joel Poland, Jonathan Travers.
Let's just
Will
have a look
Asher
quickly
and Rob Pagozzi.
At Rob Pagozzi's 10.75. It's a must-run pass. He's not been knocking him out of the park every single time, and that's a bad 2.
Horrible.
He's nearly over the
front there. So
lost his hips. He's looking down at his back boot.
I think he's released.
I think he's unclipped.
Yeah.
I think he's unclipped.
Oh, geez, he's lucky he didn't go on his nose going from 2 to 3 then. Wise to kind of pull out of that one. What did you see? I mean, I talked about how well he did yesterday, staying light at the end, and then number 1 right there, try to maybe expecting the tailwind a little bit, went a bit heavy, and the ski got caught, and then he got pulled out. It was a hard release into number 2, kind of threw the handle out.
And he's still there. He's riding on his back boot, I believe, isn't he?
Oh, he's a lefty. Which one is he riding on? We'll just go back to the...
No, it's his right foot he's got out, I think. Very, very deep at 1.
Yeah.
Over to 2, and then I think just pushes the nose, and that's no good. He's still clipped in there. I think he unclips here. I think that's where it is.
There we go.
Where he nearly went over the front. Apparently we can see the thing the clip undo. Let's see if we can see here. I think it is from 2 to 3. That's disappointing for him. So that does put him below Jaden Eade. It keeps him below Jaden Eade. And he had such a good round yesterday, deep at 1, and a lot of pressure. And then he stands on top of the ski and then pushes it out. And then he's got no. Oh, he was so close to going out the front there. That's right on the edge. And I can tell you don't want to be doing that particularly, even on a fairly wide lake like we have here.
And that raises the issue a little bit with skier equipment for a lot of skiers, because I don't see as many skiers these days go with the full double boot system so much anymore. Many have actually reverted back to the toe loop.
That's what I've done. A number of years ago, I was double boots, and I've gone back to more of. I mean, it's not a full toe loop, but it's something similar. Yeah, and what's even more unusual is to see double reflexes. So Robert has been using those his whole career. Double reflexes. Front and back. I think Terry Winter was doing that for a number of years, but I can't think of anybody else. But it's it's hard to change your boots. I mean, it's really difficult, and the reason that you do it if you're going to change your boots is because you think it's going to give you a superior athletic performance, or because of safety. And I mean, Robert's obviously very happy where he is, and he's not had any bad experiences with it.
I mean, changing boots is more difficult than changing skis in my thoughts.
Way more difficult.
Especially going from double boots, which in my day the double sort of rubber boots,
the double Wileys, huh?
Well, it was double HO animal boots is what I used, but a lot of support kind of locked in, but that's what everyone was using. Some of them used maybe a slightly lighter 3/4 boot on the back, but most people were double boots. Nowadays, the reflex came in, or the releasable binding on the front sort of came in, and some were still using the Wileys back. But then now all the youngsters have kind of transferred back to a kicker in the back and a releasable. I'll put a caveat on that. There's quite a few using that D3 T factor, I think it's called, isn't it?
Yeah.
On the front. I saw a picture of the podium last weekend. I think all 3 competitors were using that binding.
Yeah, it was. That's true, actually. That's a very good point. And actually the top 2 today, Corey and Dane.
Well, they were on the podium last weekend, and so different strokes for different folks. And then we're talking about double releasables. Regina Jaquist, the new course record holder,
and still the best score of the day.
Yeah, and she's in full double hard shell. So,
those are the boots. I loved them. I have to say, I really liked them. I broke my ankle and.
Double hard shells on a singular plate, right?
Yeah. So the whole thing comes off. The problem was that when I broke my ankle the first time, well, the only time I've done it, it then became so fragile that any talking on it wouldn't work. So I had to get off of it. And it was trust me, a very, very difficult transition to go from the double boots, very stiff, high plastic double boots to a sort of single boot that I have now. But anyway. Enough about me. Joel Poland is on 11, and he's the guy that's been running, as you said yesterday, Kiwi. He's been running 10.75 pretty consistent. He's been at the start of this year. He was at the second half of 10.25 basically every time. He looked good the last couple of weeks, but yesterday kind of didn't do his his best of all time. We saw him run 10.25 here last year. He'd love to do that today. He'd love to do it even more tomorrow if he can squeak into the final.
Here he is, Joel Poland through the exit gates, and let's check in with CT. Go, CT.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here with Rob Pagozzi, standing in front of a golf cart, analyzing your 39 off pass. Tell us about it.
I mean, it was not that many turns. Felt like a pretty good gate and pretty good one, but something at 2, I felt like a click on my rear boot. Maybe you can see here what happened, and I didn't feel like keep going and pushing just for my safety right now. But I'm happy the way I'm skiing. I'm really happy with my new ski. It's a top secret ski right now. I can't tell anyone the brand or anything. It's not radar. But yeah, we're working on something.
Right on, man. I'm sure we can find in the comments. Maybe we can have some people make their guess. Anybody guesses it right, maybe they get a prize or something.
They won't guess it.
Awesome, man. Hey, anyways, glad you. Oh yeah, you got a little crazy out there. Hey, anyways, glad you're safe. Great skiing out there.
Hopefully we can do a finals. I don't know, but if not, I'm so happy.
Hey, man. We'll see what happens. Thanks, bud. Back to you, boys.
Struggling to see exactly what that is.
Super
too,
secret
guys.
ski, huh?
Yeah.
He told me that he's developing something himself. Anyway, Joel Poland, 10.75. It's a really good 2, actually. I like that a lot. 3, little reary, but kind of normal. And then 4, aggressive, as is also typical. 5 was fantastic, and that's a great 10.75, really.
He's skiing strong. I have a feeling he's going to go deep here at this 41. He set himself up well. He's through 39, slight tailwind. He's been in touch. He's been down to 3 and 4s, and I think he even got a 5 somewhere along the lines earlier this year. He's full of confidence. He raced pretty well last night. I don't think he's been in this tournament before and raced pretty good. I think he was he got knocked out maybe in the final race, but his lap times were pretty strong. So I don't know how he shoots, but he definitely slaloms and drives well. And the 4 and 5 on this pass was something that you want to learn from, because you can't get much earlier than that and tighter than you can be there at 5 to 6.
Perfect 5. I mean, it really textbook. Got the ski through, not much pressure, just swung across using the boat. Now, I saw something in Joel. I know him pretty well from over the years, and I mean, as much as I sort of joke that I don't like him, actually, you know, he's a friend of mine. He looked frustrated after his set yesterday, which you don't often see. Like, he's often the guy with a smile, but actually I saw just a little bit of frustration, you know, coming in. He got the perfect one at 10.25, which could have seen him go down the lake, and I think it probably shows that he's been practicing better than what he showed us yesterday. So he looked 10.75 was perfect. Let's see if he gets a good one. He's got every chance. Joel Poland, he needs really the full 3, or a piece of 3 would be fine.
Currently in 9th spot right now and looking to make some moves up a little bit higher.
Really good one.
Round
That's
number
a good
2.
2. I think he's going to get around 4, and we'll see what.
He's hit it.
Oh, wow.
And
oh, my
word. That is a shame, because, like you said, he turned 2 exceptionally well, and really weird that he didn't have more space there. I don't understand that.
He must have just given a little bit back to the boat at the wrong time, because I was sure he was going far.
So, you know, he's been so close to, you know, hitting buoys and running them over and stuff like that. And this time I thought he had done enough. He gets so quick from side to side this way. Look at that one ball. Hooks up so strong.
Perfect.
And whips across the 2. Lots of space at number 2. And
now,
the ski bit well, like he got some traction. And I thought, okay, this is enough. I can't tell off of that one.
Remember, what we're looking for here is if he runs over the buoy and significantly displaces it, as much as the rule's not that well written, he will not get the buoy. So if a ride over...
Oh, he's definitely hit it some way. I don't know whether his ski's on the outside or not.
So,
we don't know.
2.5 or 2, right?
It's
It's a huge call for his chance in this tournament.
And that's exactly what happened.
Looks like the officials are calling 2.5 here.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
I'd probably say that. I'd say 2.5 is fair.
And with 2.5, that vaults him from 9th to 6th place right now.
The score has come through yet, or is that official? It did look like the buoy kind of popped out on the side, but I don't know if they can hear us and if we can sway the judges.
Oh, 2 confirmed. That's brutal for Joel.
That's exactly what happened last weekend. He hit it last weekend, and it it was a buoy that would have put him, into the final or close to it. And I think if he wasn't frustrated from the first round, he's going to be frustrated now. He knows he's skiing well. He put it out there. He had a grip of 1 and 2. And just coming up not even inches, millimeters short. John Travers, he's another guy that got a 2 yesterday, all these skiers. The next couple, 3, Travers, McCormick, Asher, sitting on 2 at 41, on the outside looking in. They might be in a runoff if things go certain ways here in the second round, but they all know they need more.
I just looking at Joel's score, it's a really interesting one because there was a situation earlier this year at a tournament where a half buoy was given when in exactly the same situation as that, which consistency not perfect. I'm going to read you the rule regarding what happened with Joel. It is a miss to ride inside a buoy or to ride over, straddle or jump a turn buoy. There is no penalty for grazing a turn buoy with the ski or part of the body. Riding over shall be defined as hitting a turn buoy with the ski so as to move it significantly from its position or temporarily sink it. So it's a miss to ride it over, but then a ride over is defined as hitting it with the ski so as to move it significantly. So I guess the call was that it had been moved significantly. Joel, might have a different opinion. I don't have. I can't say that it's right or wrong from here because I can't see it's that well from the screen I'm looking at.
All right, then. So I'm looking at the results, see how they reconcile with each other, and looks like it has been revised down from 2.5 to 2. Joel Poland is in 7th spot right now. Jaden Eade is in 8th. So Joel Poland 7th, Jaden Eade in 8th right now. Robert Pagozzi in 9th. Jonathan Travers on the water right now, having gone through 12 meters. And now 11.25 meters.
One guy that's got to be starting to feel a little bit more confident, Lucas Cornell. He's going to be up in a couple 3 skiers, but he's in 6th right now, and only really 3 skiers that could put him down and possibly out of the 8-man final.
Yeah, that includes Jonathan Travers, who's on the water right now and is getting ready for 10.75 meters coming up. The other 2 skiers to whom you alluded to, Cole McCormick and Will Asher.
Yeah, so we've got him at 6th right now. So really, out of the next 3 skiers, 2 can get ahead of him. If 1 fails, then he will feature on the Sunday, the Super Sunday of the Travers Grand Prix.
And Jonathan Travers seems to always have that uncanny knack of coming through clutch, especially where it involves his home site right here at Sunset Lakes. We all remember his spectacular performance at the World Championships a season or so back.
He seems like he's got it dialed in here at his home site. He knows kind of what it takes, what it needs. I heard a stat yesterday that out of the 6 times this tournament's been run, this guy, although he's worked his butt off all weekend, he has made every single final. And we're definitely cheering him along to make it through to tomorrow. And with skiing like this, as he approaches number 5, it's a little bit on the back of the ski, but he's around 6 with no problem. He's got some work yet. He's got to find another 2, and I'd say a quarter, maybe a half buoys. And we'll see him ski tomorrow. He looked good yesterday. He did the 32, opted up to 38, ran the 39, the same direction as he is doing on your replay, and set himself up. He roped number 1 at 41, maybe got a little bit off the tail, lost a little time, didn't feel confident enough to turn 2, scored the full buoy, but comfortable through 39. Let's get behind him. As he comes back in, it's 10.25. We say we have, I think, 9 skiers, I think it is. 8 skiers remaining after him. Top score so far hasn't been challenged so far today. The top score we've seen is both Poland and Eade got a 2 at 41. The top score from yesterday, of course, Dane Meckler, 4 at 41. And Corey Vaughan tying it up, 4 at 41 as well. There's a few 3s between Nick Parsons, Sasha Deskun, and Thomas de Gasperi. Those guys I think they're starting to rub their hands together and go, hey, you know what? This could be kind of a free round coming up. We could, we might get away with just kind of having to go out and feel things out and get ready for tomorrow. 3 skiers really can upset the apple cart. And that's the one on the water right now, coming back in, 41 off. John Travers, boat speed set at 36 miles per hour, 58 kilometers. Let's get behind him as he goes through the gates. It's going to be a big number one.
Huge
little off the
number
tail.
one,
Can he
as a matter
turn
of
two?
fact. He's round
He's got
number
it.
2.
He's definitely got a piece of 3. Can he get it
Look at
outside
this.
number 4? He does.
Yes, he gets round number 4. And he knew that there is a high probability of him making it through to the next round of the competition, provided that he gets around 4 into the wake. So well done there. Nicely worked out in the mind, and with that goal in mind, he is all but certain of making it through to the next round.
Yeah, we will definitely be seeing John Travers on Sunday with a performance like that. And maybe the one ball, similar to what you had yesterday, just a little off the tail of the ski, a little bit slow, but he made the corrections at 2, was calm, was patient. He knew he just had to get around 3 to kind of have a chance. He got across there early enough to go, hey, you know what? I can get 4 here. And he did so with relative ease.
That's
the
seriously
hand in
good.
the air. Yep.
And just very calm.
Yeah,
there was
very calm.
no drama there. And exactly like you said, he comes over to 3 and he's like, okay, don't try and turn it backwards. Just do enough. And I mean, 3 would have been enough. He didn't want to fall, but he did a great turn there. And he's able to throw the fist in the air on an onside S-turn, which is not very easy. Good
Maybe
for him.
Regina should watch that S-turn there on number 4. She struggled on hers, but even though it was a good performance. And you know what? For him to see him so calm about it is good, because there's a lot of pressure on this guy. You know, it's his party. He wants to be invited. He wants to be skiing tomorrow, and to come through clutch like that in round at number 2, well, I think everybody on site is right behind him. And our next skier hitting the water is Cole McCormick.
And incidentally, John Travers has vaulted from 10th all the way through to 1st right now, and chasing him down is Cole McCormick, the Masters men's slalom champion, who won that title in Memorial Day weekend this past May, and that constitutes his first ever professional win. So good skiing there from Cole McCormick as he settles in. Round all 6 on 12 meters. Certainly not the easiest of passes to start on, but yeah.
All right, so as Cole McCormick settles down the end, a little discussion too. I know Freddie's kind of involved in this one too. Joel Poland's come back, and I think he's quietly confident that he got a piece of 3 from some of the angles that looked like he was close. Your thoughts on it, Freddie? It was definitely a game of millimeters there, wasn't it?
It is millimeters. And I actually just went into the webcast trailer to look at it, and I think that that me I would give it. Frankly, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I think that I've seen them given by so many times when they haven't been deserved, and I think that one, to me, he definitely hit the boy with the front of the ski, but then he moves out. And it's not, the rule is not as you about what happens with the front of the ski. It's about what happens with the ankle. And to me, the boy's inside at the ankle. So anyway, I mean, it's so tight, and Joel, I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting one, and big drama, and it does, sport does come down to millimeters a lot of the time, and these things matter. Joel is trying to get some money, move up the leaderboard, and have a big result. This is a guy that we talked the other day, Tony, about who was the next first-time champion, and Joel's capable.
Yeah. So we just watched Cole McCormick through 11.25. We'll talk a little bit more about Joel's position right now and what he's going through. But we're going to hear from Chris first.
Send it over to CT.
Good. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to another episode of Skiers on Golf Carts, watching skiing. And what an incredible performance that was. John Travers ripping it up at 41 out there.
Yeah, it was good. I just wanted to get a good start. I told everyone on the dock before I went, I just want to be able to stand on my ski today, not be nervous, and just go out there and have fun and ski how I know how to ski. And I kind of felt like that in the beginning, and then at 39, I kind of got a little sketchy, but I said, hey, if I fall at 1 at 41 and get a good gate, I'm going to be happy. So
I got a good gate and got out of 1, and then I said, okay, let's go for it. And I came into 3, and I wish I could have rolled the dice a little bit more, like in the first round, so I could have just possibly just been able to get into 4 a little bit earlier, so I could have possibly seen 5. So super stoked, though. That's ties my best for the year, so I can't complain at all.
Yeah, man. I mean, after yesterday, I know you're a little bit disappointed. You've been working hard all weekend putting on this event, and to come out with a good score like that, set yourself up for the finals is always great.
Yeah, it's just special to be able to ski finals at home. So pretty stoked. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow with all the boys, and yeah. Woo.
Excellent, man. We're all looking forward to it. Good luck in the finals, man. Have fun out there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Cole McCormick.
Yeah.
Struggling a little bit.
Not the easiest 39, you'd say.
Offside didn't look great, they did it, but it is a tailwind, and it's his 3rd pass, so he doesn't need to run a good 39, he needs to run a good 41, but he won't have a ton of confidence after that.
The approach 135 decent. The approach to 24 is the area of concern, in my opinion. The release may be a little hard, and then kind of standing out there in a vulnerable position with your arm extended, kind of waiting, and then the tip kind of biting and almost stopping there a couple of times on 2 and 4. And kind of putting a little bit of, raising the blood pressure, if you like, on 2-4. That looks like we're watching his 38 coming back into the wind, that was a decent pass. That was strong. That was while we were interviewing John Travers. It's his 39 that things got a little bit shaky, but he has the ability, the experience, and now the title behind him to say, you know what, I don't need to run a perfect 39. I can make changes on the fly. I know the site. I'll change things up, fix my 2, and hopefully see him down running deep 41 where he's seen his buddy John Travers get to 4. That's the best score of round number 2. He's tied things up. It's a 3-way tie. John Travers, Dane Miller, Corey Vaughan, all 4 at 41. Can Cole McCormick join them or get out in front?
All right, then, let's talk scores. If he gets 2, it will put him in a 2-way tie with Joel Poland. If he can get 3, that will vault him as high as 3rd right now.
He's over to 2. He's going to get over to 3. Will he stop there? He's got the 3, and that'll put him in the final, I think. That's good skiing.
That'll vault him up as high as 3rd right now.
Yeah, that's entertaining stuff from Cole McCormick. Not looking the best on the ski, I think, that round, but doing exactly what he needed. Kind of surviving, I guess. The 1 was strong. The 2, yeah, he hasn't seemed to have found his flow through 2, but he did enough. He did enough to get the rope tight right there, sucked it up to his chest, and then he said, you know what, just drive across, squeak around 3, and it's sometimes hard to do an S-turn like that on your onside. Safe, he gets the full score, and he knows he's given himself a really good opportunity to make the final. He's got a 3, and he's also got a 2 backup. Puts him tied for 4th right now. And it's really dependent on Will Asher, Lucas Cornell, kind of what those guys can do, and maybe the other 3s, if those guys do something special, what the other 3s kind of do in their backup score.
Indeed, some pretty intense skiing as we continue to work our way down, and we now bring you the Waterski Pro Tour men's slalom point leader, looking to try and put that beyond a reach with the remaining competitions to come after this one. Here he is at the Travers Grand Prix 2024. This is Will Asher.
We all talked about the year this guy's had. He's skiing rather early in the 2nd round because a little bit of a issue on number 1 at 41. He still made it 2. It put him into 7th tied, I think, after round 1, but down the list a little bit. He is miles out in front on the Pro Tour standings. He's one of the few guys, well, only guys, 2 guys have run 41 this year. We thought he would do it yesterday. He skis at this side a lot. He looked pretty strong, but then in his interview afterwards, he said, you know what, after the last couple of weekends, in his words, I've been lost on my gates, or lost coming into number 1. So interesting to hear that, and maybe not feeling all that confident. Hopefully he's changed things up a little bit, and is going to put himself in a slightly different position coming into 1. I still think the 39 is going to be a no-brainer for him, but he's got a lot of work to get into the final. He needs a piece of 3.
All right, there we're seeing Lucas Cornell getting ready at the end of that starting dock, and we're waiting on Will Asher to make his approach back into the course, 11.25 meters. There is your leaderboard right now. Travers with the only skier who has run 4 at 10.25 meters with a backup score. To boot, and that was 2 at 10.25 meters that he produced yesterday. Corey Vaughan and Dane Meckler, each of those competitors scored 4 at 10.25 meters, and almost certain to make it through to the next round of the competition. But we still got some plenty of great skiing to come from the remainder of the list, which includes Will Asher as he approaches the course. 11.25 meters for pass number 2, gents.
Oh, yeah, it's sort of Will Asher squirrely boy 3 there, which he does often do on his earlier passes to kind of, as he gets ready. Unusual, he's such a balanced slalom skier, and that does happen sort of once in a while, but then we just don't see it in the same way when he gets really short. He really uses these early passes to make sure that he's totally balanced, and yeah, we're going to see him come back at 10.75, which we're going to put all of our respective houses and lives on that he's going to run. Just looking at the leaderboard here, we've got Lucas Cornell, who is currently in 8th. If Will runs the 3 or more that we all, I would imagine, believe that he's going to run, then that'll put Lucas into 9th, meaning that Lucas has to run a 3. If Lucas then runs a 3, it'll put Cole McCormick.
No one's really safe at 3 right now. I mean,
yeah, it'll put him above Cole McCormick. Yeah, exactly. It's going to come down to backup scores.
So basically, from a chronological point of view, what you're seeing right now and the performance from Lucas Cornell is essentially going to be head-to-head almost.
Yeah, and in some ways, that call on Joel Poland, which I think was extremely tough on him, to give him 2 instead of 2.5. That would mean that to get ahead of Joel, Lucas would have had to run 2.5 again. So, Will Asher, 10.75. Let's see how he does. He ran a beautiful one yesterday. I saw it on Instagram and it looked great. He's in the water nearly at 2, and this is strange. We heard a rumor that he might be on a different ski, and I'm going to say that this is.
Oh no, Annie! Oh, my word,
that is really bizarre. Will Asher, 2 weekends in a row, coming up kind of short.
So does that mean he's out?
He's out. Yeah,
he's out. So Will is out.
So really, now that it starts to put the 3s in, I think from my calculations, if Will had done something big, then the 3s still weren't safe. They had to kind of go, either a backup or go back out, and like the Parsons and De Skun and De Gasperi maybe had to pick something up. But now it looks like it's
Will Asher's in 12.
Will Asher's down the list a lot.
God, that's do you know what? I had Will down to win. I was saying last night, I was catching up with some of the guys, and I was saying that I thought that Will was a dangerous presence down there in tied for 7th place like he was, and I think that there's a rumor that ski is a different one to the one he used yesterday, which would, on the back of that, you'd say could be true. He is such a phenomenal skier and capable of switching between skis, but maybe didn't have the right one set up for today. So Will Asher is out. It is the first missed final of the year for him. He's that's a shocker. And also, looking at the guys of the rest of the field, Lucas Cornell holding on to 8th spot with. He's in.
There's no one from the outside looking in that can deny him.
I wonder if Joel Poland is up there protesting right now, as I certainly would have done.
Yeah, so we're going to talk. I know you've been talking to Joel, kind of helping him out a little bit, going through the rules. What's his options right now?
He can go and give it. It's not a protest. It's a video review for $250. And I think it was tough. I have to say. He definitely hit the ski hit the boy with the start of his ski, but it doesn't matter. It's about where you are. Where you are relative to the boy with your ankle, and the ski to me was fully outside of it.
Have they completed a video review yet or not?
I don't know. I don't know if he went and gave the money. I know he was contemplating it. The thing is, right now, if he gets 2.5, if they reinstate the 2.5, which I think frankly they should, not because Joel's my friend, but because I think that's the fairest thing. I would say the same for Lucas or or anybody. But that would then mean that Lucas has to beat 2 in order to go through because of Joel's inferior backup score of 2. And if they tied at 2, then it would be a runoff.
Well, yeah, exactly, because they have a perfect runoff. But as it stands right now, if nothing changes.
Yeah, so this is where it gets a bit dicey for Lucas, though, doesn't it? Because if they do change the score, he's going out there thinking, hey, you know what? I've got a 2. I'm in the final.
He thinks that Christmas has come early.
Yeah, and he should. He skied exceptionally well in the first round. But he, in the back of his head, he's going, well, there's kind of questions on that 2.5. Maybe he should still go out and at least get more than his, that 2 backup, because if something changes with Joel's score, he doesn't want to see him lose that 8th spot and get downgraded to 9th.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you read the reading of the rule as I do, I think I'm surprised that Joel was given the 2. I mean, to me, there's a clear view of him at buoy 3 at 10.25 with the buoy inside of the ski. Yes, he hits it at the start, but it didn't submerge because you can see the buoy inside of the ski when at his ankle. So I'm surprised. I think that's going to grind for Joel. Now, look, I'm a big fan of Lucas as well. I just, I'm a fan of fair play. I think that I like consistency, and I'm surprised. Let's just put it that way. I've seen calls go the other way this year, which I would say was very unfair. So, yeah.
Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario right now, though, for all this guys, is if this guy comes out, runs his 38, runs his 39, and scores 3 at 41. If he scores 3 at 41, it makes it a moot point, doesn't it?
All right.
He's going to prove his worth of getting in the final. He would have eliminated a tie even if Joel had got that 2.5. So that's what I'm hoping for. That there's, it's kind of signed, sealed with this guy's performance on the water.
To be clear, I don't think that Joel. They're not going to change the score. I don't think. I think whatever Joel does. I mean, and potentially there's probably a time limit rule involved. So we'll get back to that in a minute. We'll talk to Chris.
A lot of people shot 9s. What's up, guys? Again, back by popular demand, skiers and golf carts watching skiing, man. So far, the action is good. It's intense out there.
Yeah, I mean, the guys are coming on strong. JT went out and put up the 4, so he's showing everybody he came to play. And, I mean, we're about to see some more. Lucas had a great start yesterday, and I'm just thankful that Lucas helped me not be last place in the go-karting.
I was just about to ask. We've talked about skiing all day. Want to get into some of those other events. So you did fairly good in the golf cart. How about the shooting?
Yeah, 9 for 10 in the shooting, so I thought that was respectable. Hopefully that's holding on for the team. And see what I can do on the slalom ski to keep us charging.
Hey, solid shooting from a solid guy. Good luck out there in the next round.
Thanks, Chris.
Back to you, boys.
All right, then.
Corey,
excellent stuff there. And
well, look at him. He looks pretty relaxed on the back of that golf cart.
CT and Corey Vaughn.
He's chilling right there, and he's like, you know what? I need to stress about this round. I'm going to go have some fun out there.
Yeah.
It's about as relaxed as you'll see a slalom skier before they go out and ski. So
now, and actually, Lucas Cornell was on the water, who finished 4th place at Lake 38 Pro, 6th place in California, 9th place at Swiss Pro Slalom, is actually one of the very few skiers on the Waterski Pro Tour in the men's competition that actually has a tournament where he actually earned 2 bonus points for having the best score. And that was Lake 38.
Okay, yeah, no, he pulled out with it was a 5 at 41 in the second round, I believe it was.
That's actually interesting because those scores were actually all pulled. So,
yeah,
I wonder if that's.
Should we take those 2 points away?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I actually had the best score apart from that, so maybe I'll.
Well, anyway, he has 49 points on the leaderboard, and he's currently in 15th. So I mean, he could make some serious inroads here.
He can make some moves. Yeah. So let's watch this 39. Not quite as clean as his one yesterday, but it's the tailwind pushing him down on the lake a little bit. You see this 5 skip a little bit. His upper body kind of folds a touch as the tail got a little loose, and then the ski grabbed. Kept his composure. It's a full pass, and here's his shot. And like I was saying, I really do hope this guy kind of shows us he deserves to be in the final ahead of Joel Poland.
He will be in the final. I mean,
I know, but he makes it kind of a clean decision on the finalists. If he can get to a full 3, and who knows, maybe even more. We've said he
looked great yesterday, didn't he?
Looked sensational yesterday. If he can keep his calm, if he gets out of 1, this guy can rip 2 ball all the time. And then as long as he kind of keeps things going like he did at that Lake 38, I have a feeling he'll get down to 4, maybe even 5. Let's go.
10-5, slight
Lucas
headwind.
Cornell, 19-year-old from Australia. Queensland. He's got a narrow number 1. Let's hope for the big 2. It's not quite there, and he's going to come up.
Or does he get the S turn?
Didn't get back, so at most it's 2.5, but I have a feeling he's come up short.
It's 2. That's 2. That's definitely 2.
And awkward would be the expression I'd use.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The judges have made their call, and it's not going to be changed at this point. So, I mean, so that's, so Lucas has made the final. And to be honest with you, he went out there thinking he made the final. So, it's good that he's not going to suddenly have to have a run-off thereafter. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, the decisions are made in all sports in the moment. And, there's video review. But, the calls are not always cut and dry. And I think when I look at something, I can see one thing. And when you look at something, you might see another. The rules, could be, I guess, tightened up. When you look at it, it says what's a significant displacement? How do you judge that? Remember, in the old days we used to have buoys that were 1.5 foot across, and they were absolutely massive out of the water. So the sport's changed. So I mean, look, I'm happy for Lucas. He's made the final. I think if I was in Joel's position, I'd probably be a little bit aggrieved because frankly, I think personally, I think he thinks that he might have had the 2.5. But anyway, we are where we are.
Okay, as you're talking there, Freddie, I'm hearing some murmurs that the score's still kind of getting looked at. Things might change, and the weird thing is, even if the score gets changed to 2.5,
be a runoff.
It'd be a tie. Yeah, it's going to be a 2.5.
Perfect tie. So serious drama here behind the scenes. So as we move into all the skiers that have confirmed their places, we are waiting from what's happening behind the scenes to be confirmed. And I'll read the rule again. This is regarding Joel's potential 2.5. What was given as. I've only read it once.
Okay.
But it's the case of the ride over and significant displacement.
All right, then here we go on the water. We've got Nick Parsons coming to us out of the state of Utah, looking in good. Around 12 meters and 11.25 meters.
I'm going to quickly say Nick looked awesome yesterday. 3 at 41.
Fantastic.
He's in the final, and the next 4 skiers after him are all in the final. So really, this skiing is just kind of hoping for some big scores.
And it's for placement, isn't it, as well?
It's for placement, for seeding. But kind of my interest has gone a little bit. My interest is now in the drama that's unfolding.
Well, that's why I was going to read the rule again, Kiwi.
So I'm kind of excited. There's still a potential for a runoff or something going on because the stage has been set for these top sort of 4 or 5. But who's going to be the other guys joining? Well, the last guy in the final is yet to be decided.
We'll see. I mean, judges don't like changing their initial decisions.
Oh, here we go. Look at this.
So
here we go.
But the inside angle, that's way closer.
Well, you can see it at the boot,
Well, the thing is, he definitely ran over the front of it. To me, he went around it with his ankle, which is what's written in the rule book. So anyway, I mean, we'll see what happens. Joel looks typically relaxed. I think if there is a runoff, we can definitely feel bad for Lucas. We can feel bad for both Joel and Lucas in this situation because Lucas went out thinking he was already in, and probably the one score he didn't want to get was 2 to tie it up. I mean,
he didn't want to get 1.5 because then if he didn't score, it wouldn't be a runoff. But great skiing from both of them, and hopefully the right one will make it into the final, and we'll proceed with that tomorrow. But let's get on the water. It's Nick Parsons. This is 38, and I want to see this guy ski just the same as he did yesterday because he was positive, he was confident. And riding that pineapple slalom ski of his own design. Haven't seen him around the scenes as much in the last few years. 43 years of age, I think we said, or 42 maybe.
And he's kept in very good shape, I have to say.
One of the biggest guys on the circuit, and looked like an easy 39 yesterday, and a 3 at 41.
Let's check in with CT.
Anybody pushes the buoy down at all before?
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hanging out with Joel Poland here. So, Joel, a little bit of a mishap maybe. They're kind of working on your score. It's still under review.
Yeah, so I guess I have like a bit of a thing where I go inside buoys sometimes. And this time I actually think I got around it, but the judges don't. So we're reviewing it. We'll see how it comes back. And, yeah, if I get the 2.5, I think that'll put me and Lucas Cornell in a runoff. for the final spot, which is pretty cool, right?
Man, that would be great. Maybe some of the viewers out there get in the comments, say, judges, give it to him, right? He deserves it.
Yeah, 100%. That'd be great.
Anyway, real quick, I know you're the quintessential British man, dude. Have you gone and done your shooting yet?
Yeah, it was not good. It was really, really bad.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got 1.
Well, hey, it's better than none.
Yeah, true. Better than none. So at least we got 1, right?
Right on, man. Hey, good luck on the review. Hope it works out for you.
Cheers, man.
Back to you guys.
I hate to say this, guys. I'm quietly happy that he didn't go well at shooting because
Yeah,
one
it's
thing that he's
100%.
not very good at.
Yeah,
Joel-
exactly. It wasn't all that good in go-karting last night either, was he?
Nick passes 10.75. Sorry, we'll get back to that. He's over to 3. He's got a 4, and I think he's going to get over to 5 and turn this, and I'm very, very happy to see it. Nick is a great guy, and he's rolling back the years. I mean, he was good for him. Well done, Nick.
He is on point with a 39 off tailwind, setting himself up. No pressure. He's got a 3, huge score, his season's best, and maybe a chance of inching it down the lake a little further. You're talking he didn't go that good in the go-karting yesterday? He had like a 73 in the... I know he got kind of spun out in the actual final race.
But you're used to him seeing him win.
Well, he was like 0.05 of a second off, so pretty good.
Nobody's perfect.
I was hoping for less than that from him in the go-kart. Things come too easy for people, so hey, you know.
And things are coming very, very easy for the likes of Nick Parsons out there on the water right now, right in that pineapple ski, and it seems to give him a lot lighter presence on the water than what he's been skiing on in recent times. You know, so light as a matter of fact that he's encouraged himself to get off the 0 off C setting, which it had been riding with in the past, and kind of getting bogged down a little bit with that. But now he's on a ski that really suits his style and technique. He can afford to go on something like a 0 off alpha setting.
Well, he's done that sort of Adam Caldwell, make your own ski to suit your style kind of thing, which is pretty cool.
It was A1, was it, yesterday?
10.25.
A2.
Ran 3 yesterday. It's a good one again. Come on, Nick.
Come on, get after it. Come on.
I think he'll get around 3 with. No, I think that's a 2.
He didn't want to risk it that one, did he? He sort of. I think he had a chance of getting a piece of 3, but said, you know what, I don't need it. I've got my 3 from yesterday. I had a good start again. The 2 wasn't right there, but he knows he's got a chance. He's got the potential to step up onto the podium tomorrow if he can get another start like this at 41.
Yeah, very, very good one. And I thought he was going to turn 2 and get around 3. You see how close he was. He's sort of 57 feet tall. So came into buoy 3, just let go before the buoy. Maybe not. Maybe that was 2 1/4. Anyway, it doesn't particularly matter. 2 is
two buoys.
Score. 57 feet tall, Freddie. What about the arms? Has he got some long arms too?
Yeah, 93 extra feet side to side. No, for sure.
Going full on orangutan.
I'm just thinking. I'm sorry, I can't get my mind off this this review that's happening. The length of this review, it says to me that it's very tight, but 2, it's not. They're not dismissing it out of hand. And further, when we look at, it almost wouldn't have mattered if Will Asher had done what we all thought he was going to do. He had an unfortunate round, maybe the one we least saw coming of the day, and that would have put them both out, so it would have made it a moot point. So this is very, very big drama happening behind the scenes, and we're not hearing any update, which says that there's a lot happening. And I mean, the thing is, the judges want to get this right. They're not. We're getting lots of different opinions apparently from the judges being sent to the trailer we're hearing. So, yeah, we'll keep you updated as we hear something. I mean, it's unpleasant every which way. We don't want Lucas Cornell to have to go out there and be bumped out when he thought he was already in. That would be horrible. We also want Joel to get the score he deserves if it is indeed 2.5. So we'll keep you updated.
All right, then, with that in mind, on the water at this time, coming to us from France, this is Sacha Descamps.
So I'm in the back of my head, I'm kind of going, hey, a runoff might be the fairest way to solve this. It'd be fun for us. It'd be good for skiing fans worldwide to watch a runoff into the final between Lucas and Joel. But yet to be seen. But the judges decide for Joel Poland's round number 2, Sacha Descamps smoking it, round number 6, and an easy 12-meter pass.
All right, then, let's check in with CT.
Yeah, right, guys. Back here on the golf cart with my good friend Lucas Cornell. Bud, how you doing today?
Yeah, pretty good, but I don't know, seems like things are going pretty hectic now.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. Huh? I got a couple of reviews going on. That there's a rumor you might be, if it goes Joel's way, you might be in a possible runoff.
Yeah, that'll be fun, you know. I think, something to do. It's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Anyways, walk us through this 41 here, bud.
Well, it started with a pretty bad gate. As you can tell, that was not very good. But, yeah, I still thought the start was all right. Yeah, that looks fairly good. But, yeah, sort of came into 2. And, yeah, it sort of did nothing in terms of getting over to 3. And then just, try to pull all the way there and, inside it. Still tried to play it, play the S-turn, get in, but, stuff that up as well. And,
Hey, man, that was a solid performance. You definitely made the Irwin family proud.
Yeah, shame Steve's not here. He'd be sending me phone messages, I'm pretty sure. But, yeah, I'm sure I'll get a call from Rob maybe this Arvo.
Oh, definitely, man. I hope that happens. Anyways, hope you end up on that runoff. That'd be awesome to see. Good luck to you if it does.
Cheers, Chris.
Back to you guys.
Great to hear there from a CT and Captain Deadpan himself.
Captain Obvious with his comments on that one, wasn't he?
That's the sort of laid-back demeanour from an Australian before they go out and bat 250 runs and take 10 wickets, right? It's kind of giving me shell shock from all the cricket Ashes performances I've seen.
Let's not start bringing up cricket references. I'm a New Zealander.
It's the
we're
world
embarrassed
sport,
about
mate.
that sport.
What about rugby? All right, then.
Yeah, bring rugby up. That's okay. Well, we're not doing that well at that either lately. Sasha coming through 6 at 38. We assumed he would. He looked pretty strong in his round yesterday. He wasn't overly happy with it. His interview was kind of typical of, but he got the score done. It was enough. It still stands him. It still puts him into 4th tied. What he does here is going to kind of set his seeding up for the final.
Let's reflect on the score that it took to make the final. I mean, 2 and potentially 2.5. Certainly not a 3. This year, in regards to this year, this is actually a fairly low cut. And missing Nate and Brando and Adam Caldwell, it's going to pull the score down a little bit. But I'm surprised to see.
You're referring to a low cut at this event, though, not on the tour.
No, but actually this year there's been a lot of tournaments where there's been a runoff at 3.
At 3, okay.
So to not have a full 3 and to make the final is actually it's unusual. We've seen big scores for sure, and like to see 3 skiers get to 4 is kind of normal. But yeah, I'm surprised it's that low. I was saying it was going to be a 3 and a 2. In the end, any sort of 3 would have done it, which. Yeah. Would have upset, Rob Hazelwood, very capable of getting to 3. His 3 and 1 if he had managed to get to 3 today, which I thought he was going to do. So yeah, a missed opportunity there for a number of skiers. Anyway, Sasha's already in. He ran 3 yesterday and he looked good doing it. Bit of an average 1. Over to 2, that very, very trusty 2. 3's better than 1. Over to 4, a little taily, but enough. And then, oh God, no, that's not good.
Oh,
He's over
my
the front.
word, and he goes down at 4.5 there for Sasha Detsko on 10.75 meters. But no harm, no foul. I mean, he's essentially through to the next round of the competition, although he would have loved to have placed a little bit higher on the running order for the 3rd and last round final.
Didn't look comfortable right from the start. Maybe a little lack of intensity. Sometimes it's nice to have this extra little free round because it's no pressure. Other times it's like, oh, you're a bit casual maybe, and he didn't really kind of get into it and chase after things. So not really exhibiting the typical form we see from when he's on the water, but we'll still see him tomorrow. And as we watch, the tail end of this round number 2, speaks volumes to the performance from John Travers. The 4 at 41 is standing pretty large there today. One of the few guys that sort of went big today so far.
I think, sorry, just a correction on the screen there. Its official score is 4.5, 10.75, which doesn't do anything for Sasha. But yeah, I think that's a really good point. Kiwi, this is a guy that skis with a lot of intensity, and when you have a free round that's in some ways a free hit, a confidence round, he maybe just didn't approach it with the same intensity. And he's a guy. I think I've seen him miss 10.75 this year. I've seen him ski in 20 rounds of tournament. I think that's the first one he's missed, and yeah, I'm surprised to see that.
And then talking about the cut, obviously, we say it's been down a little bit, but that's obviously. With Will Asher kind of coming up short, Rob Hazelwood coming up a little bit short, Nate Smith not being here, a guy like Charlie Ross not being here, and a couple of others, Brando Caruso and yourself not skiing, there's 5-6 skiers that we typically would say would get to 3s or more and bump that sort of cut up. So missing a few competitors that may be affecting that cut line today.
It's more or less a full. I just can't believe that Will didn't run 10.75. I mean, it's
still struggling with that one, aren't you? I am too.
Yeah, he doesn't miss it. It's a shame for him. It is, because again, it's Rob and Will, home site, and haven't really made it work, which is sad.
Some opportunities now though for the guys sitting in sort of one of the guys, Thomas Gasperi, the guy sitting down the list a little bit in the tour standings to claw back some ground on Nate Smith, Rob Hazelwood, and that fight for second we say is going to be the interesting one for the remainder of the year.
Well, I think I'd have to pull it back up, but I think in that sort of top 6, from second down to 8th, it's sort of 50 points. I think
it's not much.
Corey's in there, Thomas de Gasperi's in there, Sash is in there.
Nate, Rob Hazelwood.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in this final.
Oh,
got Cole, and then out of contention is Nate not being there, and Rob not being in the final.
Well, as we continue to roll into this competition, a 12-meter start for Thomas de Gasperi. If we're looking at controversy, this guy's been front and center in that respect, because he actually tied for the European Championship win. And to discuss that, we'll do that after having a word with CT.
What's up, guys? Back here again in the golf cart with my good friend Nick Parsons. So, a fun fact, or maybe not a fun fact, you just told me you were actually skiing with someone else's handle out there, and you still performed like incredible.
It was a close handle to mine. It was still 12 inches wide, but he goes to put it on the dock starter and bring it to me. This isn't my handle, and then he started freaking out, and I started freaking out, and then I was like, well, apparently a blue and black handle's a common color. So.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people like that color. Anyways, I mean, you did great out there. Walk us through this 41 off here.
On every gate I had today, I kept overshooting. Like I kept like just gliding too far on my gate, and it was kind of freaking me out. But I kept coming off one all right, but I didn't carry it out into 2 ball as well as I wanted, and kind of got a little stuck out there. So then I just did everything I could to 3. I knew I was in, so I wasn't like freaking out or anything, and I was happy, but still happy to be here. Happy to be involved.
Yeah, definitely, man. Like I said, you were cool, calm, and collected after that, just like you always are. And like I said, hopefully we'll see some good things for you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
Yeah, bud. Back to you, boys.
God bless.
All right, then. Excellent stuff there from those two as we bring in Thomas de Gasperi, the European men's slalom champion for the 11th time. Looking good. Good extension there into number 3 and number 4, and gets this pass to go. And as we were kind of hinting a little bit, that mode of contention, that controversy taking place a little bit earlier on this season of the European Championships, where he and Brandon Caruso actually ran off against each other on several times, and then they just couldn't find anything to separate them, so they ended up sharing the title there, Freddie. I'm sure you have your views on that.
Well, it's unusual, isn't it? I mean, you don't tend to go to a tournament thinking that there's going to be. Usually think there's going to be a winner, not someone that doesn't lose, if that makes sense. So, I think I've talked to a number of people who said they didn't agree with it. I think it's a strange move, but that's nothing to do with Thomas. It's nothing to do with Brando. Both exceptional skiers who have huge amounts of quality. I just think that it was an odd thing that it was offered. I think that I don't think that it should be offered to have a tie for first place. We're a sport for winners, and like any sport, you don't share the World Cup because you get to the end of extra time with 3-3. You continue until someone wins.
Well, I mean, we're kind of throwing out hypothetical situations with that too right now. What happens if both skiers say, you know what, we're not going back again? We've done this 3-4 times. There's nothing separating it. What would happen?
For the win.
For the win, yeah.
Yeah,
the judges have no choice.
Then you give them both silver medals. I don't know. I mean, like someone's got to win. We're at a tournament to win. I mean, you can't. It's almost disrespectful to the other skiers to. Oh, that's a bad 4, and over to 5 and around 6. And I just want to say, I mean, I'm not saying anything negative about Thomas or Brando here, but I was confused. And again, I go back to the precedent for that was at the Olympics in 2020, I think, where the two high jumpers tied for first, and I just thought it was a wild decision back then. I mean, especially aiming for supremacy, and yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, I recognise Thomas is absolutely he's a 10-time world 10-time European champion, 2-time.
It's actually
world
quite
champion.
a common occurrence in swimming where they share medals.
Is that right?
Yeah. Especially at the Olympic level.
But they tend to. There's not a facility to have a runoff, whereas we have that. It's written into our rules.
Yeah.
They tie with exactly the same time, even.
Yes,
down
exactly,
to
down to the thousandth.
The thousandths, yeah. That's incredible.
Ooh.
You want to announce it, guys?
I'll leave it to
you.
you.
I'll leave it to Freddie.
Oh, Joel has Joel has been confirmed at 2 at 10.25. So. It spares Lucas an extra trip out there, and I guess it spares the judges' blushes of having to change the score. I think Joel might feel a little aggrieved at that. He would have had another chance at making the final. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have my own opinion, but there you go.
All right, then, with that on the back burner a little bit, here we have Thomas de Gasperi. He's run through 10.75. This is 10.25 meters on that unusual slalom ski, which didn't exactly help him this time around, unfortunately.
Very strange scores this second round.
Yeah,
no?
it is. It is. I was going to say that. It's the free round, and we said sometimes that you see some pretty big performances, but none of our competitors so far that have kind of had the pressure off them have really come up and pulled out a good score so far. I think Nick Parsons looked good, but he was a little shy on his score from yesterday. De Gasperi was a little shaky on his 39 and definitely didn't handle the gates in one ball that well.
And
and we have 2 skiers remaining. Hopefully they can come up with something for us and keep the excitement going through the tail end of the second round here. Of course, an 8-man final, and the stage has been set, hasn't it? We've just heard that Lucas Cornell from Australia will be the final competitor. We'll go through the top 8. It's going to be Travers so far. That might change with the next 2 competitors, Dane Meckler and Corey Vaughan, as to the order of the first 3. After that, Nick Parsons, Cole McCormick, Thomas de Gasperi, Sasha Deskun, and rounding it out, Lucas Cornell. So those are going to be your 8 competitors. Looking forward to it. We found out who the 8 was going to be for the Open Woman. Regina Jaquist will be the last one off the dock in that after her course record. So yeah, a big day of skiing tomorrow. A lot of the amateurs after this last couple of skiers today, and then some more amateur skiing tomorrow as well. And then that'll be rounding off with the finals. The Open Woman, then the Open Men. Time frame, Tony, for those guys that want to tune into the finals tomorrow?
Believe it's going to be same time tomorrow. We'll get confirmation of that. But with our last 2 competitors, they're guaranteed to finish no worse than 3rd between the 2 of them. We'll have Corey Vaughan coming up shortly, but before him, we've got Dane Meckler. And incidentally, that score from Thomas de Gasperi, he was 3rd seeded going into this section of the competition. His score has reduced his seeding from 3rd all the way down to 7th.
And Cole McCormick moving himself up into 4th spot.
I think he might.
Oh no,
go
sorry,
out.
he's 3rd. Sorry.
Yeah, no, he's going to be 4th.
4th because
But
he's a higher seed
he's a higher seed.
than
He'll
Nick
go
Parsons.
out. He'll go out after Nick. Yeah, so a good spot for Cole McCormick.
He's moved himself up from sort of tied for 7th, but potentially down in 10th or 11th into 4th spot. So yeah, very good spot for him to be in tomorrow. And he's one of the few people that have, along with John Travers, who's improved in this second round, at least within the final spots.
That's the rule, right? Like I'm looking at the leaderboard on the screen, and it's Nick Parsons there in 4th and Cole McCormick, but they'll be switched because of they're a perfect tie, but they're leading it coming into the event.
Yeah, Cole in 4th on the tour, so that gives him that little bit of an edge. I don't think Nick's entered a tournament this year, at least not professionally. So
I hope he does start entering a few more because he's definitely come up strong into this Travers Grand Prix.
He looks great, doesn't he?
Yeah,
it's great to see.
All right, one guy that I think will excel in this kind of free round, mainly because he hasn't had that many opportunities this year. He's been out with injury. He's had few and far between times to get on the water and turn up some big performances. The opportunities he's had, he's done exceptionally well. Obviously, last weekend, coming out with the win, and in the first round, coming up with the biggest performance of 41. We're going to see him in the final. What position is yet to be decided. Maybe he wants top seed, and if he knows if he can score at this stage more than 2, I think, more than 2 at 41, he'll get ahead of John Travers with the 2 scores, depending on what Corey Vaughan does. But I think he wants a shot at 41 again. This guy, like I said, he's been a bit starved of opportunities this year because he's been sitting on the couch rehabbing the ankle and biding his time to come out and finish the season well through the fall.
So because John Travers has more pro points than Dane at this stage, which is, despite Dane winning last weekend, if Dane runs 2 at 10.25 at 41, then he's going to go behind John for seeding. John will stay ahead of him for the final tomorrow. Yes, and I think Dane, I agree with you, Kiwi. I completely agree with you. I think that Dane's a guy that I remember a few years ago he got a big score and qualified for the Masters in one of my beloved last chance qualifiers, and he then went out having already, in the second round and ran a personal best at the time. He ran 5 at 10.25.
It was that at
out at Drew's Lake on
not here
in Lake Hancock. So I think this is a guy that when he has a free hit, he really goes for it. He's, like you say, he hasn't skied enough this year. He's going to be annoyed about that, and he's going to enjoy every second out there on the water. That's not the best. Are we sure this is 39? I mean,
he's 2-4 is looking a little bit off then, and that's something that's very unusual for Dane Meckler because he's so precise with his movements, keeps everything controlled, and just a little bit shaky. Maybe testing things out a little bit. We've seen a few other competitors that we're assured of skiing in the final, just kind of working through some issues out there and not skiing quite as well.
But we've seen a number of skiers kind of look a bit like, go back to Will Asher, of course, Sasha Scuns. Like these are guys that you see him run this pass easy every time, and Sasha and Will missed it. Dane ran it, but I mean the 2 and 4, which looks so good. I mean that's how he got around 5. He turned his offside twice at 10.25 last week. This looks a little bit off. So anyway, that doesn't matter. He really needs. Well, he doesn't need anything. He's already in the final. He's already in the top 3 guaranteed. He's going to want to take top seed. So in order to have a chance of that, he needs to get 2 1/4. So he needs to get over to that buoy 3, and that'll put him ahead of John. A little peek back at his fin at the end there. Yeah. And then Corey, the highest seed for the first time in his career, I would say.
He's got to be loving that. It's a great feeling to be the last man on the dock. And
almost as good a feeling as it was for him to win that Oxfordshire Pro Slalom tie-in-all in the middle of the night with that higher than usual water level with the rollers and all that kind of stuff.
2 1/4 to go ahead of John and take top seed. 2 will put him in second. I mean, he's already guaranteed second for the moment. It's not the best one. He's going to over to 2, and will he be able to turn it? It's a solid 2. I think he'll get around 3, a little piece of it.
Oh, and that ski leapt up out the water into number 3, right?
A score under review. I don't know. I mean, I think he went round it. We'll see. I mean, I don't know.
I don't think he did. But
no, he's shaking his head. I don't think he did. Very bad one, but I was impressed with how he turned 2 to even have a chance at 3. I mean, we need to see it again. We only saw it in normal speed.
I'm not sure if he's shaking his head because of the not getting around 3. Just maybe the way he handled that round. It wasn't his best skiing. He didn't have the one that he's been getting at 41. 1 and 3, he's been turning so well. Came up short at number 2. Had to kind of save it. Let's see if the ski went.
I'd say he's around that.
I think he's around. Yeah, I think he knew it was around. He was like, hey, that wasn't how I've been skiing. He'll kind of put that one aside, forget about it, and try and find the form he had in the round number 1.
No, but how about that, right? So I think we can say he got 3, at least from what we've seen so far, and average 1, very average 2. No, giving him 2. What? Oh, no, he's inside of it. Sorry, no, he's inside of it. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Well, anyway, the fact that he was able to get over to 3 with very bad 1 and 2, pretty impressive.
Obviously the implications of that is, and I'm happy for John Travers, he's going to be so far our top seed.
He's looking at top seed, isn't he?
He is,
at his own tournament. That means he can do some more gardening in the morning while he gets ready.
Yeah, all dependent on what this.
Whoa, hello! What's going on here? The boat's slowing up.
Something's going on. kind of interested. We haven't had an interview yet with a couple of people. I'd like to hear from someone like De Gasperi and kind of who didn't go that well. We didn't really hear from Will Asher. I wouldn't mind hearing from him. I don't know if Chris can track him down. He might not be available. He's probably not real happy with things. But I'm sure he'll be philosophical about it. He'll reflect about a good year he's had so far. But just to hear kind of how they're feeling in this sort of almost bonus round right now.
All right, then, let's check in with CT.
What's up, guys? Back here in the golf cart with a good friend, Thomas De Gasperi. Man, looking good out there today. Not quite as good as you did yesterday, but still, you'll be in the finals, man. What happened here at 41?
I thought the wind was a little maybe stronger, so I pulled. I was a lot faster than yesterday, so maybe I just carry a little bit too much speed into one, and yeah, no line, and my tail came out. Yeah, definitely too much speed. It's the first time I got to see it, so now that I got to see on the screen, yeah, I got to adjust a little bit for tomorrow. I think I tried to run it or try to run more buoys at one ball, and it didn't work out. Yeah, just whatever. A little bit of hiccup before tomorrow.
That's all right, man. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But again, you got another round tomorrow. So, I mean, we're going to take a chill tonight, get focused, get set, reset for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just going to go home, relax a little bit, maybe pull some sets, maybe. We'll see. And, yeah, be ready, rest tonight, and be ready for tomorrow.
That's awesome. Real quick, you also have a cool ride out there. I heard you're giving out rides to people.
No. Everybody's asking, but definitely not.
Oh, man. Well,
I wish I had the power that thing.
Anyways, I think you'll have that power tomorrow. Yeah. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
All right, then, just a quick note for our spectators here, especially those that are a part of the Travers Grand Prix 2024 shooting competition. You have about an hour left to get your shots in. Get on over there to the skeet range and fire off your shots. You have got about an hour left to get that done. All right, so we thank our sponsors and supporters, as you see there directly below me here on the announcing point. And another round of Pick Your Pass. This time I'm going to offer the choice to Freddie first.
I'm gonna say let's see Joel's 10-2-5, please. I'd love to see it. It would be it would be fun to have a look at it. I mean, obviously, obviously it was tight because we waited for 15 to 20 minutes for the review to be looked at, right? So let's see it. You know, let's have a look. I mean, it's I think that in all sports there's contentious decisions, and you know, judges have to make a decision in the moment. And
get the pause button going.
And I thought here he sunk the front of the. I think he's around it. Sorry, but I think he's around it.
Can we go back and pause right in front of it from that angle? Is that a thing?
We might not be allowed to do that.
Might not be allowed to?
Yeah,
okay.
I think we're being told.
No.
I'm going to get punched by Vince in the face, I think, after this. So it's the last time you'll see me without a black eye.
How to turn an innocuous game show into a major world controversy.
Yeah, but this is what sport is about, right? We shouldn't shy away from talking about things that are contentious. Otherwise, we're not a real sport. You know, you don't see the guys on ESPN saying, "Oh, we can't talk about that because we might upset someone."
No, well, we have talked about it, and you know what? The points I want to see, and I'm putting this on Vince. I hope he can get this up quickly. Is John Travers 441.
Yes,
that's the one
idea.
we want to see in it. Cause,
yeah, definitely.
There's no controversy around that performance. It was hands down
one
beautiful. Of the best passes of the day and of the weekend so far.
Yeah, so to pick your pass, John Travers 41 for you there, Kiwi. Yeah, let's have a look at that, hey.
Watch the nonchalance here.
It was cool, calm, and collected. The one, pretty decent. The two was just kind of relaxed and, hey, let that ski turn. And then, hey, you know what? I'm still good. I'm going to kind of crank 3, but not too hard. Just get across to 4, throw the fist, become the top seed in my tournament, and take it back to the dock.
I'm so jealous. I cannot tell you how jealous I am that he can throw a fist through an onside S10. That is so hard to do, and to be that, I don't know, maybe I have a problem with it. But anyway, he's skied really, really well. He's got a lot of confidence. And wouldn't we love to see John Travers win this tournament? I mean,
has he won the tournament? I don't think
no,
so.
No,
Six
not this one.
years,
It's
he
been
hasn't won this one.
up until San Gervasio this season. It actually been quite a while since he won a pro tour.
Yeah, has he been on the podium?
Here, I don't know. I think
we need another interview with John Travers. I think Chris needs to go find him and see his highest placing.
I might
in
have
this
some
tournament.
stats that I
Find
can
some
pull
stats
up,
for
yeah.
us. We need some stats, some data, kind of fill in some spaces. We have a little bit of a technical difficulty, and we'll be getting Corey Vaughan out there, our final skier in this round 2.
And some symmetry, really, isn't there? That we started off with a weird first skier of the first male skier of the day on the pro side, which was sort of interrupted, and then poor old Corey the same. The good thing, though, for him is that he's guaranteed to be 3rd seed, and he's only trying to improve that. And we'll go to Chris.
All right, check it.
What's up, guys? Hanging out here in Dane's World. Party time. Excellent. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how are you, Chris? Doing good.
Can't complain, man. Love watching you guys out there. You did pretty solid today. Another 2 at 41, was it?
Yeah, 2. I honestly, it was a weird round. I don't know, it was such a weird rhythm today. Maybe just the start at 12. I haven't done that all season and without any adrenaline. I mean, I was already in the final, but yeah, I don't know. Definitely a weird round. I didn't feel good on the ski. Glad I got that one out of the way. And yeah, I was close to 3, but I think it was the right call.
Right on, man. Walk us through it here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't have any confidence after the first couple passes. Was trying to figure out where to stand, where to load. I don't know, the boat was just on me a little later today, and I'm not really sure why. But yeah, I thought I still managed after a pretty awful one to get 3, but yeah, I think I ran it over, and yeah, I think that was the right call. But a little bummed with the score, but today it doesn't matter. I'm going to go for it in the final. I'm in a good spot, and yeah, being last off the dock would have been cool, but, good to put some pressure on those guys, I think. We'll just try to do my best.
Definitely, man. I know you'll put your best effort tomorrow and make those boys chase you and have a good time with it.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. See you guys tomorrow.
No worries, man. Good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So continuing on, just pulled out some stats here on Jonathan Travers, who is our lead contender at the moment so far as seeding going into the 3rd round. His first ever professional title was way back in 2011. That was the U.S. Masters in May of that year.
Solid one to win first, just like Cole.
Yeah, absolutely. Then what was it? 7 years later. In 2018, he won another professional title, and then he wins this year. So
but he won more in that time. I think it's just the records aren't sort of.
But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that he has 3 wins in his professional career based upon the stats that we have available here. So he wins at the rate of one every 7 years.
Well, it'll be about 7 weeks or maybe 3 months since his last one. So I mean, he can break that and pull that average way down if he goes out tomorrow and skis well.
All right, top seed.
Last year, famously, he went out first in the 2nd round because he'd got a solid enough score in the 1st round, and then his handle was too long, which was very unusual because I think he'd also had his handle too long the previous week as well. He was having difficulty with his handle, but he actually went and ran 3 1/4 at 41, which put him in the final. I can't remember quite what he did in the final, but yeah, he's top seed here, and just shows that the year he's having. He got on the podium last week at the Mastercraft Pro. He won the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, and he's top seed here with the ability to keep top seed if he gets 2. If he actually runs 2, no, it's just 2. Because he'll have 4 and a 2.
Yeah, no, you're right. He'll go back to
and his Waterski Pro Tour position currently is above John Travers.
Not a difficult task at all, really, for the way Corey Vaughan's been skiing. With a 4 at 41, and just has to go out there and pick up a full 2. And he would dearly love to be top seed. I know he would. I think he enjoyed that feeling there of standing on the dock, the last man out, and to do that in a final is huge. It kind of makes you feel like you deserve to be there, and he sort of earned his stripes this year, you would say.
And he had indicated at the beginning of the season that this would be his last season as a pro, but
I think next season.
No.
Why stop now? Because he's first this year at Oxfordshire, third at Mastercraft, fourth at San Gervasio, 8th at Swiss, and 11th at California, and he's currently in fifth place.
And he told us last week, didn't he, Tony, that he thinks that he can go and do well enough at the next tournaments to take that, podium place, that second or third place. It's going to be hard for him to catch up with Will, but second or third place on the tour leaderboard, that's what he's aiming for. He said he's, put a lot of pressure on his dear wife Amelia, by being down here a lot, and she's helping him out a considerable amount back there by taking care of everything. Up in Virginia.
Matter of fact, if he can take first place from this tournament, he will actually leapfrog Nate Smith for the moment and get 185 points. But it'll be near on impossible to catch Will. But, I mean, if he can get as high as second in the Waterski Pro Tour standings, whew.
Yeah, with 2 tournaments to go, that would be pretty special. And he might sort of think that top spot's exactly where he wants to be. And, I mean, it's always quite fun to be at the end and sort of see everyone go out in front of you and know exactly what you got to go get.
And I think it's going to give him some confidence if he can go out and post, even if it's not the best score in the world, but ski well. After watching some of his fellow finalists, if you like, they didn't ski that well in this round. And I think if he can put 2 good scores together, he's going to be not just seated high, he's going to feel confident about how he's performing, and that'll be play into his favour when he goes out in the final.
And you know what? The interesting thing is, so far as his ski is concerned, he actually jumped onto a Katie Platinum recently. It actually communicated with a good friend of his, Terry Winter, and Terry said, "Give this ski a try. Just put your fin settings and binding settings on this one and see how it works." And then he just went out there and skied some of the best that he's done. Did a little bit of tinkering, and then not too long afterwards came the CV version of that Katie Platinum slalom ski. And as they say, the rest is history.
Yeah, well, kind of, we won't mention what he was on previously, but obviously it wasn't really kind of functioning well for him. He's made the right move, and all these guys. We're always searching for that next thing that's going to suit your performance, your the way you ski, and I think he's found something that just dovetails really nice with how he stands on the ski. And here he is. This is 39.
Not a very good one.
No, he did that yesterday though. He's got a big 2. It's going to put him back on time. Manages
Much
3.
better
There's
3.
better. Yep.
But he's got something he can recover with now.
It's a little bit of a stop-start pass and kind of
boom,
just eking his way through it.
I
seen
would
that a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Not everyone looking that fluent through the last number of skiers. I wonder. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. You're used to sort of seeing these passes being stroked at the latter part of a second round, as everyone who skied well in the first round gets to go again. Going back to the ski, I mean, it is very interesting, and I think that Corey has he looks very good on a slalom ski, and he skis very well, but he uses a different skill set I think than some other people. He's got sort of. I would say he's got those sort of cat-like. He's got those long arms that sort of move out towards, and he's. Yeah, so I mean that ski's working for him very, very well, I think as we saw, if we compare the 3 4s at 10.25 that we've seen so far, John looked serene, through, and it was almost like he was aiming for 4, if that makes sense. Like he was taking it fairly easy to not try and overexert himself anyway, so that he can get to 4. And Dane, I thought, was actually, he came up a bit narrow into 4. I thought he was going to run it. Corey just kept moving, moving.
There we go. We saw on the screen the buoy cam rescue crew that will be jumping in the water and getting that buoy cam out of the lake in time for the next skier. Another thing, and actually the equipment set up on Manon Costard's ski actually kind of reminded me a little bit about this from last week, that she kind of has that raised rear boot.
This guy's doing it too.
The boat's slowing down.
I wonder if we've got an overheating issue.
Something's going on, but we thought we were going to see the last pass of the day right there. We thought we were going to see...
At least among the pros.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. The last pass of the Open round number 2. Unfortunately, there's a bit of an issue coming into the course.
But that actually gives me a little bit of time to kind of mention what I was going to talk about so far as the raised rear plate, because I saw that a little bit with Manon Slamsky last week. And what he has is kind of like a little plastic plate setup that's mounted underneath his rear binding, which is a rear toe loop, by the way. And, it makes perfect sense makes perfect sense to do that, you know, because as you bend with the front leg, you know, you kind of lift your rear heel up, and if you've got something to support it in that in that movement, then that's going to help you out some.
Well, Corey's talked to me about that, and he's actually got one leg that's slightly longer than the other. So his rear leg, so his left leg is slightly shorter. So he's got that there to make up that discrepancy.
Now you're going to have the opposite thing going on, because your front leg's going to end up being shorter after all is said and done.
Yeah, which is exactly how I've wanted it all my life. So fortunately, through some surgical intervention, I'm going to be an improved water skier next year.
The dedication to get that extra
I know.
bit of performance.
I just chose that. I was like, that doc, that's helping me out. I'm going to lose that half centimetre that's been thwarting me all these years.
Gentlemen, we can rebuild him. We have the technology.
There we go.
All right, not sure what the issue was, but we're going to take... I don't know if he has to re-ride the 39. Did they bring him back? Because that was...
No, I think I just heard they're going back to the other end. I wonder if there was an overheating issue or something, or maybe they lost shore path or something. Who knows? But yeah, I guess Corey's just having a little not victory parade, but it's just a little sort of mid-set trip up and down to kind of get a look and see what's going on.
No, he's gonna take this in all he can, because skiing in Virginia right now is a little bit crispy.
No, he's been hanging out down here in Florida the last week or so. I know he might be going back for a little bit and then coming right back for the King of Darkness and the Miami Pro in a couple 3 weeks. Regardless of what happens here on this pass, I'm excited about who our top seed's going to be into the final. It's either going to be John Travers or it's going to be this guy, Corey Vaughan. Either way, a position that is often occupied by, guys like a Will Asher or a Nate Smith or yourself, Freddie, but they may be a little bit more unfamiliar with that position, but it's going to be a cool experience for them, and especially for someone like John who's put this tournament on.
I've got to be. I'm not allowed to have a favourite particularly here, but wouldn't it be great to see John win the tournament? It is not easy to put on a tournament. Kiwi, you know what it takes to put on tournaments. I mean, that's a lot of work. And then John goes out and skis and he runs for it 41. He looked great doing it. So yeah, I mean, it would be cool to see. I mean, and actually, there's no better feeling than winning a tournament last off the dock, because even when if you go out and get a huge score, you've still got that weight. Whereas if you know immediately that you've won it if you're last off the dock. So Corey will want to have that. John will want to have it. If Corey runs 2 here, he will be top seed. If he runs less, he will be second. He will be third seed.
Yep.
Because of Dane taking that second spot. So Corey Vaughan 10.25. He's over to 1. It's slow. It's definitely slow, but I think he'll get 2 and he might pull to 3. But
and he collapses. But
he's on his way into that wake and kind of. I'd still call it
is that
skiing
2?
position.
That's a 2.
Yeah, he's going to get the 2 out of that.
If the weight is supported by the ski and the rope is in your hands.
Let's read the rule.
Don't worry. I just read it to you, mate. That's from memory.
Monsieur Rule Book.
Well, you gotta know the rule book these days.
I know you got to have the rule book.
That's the most this rule book has ever
principle
come out
of the rules, anyway, not verbatim.
Around 2, and then if he crosses the centre line, he's still on the ski. That is a 2-boy count.
The rule is skiing position. It wasn't a very nice skiing position, but it was a skiing position.
I'm going to pull the rule out. Let's find it, because I'll give you the wording, but it is.
While we're doing that, I'm going to give a shout out to the big CP, the tower. I was asking if he was going to be skiing. I see him on site. I'd love to have a word with him some stage.
All right, where's the handle here?
He's still got it. Yeah, he's still got it to the midline. And a good way to finish it on a little bit of a drum. We'll wait and see what the full score is going to be.
Here we go, Kiwi. They've called 1.5.
Oh, come on.
Well, luckily I've got the rule book ready for you, Kiwi. Here we go. The definition of skiing position is that A, the skier has possession of the toe line. Check. The skier is riding forward or backward with the ski or skis on his feet. Check. The weight of the skier is entirely supported by his ski or skis. The skier is ultimately able to regain or
he's able to regain it, yeah.
Able to regain control. Well, he didn't regain control, but the weight of the skier is supported entirely by the ski. Check. Okay. So now we've got to look at how do you score the buoys.
Yeah, the skiing position when? Is it the midline? Is it the line of the buoys?
I think that toolbox is gonna fall into the water unless he.
Interesting one.
Except for the exit gate, 1 point when the skier's front foot has crossed the line of the next boat guide. Yep. Not later than the level of the next buoys. Check. So that's the definition of a 2 in my humble opinion, we've done 4 jacks on it. So,
and I agree with you. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I think.
Come on.
I
Is
think
he going to go up? Well, I mean,
there's no way they've not given him 1.5. Seriously,
They have.
Are you serious?
All right.
Would I lie to you?
Some random calls here, but
can we get a replay of that?
The completion of the event, we're through it. We know the finalists. We don't know the order just yet. We have a feeling that John Travers could be the last off the dock with a score of 4 at 41 and a backup of 2.
I mean, if I'm Corey Vaughan, I'm going to go and put my $250 on that because that's a textbook too.
Yeah,
and he'll get. It depends how much he cares about having top seed, but it's going to. Remember, if he gets a podium, if he ties for a podium spot and he's 3rd seed as opposed to 1st seed, then he's going to lose that podium spot.
And he won't be able to.
And he'll lose points on the tour.
Yeah, and he won't be able to come up tomorrow and go, hey, let's look back at that one, if that happens. So he needs to do it now.
To me, that's a textbook too, and I'm very surprised. We'll see what happens, but I think they should.
Sounds like you want to get your wallet out and give them the money.
Yeah, I would. I mean, these people. I want fairness to happen, and that's a very strange one.
Well, either way, 2 great ambassadors of the sport of tournament Waterski slalom are the top 2 seeds in going through to the next round of the competition.
Well, Corey will be 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, while we're waiting on the decision, maybe I'd like. We're gonna hear from Chris here for a second.
All right.
I know. Okay.
Hey, what's up, guys? Back here with Corey Wild Thing Vaughn. That was a wild ride out there. What happened? What was going on?
Yeah, I guess my deep water start with these baggy shorts. The 6.2 just couldn't handle it, so I broke the boat. And then we had another delay. There's I think a fuel pump issue going on. They're getting it resolved. Oh, here we got the replay. All right, here's 41. Now, I heard the judges are giving me 1.5. I've got some interest in this because it's a seating difference. Let's see here. When it happens in real time, it's hard to tell, but pretty... I think I'm getting protest money out. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Sounds good. Looks like he's going to go protest. We'll see what happens. Stay tuned.
He cut the interview short and said, hey, I'm
You
out
think?
here.
Yeah, well, I think because the rule is there's a time limit on it.
Yeah,
and I mean,
well-
that is a 2. I'm sorry, but
Does anybody have cash to lend Corey?
well, very interesting stuff happening here, and I think Corey will. There's been 2 protests in this round, and I think 2 of them fair protests. So we're going to see that's going to potentially it's going to move Corey if it's granted. It'll move him from 3rd spot to 1st spot after 2 rounds based on a tie. Remember that the top 3 skiers, Corey, Dane, and John Travers, have all tied with a 4 and a 2 over 2 rounds. But it is, Corey has done well enough to earn that superior score on the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard to then take top seed for tomorrow if he's granted this too. I gotta say, anyway, I'm surprised. That's enough of that. Let's.
Well, we just saw we're going to have some pick your passes, and this is one I wanted to see because this kind of threw everything kind of for a loop here in the second round. When we saw Will Asher, one that we thought for sure was going to go through. He looked all sorts of trouble on this 39. What happened? We never really heard from him as far as, what was he on a different ski? What was happening? He said yesterday in an interview he wasn't feeling that comfortable. But in my opinion, this was the weirdest pass of the day. And things kind of steamrolled from there. Everyone started looking a little bit awkward. And some of the scores, aside from, say, John Travers, was down a little bit.
I was looking towards the end of that instant replay with that slalom ski. It was really, really bouncing an awful lot, kind of really jittery. I mean, that's near enough a telltale sign that the ski may have just been on its last legs,
Well, if he's pulled it out of the shed, it's probably one that he knows sort of has worked for him. Probably it's not one that he thinks is going to go off.
I'm sure he's like a tennis player. I'm sure he's got a quiver of slalom skis sitting there that he can
especially
just kind
him.
of pull out and jump on and know he can do well on. But I couldn't figure it out on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an interesting round there. I think, I'm not sure. We're not even over yet because we've got a video review happening in the background. Corey stuck with a backup score of 1.5, which
Well, regardless, I mean, that's kind of our leaderboard on your screen, but Dane Meckler will definitely not be in that position. John Travers will be, regardless, if Corey Vaughan's performance stays at 1.5, John Travers will be our top seed. Dane Meckler will be second, and Corey Vaughan third. Nick Parsons fourth.
It'll be Cole fourth, I think, from the highest
Cole fourth,
seeding.
you're right, yeah. Nick Parsons fifth. Thomas DeGasperi, Sasha Descun, and Lucas Cornell, all the top 8. So, yeah, some weird calls and some weird performances, some weird 39s. We called 3, 4, 5 great 39s yesterday. I'm trying to think of the best one today, and I'm struggling to see.
Now, it's a really good shout. I can't remember a really good one. I think Joel's was pretty good.
Joel's was pretty strong, yeah, downwind.
And what was Lucas's like?
Not as good. No, not as good as yesterday. No, he looked not bad.
No.
I mean, but a couple little grabs here and there.
Okay, let's just say that this protest here from Corey Vaughan is upheld and he gets 2. That goes alongside his 4. And both Jonathan Travers and Dane Meckler also have 4. So you've got 3 perfect ties, right?
Yeah, 3 skiers with a perfect tie.
Which means it comes down to Waterski Pro Tour standings to basically separate and seed the competitors, which means that your top competitor, Jonathan Travers, will be top seed, right?
No, Corey would be, because Corey's 5th on the tour leaderboard right now.
Yes,
John's a handful of points behind.
And then Dane Meckler would be in 3rd.
Would be in 3rd, yeah.
So there we go. So yeah, so there is a lot of contentious issues in regards to that. But I think it's time for a break, guys.
Is it? A break. I want to hear the score, Tony. I want to hear the score.
We're hearing that the score has been reviewed in the trailer by a judge, and it's going to go back to the judging tower to be reviewed again. But it's looking like a 2, which I think the consensus at this table is that probably makes sense.
Yeah. The officials definitely having to earn their keep today. A lot of reviews and protests and.
Well, presumably they earned $250 from not giving Joel Poland's money back.
Oh, there you go.
There is an interesting thing, by the way. There is nothing in the rules that says what they have to do with that money. So they don't have to. If they give it back, if they don't give it back, then there's nothing stating where that goes. So wonder where it does go. That is a 2. That is. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. As we read the rules, it's inside the line of the first gate buoy, and holding the handle, ski on the foot with weight fully supported by it.
Honestly, my personal opinion, that protest money. I mean, if it
should go to the announcers.
No, I think it should go to the Waterski and Wakeboard Foundation.
It should, shouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Confirmed score 2. Yep. So Corey's successful review, and I think that's justice.
He gets his money back.
Yeah.
He gets his money back.
Oh,
so only $250 being split between the judges this evening.
Okay, so what does that mean?
That means Corey Vaughan, he's going to be our top seed. So congrats to Corey. He was top seed in round number 1. He is top seed in round number 2, or going into the final. So a great, exciting event for us tomorrow. Corey Vaughan will be the last man standing. John Travers will go out right before him, and Dane Meckler before him. So all the guys that ran 4 at 41 will be finishing this event up in style.
And congrats to John Travers for bringing himself into that mix, right? Because that was the performance of the day on the men's side. Of course, the women were a lot of spectacular skiing, but John looked phenomenal, and a lot of confidence tomorrow if he can go and do that. It looked like an easy 4, one of the easier 4s. So easy that he was able to throw the fist halfway through his S turn. So very happy to see that. And tomorrow's going to be a very, very exciting day.
At the end, or almost the end of a very, very interesting season so far as Jonathan Travers is concerned. You can hear more about that by going to the TWBC podcast and check the interview that I conducted with him prior to the Oxfordshire Pro-Am. He certainly had a lot to say in that podcast, and I invite you to do that. Just go to the TWBC YouTube channel and search for the TWBC podcast. I don't know whether you guys have listened to him, but he's got plenty to say.
It's on my to-do list. I'm sure he does, and I'm interested to see what he's got to say. And it looks like amateurs are going to kick off here in about 15 minutes. The finals tomorrow, if you're finishing tuning in, get back here for the finals tomorrow. We're saying starting around 10:30.
I thought it was midday.
Midday, is that what it's
Are they
scheduled
not
for?
making it for midday? Yeah, I think so. 30 amateurs in the morning. So it's going to be 11, 11:30 we're hearing. So it'll be a little later than today, but
see you guys back here tomorrow, I'm sure.
Absolutely. All right, then. So you guys are just leaving me here all on my lonesome there with the amateurs, which will start in less than 15 minutes' time. We have the continuing coverage of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix with the second portion of the amateurs for round 2. Stick around. We've got more great skiing to come right after this.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you? Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will? Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right then, folks. Welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. My name is Tony Lyford. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. And we've got the remaining amateur competitors to take to the water to round off what has been an exciting, if somewhat controversial, running of the pro competition. We have our pro skiers making it through to the finals in both the pro women and pro men. But now it's the time of the pros. Now the time of the amateurs, I should say. We're going to start with 52.18 for Matt Leach. Here we go, Matthew Leach. Round 2, amateurs, part 2. 18.25 meters, 52K 18. And, yep, and just sneaking his way through the exit gates as we now turn our attention dockside and see Connor Pesic, one of our crew here at TWBC. And looking at Matt Leach, a little bit tail heavy, it has to be said, at 52K 18, which is the equivalent of 32 miles an hour, 15 off. $52K 80.25 meters, giving him a total of 60 buoys upon the successful completion of that pass that we've just seen. We are on according to our list, we're on the skier number 63, and we will round off the competition for today when we get to skier 81. So we've got 18 skiers remaining. $55K or 34 mile an hour. It's Matthew Leach. Not looking too bad, and doing a fine job there with pass number 2. Certainly a little bit better than what he did before on the opener. At 52, 55 looked a lot smoother, a lot cleaner, and a lot more comfortable, I would say. There we go, 55K. Just a quick reminder that we still have the silent auction going on with the slalom skis, the Good Ventura, the HO Syndicate Works 01 and Works 02. We're still entertaining bids for those slalom skis, so if you are bidding for those skis, make sure you put your name down, the price that you're willing to pay for that ski of your choice, and we'll see what transpires. We're also taking the same drill during the live chat on our TWBC YouTube channel, as we see Matt Leach go through that pass. So, as we continue to go right along, and as Connor Pesic looks out from the dock, he sees a good friend of his from the Lone Star State of Texas, Matt Leach, coming into the course. This should be 36 miles an hour. Skier who skis a men's 1 would ski at maximum speed before shortening the line, unless he specifies he shortens and keeps the boat speed the same. There you go, getting round all 6 buoys, and a little bit skittish there, but managing to make pass number 3.
Yeah, except for the ramp. Right.
So Matt Leach, that was at 58K, 18.25 meters. He's going to come back at 58K, 16 meters. Just rocking the roost here. And just getting everything that he can out of that pass, dragging his hips a little bit off 5 into number 6, but managing to put a little bit of a hurting on that pass towards the end and getting the job done. All right, so that is 6 buoys, 22 off coming up next at 16 meters. There we see Skip Homal along with Natalia Berdnikova. Travers in the passenger seat. Nice pull out there for the entrance gate. Not particularly wide, but you can't afford to go too wide with 18.25 meters or even 16. But there we go, Matt Leach. Matt Leach, I believe, ending off with a score of a 3 here, but we'll double check on that. As we work our way towards our next competitor, a quick reminder that May the 3rd of next season sees the induction into the class of 2025 Waterski Hall of Fame of Scott Ellis. If you want to be a part of those festivities, you can buy your tickets from USA Waterski and Wake Sports. Tickets go on sale on New Year's Day. But to be a part of those festivities, honoring the contributions of Scott the Rocket Man Ellis. That will take place on the 3rd of May next year, and tickets available through USA Waterski and Wake Sports Foundation. Connor Pesic coming in on 14.25 meters at 58K. So just to clarify with Matt Leach, 2 at 58K, 16 meters. And provided that Connor Pesic runs this pass, he will take the lead so far in this section of the amateur competition. And he does. There you go. 14.25 meters, 58K, or 36 miles an hour, 28 off. Connor Pesic, who skis over at San Marcos River Ranch, not too far away, not too far outside the city of San Marcos in Texas, which is not too far itself away from Austin. And the site where he trains is going to be the site that next week will be hosting the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships, with many of the skiers here will be participating in for their respective collegiate teams. Teams such as Rollins College and Florida Southern will be representing this part of the world, while teams such as Louisiana Lafayette, Louisiana Monroe, Texas A&M, and many, many others will be present, as well as a whole slurry of teams from the Midwest and from the Western region. Be sure to check out the webcast for that particular event, with the link of which could be found on usawaterski.org. Starting next Thursday, the NCWSA National Collegiate Waterski Championships. Connor Pesic, 30 meters. Little bit high up in the air off number 5 as he propels his way to buoy number 6, but still manages to get a good handle on that and run the pass. Connor Pesic, nice, very light on his feet from the entrance gates through to buoy number 1. And trying just to maintain his balance and just stay upright on the ski and not move around too much on the ski itself as he negotiates the turn. Just sets it up nicely. A skier that has skied here plenty during the summer. And looking good here. Connor Pesic, who has traveled quite a bit this season, helping out the TWBC productions. TWBC has been various locales around the world, broadcasting the sport of tournament water skiing, obviously across the United States, but also in places such as Morocco, Italy, the United Kingdom, and Canada. There we go, 12 meters. Got 4 buoys on 12 meters in round 1, and this time around, he gets the full 6. There we go, that is Connor Pesic. So Connor Pesic, right now, scoring 6 buoys at 35 off 12 meters, currently on a running total of 102. So continuing right ahead. And as I mentioned before, I will mention and continue to mention extensively the buoy counts for each of these performances. They are certainly important when it comes to the team competition element that is a hallmark of this Travers Grand Prix. It's a case of taking all of those scores and creating an average, and the best average, obviously, would help that team towards the Waterski slalom crown portion of this event, the Travers Grand Prix. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 at 11.25 meters. Does he get it outside number 4? No, but halfway down the course, 11.25 meters gives him a grand total of 105 buoys from the Lone Star State of Texas, Connor Pesic. I'm sure his mum would be absolutely thrilled being able to see him get halfway down this pass of 58K, 11.25 meters. Or 38 off, 36 miles an hour. Okay, getting messages through all the time. Glad to have you interact. And apparently that score of a 3 at 11.25 meters for Connor Pesic ties his PB, so well done there to him. Nice to get that little message from his mom. 58K, 14.25 meters for Sergei Daniushki. So not looking too bad, 58K, 14.25 meters, absolutely on the money there with that run. Skier number 3 of 18 on this list for the amateurs in this competition. Now, for those of you wondering where we're around about what time we would start the pros tomorrow, that we believe is going to be around about somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Obviously, a lot of that timing is going to depend upon how quickly we make it through the amateur rounds of skiing in that portion of the morning. And Sergei Danioshki wearing those pro gear gloves that you can find out more on by going to skiprogear.com. skiprogear.com. You can find out more about this facility, the Jack Travers Waterski School, by going to, you guessed it, jacktravers.com. Sergei Danioshki getting through that run and not looking too bad there. He's 2 passes to the good right now, 14 and 13 meters. Currently on 96 buoys. A 6 buoy count, 12 meters off 35 off. Nicely done, good slashing turn round buoy number 6 to make that pass possible here at this wonderful facility here at Sunset Lakes. It's been in existence for many, many decades and the home of 2 consecutive World Elite Championships in 2021 and 2023. The annual host of this competition, the Travers Grand Prix, and also of the Correct Craft Nautique MLCQ on an annual basis. Getting the job done on 12 meters. Yes. There you go, Sergei Danioshki. Absolutely perfect on that run. Good start and just maintained his posture all the way through. Just skiing to a certain point, holding it there, and then just allowing the boat to do the rest of the work. Beautiful turn off buoy number 2. Possesses some good strength here and good resistance across the back of the boat. And continuing to rock that pass and keep things on an even keel. So there we go. That is Sergei Danioshki, and 11.25 meters is coming up next. Sergei Danioshki. I think got into 11.25 meters yesterday, but I tell you what, he got off to a pretty good start with the first third of the course, but the remaining 2/3 didn't quite get it to go under that set rhythm. Unfortunately, therefore, for Sergei Danioshki, he ends off his effort with that performance. That's 2 at 38 off, 11.25 meters. 2 at 11.25 meters for Sergei Daniushki on that D3 slalom ski. All right, moving right along. Our next competitor should be Travis Torley. So at 14.25 meters, 55K, Travis Torley will take to the course. For men's 3. So, coming in, men's 3 competitor. 55K, 14.25 meters. This is Travis Torley. Getting the job done all the way through, Travis Torley. Getting off to a pretty darn good start here. Skier number 4 of 18 here on this list. Before we round off the day's proceedings, a quick mention to our sponsors, Syndicate, Good Waterskis, along with Edge Bindings and Waters Wetsuits. Big shout out has to go to Kerry and Mike Morgan, along with Michael DeMello, and the other families that reside here at Sunset Lakes for contributing to the successful running of this competition. Yep, that's you. So Travis Torley getting ready for 13 meters. Coming back on his return pass towards the dock, but hopefully that won't be the last pass that we'll see from him attempted. Here he goes. Skip Hamel at the helm of that Correct Craft Nautique towboat. Turns in. Nice looking skiing there from him, Travis Torley. Getting through that run. Travis Torley, fantastic skiing there from him, past number 2. It's gotten through 14 and 13. So Travis Torley, his 2 passes are done already. 14 and 13 meters in successive runs. And as next skier gets ready, that's Brett Brandar. We've got Travis Torley in the water, and now the 3 beeps have sounded. That indicates the wait time has been concluded, and instructs the driver to mash the throttle down and bring the skier in for the next run. Travis Torley. Travis Torley getting into a bit of bother here on 12 meters, bringing the handle up a little bit higher at 55K. Men's 3 competitor barely making it round buoy number 6, But that's all that matters, getting the 6 and through the exit gates to signify the completion of that pass. 12 meters. It is Travers Torley. Travers Torley getting into a little bit of difficulty, at least at the halfway stage of the run, but still keeping the water speed up and giving himself a fighting chance. And that chance led to the completion of that run. All right, here we go. Travers Torley. Entrance, number 1, 11.25 meters at 58K. Look at him go. Oh, wow. Getting into a bit of difficulty there on his approach to number 4, and 4 is going to be it there for him on 11.25 meters. 4 buoys at 11.25 meters at 34 miles an hour. For a total of 100 buoys. Travers Torley, 4 buoys at 11.25 meters at 55 kilometers an hour. All right, who's up, I hear you cry? Well, it's going to be Brett Brander. So Brett's coming into the course at 55K, 14.25 meters. Okay, skiing in men's 4. Next competitor up is Brett Brander, and because he's a skier in men's 4, his maximum speed is 55K or 34 miles an hour. He's elected to go in with the short rope of 14.25 meters or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. There we go, Brett Brander, just like that. So Brett Brander getting off to a sprightly start here. We're looking at the instant replay at about the final 1/3 of the course, round number 5, and just holds that handle in nicely. Doesn't allow too much exertion there going into buoy number 6, and just getting the job done. So Brett Brander, that was 14, and skier getting ready at dockside is Zachary Tarum, if I'm not mistaken.
Here we go, bud.
Okay, continuing on, Brett Brandar. There's 1 and 2. And number 3. 4 looks okay. Not jumping on the ski too much around buoy number 5, and that allows for him to get around buoy number 6. So Brett Brandar, 6 buoys there at 32 off, giving him a total of 90 buoys at this time. Time right now is about 3:37 in the afternoon. So glad to have you still watching this this coverage of the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. A reminder once again that you can still participate in the silent ski auction, where you could walk away with a high performance slalom ski if your bid is the winning one. We have 3 skis on offer. We have the HO Syndicate Works 01, the HO Syndicate Works 02, and from Good we have the ski that's been making a lot of noise recently, the Good Ventura. We have clipboards here on the shore side to entertain those bids. Put the highest price that you're prepared to pay, along with your name and the ski that you want to bid on. This is Brett Brandar. This is pass number 3. He's gotten through the initial pass of 14-13. That was 12 for Brett Brandar. All right there, so Brett Brandar is now coming back at 11.25 meters at 55K. Looking good. He's round number 3, but not much beyond that, I'm afraid. Really tried hard off the first 2 turns, but couldn't get back into the full swing of things. It's going to be 2.5 at 55K, 11.25 meters. With that score of 2.5 at 11.25 meters, it should give him a score of 98.5. 98.5 buoys there for Brett Brandar. And as I recall, yesterday, I believe he got through 11.25 meters, so he's got one more round to go, and we'll see if he can do something along those lines with that effort. But in the meantime, we'll continue right along. It's Zach Turum, who I believe is our next competitor. Zach Turum.
Thank you.
I'm just looking over here going, I wouldn't put my tools like that.
Men's 4, 36. Okay, from the best of my understanding, this looks like 46K, 18.25 meters or 28 mile an hour, 15 off. Yeah, that's definitely 18.25 meters. The line is certainly long enough to suggest that. Entrance buoy number 1 for Zach Turum. Getting round the first few buoys. Round 4. So coming back at 49K.
Here we go.
All right there, so Zach Turum, he's through with 46K at 18.25 meters, currently on a running total of 54 buoys. Men's 4, Zach Turum. And skiing this rather narrow, it has to be said. The only way he's going to be slaloming on anything on a shorter line is if he gets through 55K, which he's not going to be in any danger of doing right now because he's inside 6 at 49K. He'll ski into the dock and he will complete his run with a 5 buoy count, 5 buoys at 49K, 18.25 meters, giving him a grand total of 59 total buoys. That's 5 at 30 miles an hour, 15 off, or 5 at 49K, 18.25 meters. All right, then. As we look at the tail end of this effort there from Zach Turum, we now look forward to our next competitor. It should be a competitor from Canada. It's Robert Cresswell. Okay, Robert Cresswell on the water at this time. So Robert Cresswell working his way through pass number 1 of hopefully many. Getting the job done, Robert Cresswell. 6 buoys at 55K, 28 off. Skier in men's 4, that's Robert Cresswell. right, so as we get ready for pass number 2, Robert Cresswell, it's going to be 13 meters, 55K. Look forward to seeing him run this pass. I believe he ran it in the round previous to this one. Number of skiers that are on this upcoming list skied a little bit earlier on this morning. Robert Cresswell dicing his way through this pass of 13 meters. Nicely done. Good aggressive, good purposeful athleticism there from Robert Cresswell from Canada. Good effort here, all the way through. Robert Cresswell. That was a score of 6 at 32 off, 34 miles an hour, or 6 at 55K 30 meters for a running total of 90. Skiing in men's 4. Oh, getting into a little bit of difficulty there off buoy number 2 into number 3. He's still continuing to ski, but not for much longer. That's good enough for 3.5, 3.5 on his attempt of 12 meters. 3 at 55K, 12 meters. So looking at the tail end of this, just getting into a real bit of difficulty off number 3, and not something that he could have easily have gotten out of with his turn on buoy number 4. But as it is, it's 3.5 for a total of 93.5 buoys. That's 3.5 buoys at 34 miles an hour, 35 off, or 55K, 12 meters, 3.5 buoys. Skier coming up next should be Ryan Lloyd. Looking at the inside of our trailer, we've got our crew, Liche there with the 1s and the 2s, and I don't know who's back there, but they're staying well hidden behind the cabinetry. Nikki and Vince are probably the two that are hiding. Skip Hommel at the helm of that towboat. We should be fairly close to swapping out the boat crew. 55K 16.
Here we go.
All right, Ryan Lloyd now. There you go, opening pass, gets that pass clean. Ryan Lloyd, that was at 34 miles an hour, 22 off, or 55K, 16 meters. Wasn't exactly what I would call smooth, but it was effective.
About every 10 minutes. You're better than me. Does it change? No. This is like 2 hours ago. No, I figured this would be relevant. I just don't know everybody. Who is Scott Bellmer? Is he around? Yeah, he was right here. Oh, okay. He's right there. You're Scott Bellmer? Boehner, yeah. Oh, sorry, did I say it wrong? Oh, yeah. Boehner. Hey, Scott.
All right, then here we go, folks. Second pass coming right up here for Ryan Lloyd. He's already run his opening pass. Men's 4 competitor, skiing to a maximum speed of 55K, which he continues to be at right now. Shortening from 16 meters to 14.25 meters. Ryan Lloyd in touch with this run and gets it to go. Nicely produced. Good skiing there from Ryan Lloyd. Through 16 and 14, now getting ready for 13 meters.
Y'all set right? Here we go.
All right, working our way down. Coming in on pass number 3. This is Ryan Lloyd. Pass number 3 is going to be 30 meter, a 30 meter attempt, but not getting too far on this this particular instance. So 30 meters. Nice extension here into buoy number 1. Gets a pretty good start. And so I was looking through at the wrong instant replay playback, but what I can tell you is that with Ryan Lloyd, it's 1 1/2. 1 1/2 on that pass of 30 meters, 1 1/2 on 55K, 13 meters. All right, so we move on to our next competitor. Okay, moving right along. Move along from Ryan Lloyd to Jonathan Murray coming up next. All right, 14.25 meters, 55K, 28 off at 34 mile an hour. Next skier, it's going to be Jonathan Murray. Looking good and getting past number one done. Pass number one was 55K, 14.25 meters. Currently on a score of 84 buoys and counting.
Travels home, man. Yeah. Big first flight alone for him, heading back tomorrow night. There you go. Yeah, you'll manage.
Yellow and red make blue.
Something like that.
I don't know about that color theory.
I'm colorblind, so I like it.
So another buddy of mine, Brian. So what do you think of these little flakes of color? Are you able to see? Distinguish enough?
Oh, I'm not actually colorblind.
Oh, you're not?
I thought that'd be a fun way to add to the joke.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I am, even seeing the colors, I have to like stare at the tag.
Yeah. What's really messed up for me?
All right, here we go, folks. Accelerating up to speed. 55K, 13 meters. Coming up next for Jonathan Murray. Entrance number one. It's looking strong for buoy number two. Even better for number three, but handle coming up a little bit high. But he is able to mitigate that mistake into number five and subsequently makes the pass and gets around number six to do just that. So, Jonathan Murray. All right, working our way down towards the end of this list, and thank you for continuing to watch live coverage of the Travers Grand Prix for 2024. I'm Tony Lightfoot. We've got Syndicate, Good, Edge Bindings, and Waters wetsuits on board, along with several families supporting our endeavors here. 12 meters for Jonathan Murray, and getting as far as two buoys there on 12 meters. For a total of 92 buoys, I believe. Or actually 90 buoys, I beg your pardon. Actually, I stand corrected. I corrected myself there. It was 92, but yeah, a 2 buoy count on 55K 12 meters. So yeah, it does eventually end up being 92 for Jonathan Murray. All right, next competitor up, David Skirvin.
Go.
Yeah, I think that's just for the broadcast. I don't see why scoring would need it for any reason. It doesn't change anything. It's not like jump where it changes the time.
All right, working away now. Men's 4 action. Our next competitor to take to the water. It's going to be none other than David Skirvin. David Skirvin on top of the water right now. He's skied 2 previous rounds and unfortunately has not had a single complete pass to show for either of them. So this is a third and last round of skiing. Here comes David Skirvin. Entrance round buoy number 1 gets it to go. Now David has been carrying a little bit of an injury this season. Come on, David, get after it. Round number 5, can he make it? Round number 6. Oh yes, you can't hold this man down. David Skirvin, 55K, 14.25 meter start. He'll come back at 13 meters, and he finally runs a pass. So David Skirvin, 6 buoys to the good there on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Establishing a running total of 84 buoys. Let's see if he can get as close to 90 as possible. All right, here we go, David Skirvin. "13 meters. Oh, nice start, keeping the water speed up. He's round buoy number 2. Can he make up fully for the previous 2 rounds? He's still there, but he decided against giving a big older shot towards number 5. He gets 4 more buoys in addition to the 84 that he produced on pass number 1 for a total of 88 buoys and a 4 buoy count at 32 off, 34 miles an hour or 55k, 30 meters. It is David Skirvin. So now, next competitor up is going to be Scott Boehner.
Probably lose power as they get older.
Okay, skipping gear. Go, boat, please.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is Scott Boehner, now accelerating up to 55k behind that Correct Craft towboat. 14.25 meters. 14.25 or 28 off. Nicely done, gets it going. Like what he does out there, and it's looking quite strong at the moment for Scott Boehner. All right, we're down to about however many skiers we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're about 9 skiers remaining from putting a lid upon today's proceedings. Skip Hormel at the helm of that towboat. Scott Boehner about 30 meters directly behind him, or 43 feet. Seems to have found a good bit of rhythm here. Scott Boehner with a 6 buoy count there. 14.25 meters to start, 13 to follow, and that's the pass he just ran. Scott Boehner.
We had to run 3 at a time.
All right, here we go.
So we just, we're just gonna put the lowest quality. You can still tell what's going on.
Skier on the water, Scott Boehner.
No, Nationals was in Bakersfield, California, and it was just.
A little bit flat-footed with the entrance gates coming in on 12 meters. I don't know whether he actually made it round that buoy number 2 or whether he clouted it enough to displace, but we're going to get the a little bit of a closer examination of this turn. Round buoy number 1 cleanly enough, but that was fine. But as he got into buoy towards number 2, he clouted that one in my estimation, and unfortunately not getting round. So if that is entertained by our officials as the best perspective, then it should be 1 on 12 meters there for Scott Boehner. Yep, there was every indication there that that Scott Boehner had actually went full on the clout on that buoy. One buoy is confirmed. One buoy is confirmed for a total of 91. That's 1 on the 12-meter line at 55K, or 1 at 34 miles an hour, 35 off for Scott Boehner. Skier coming up next, David Island. Looks like we're swapping, doing something, swapping a boat crew. And while we get that situated and possibly run a simulation pass, we're going to take a break. This is continuing live coverage of the Travers Grand Prix for 2022, and we will return right after this. All right then, going in for our For our next competitor, this is Dave Island. 40.25 meters, 55K, I would surmise. Not bad opening pass, seemed to be well in control all the way through. That is Dave Island, who comes to us from the Metroplex area of Texas. So Dave Island skiing in men's 6. Actually started at 52 kilometers an hour. So men's 6, 52K is the max speed. So now he's going to come back in at 55K on 14.25 meters. It's going to be Dave Island. Entrance number 1. All getting broken forward at 55K, 14.25 meters. Oh, he's all over the show. Oh, and he dismounts the slalom ski, much like Jamie Bull several seasons ago. Absolutely got launched out the front and landed like a wet bowl of risotto. Well, Dave Island didn't get up to speed in too much of a hurry there on that pass, and he just got completely pitted out the front there on his way from 3 to 4. So it's going to end up being a 3 buoy count unless the officials have anything different to offer. Nope, they don't. It's a score of 81 buoys or 3 at 34 mile an hour, 28 off, or 55K, 14.25 meters. $55K, 14.25 meters. Next competitor up, Brad Bennett. So 55K, 14.25 meters for Brad Bennett. Letting himself get down course a little bit here. Needs to arrest that very, very soon if he is to stand any chance of running through this pass, and he just about has enough time. So Brad Bennett opening up with a 6 buoy count at 28 off, 34 mile an hour, or 55K, 14.25 meters, for a running total of 84 buoys. All right there, continuing to roll. Brad Bennett. All right, the rope shortens from here. 14.25 meters to 13 meters now. Brad Bennett. Good hook up off buoy number 2. Getting a little bit down course off number 3. He's round number 4. Brad Bennett round number 5. Keeping things flowing. Round number 6. That is 13 meters for a continuing total of 90 buoys. That is Brad Bennett with the 6 buoy count at 13 meters at 55K. So Brad Bennett, our 7th skier from the end of this list. Got 6 more to go therefore before we call a halt to the day's proceedings. And about to be taken up on top of the water. Brad Bennett past number 3. 12 meters beckons for him. All right, rocking and rolling. We got Brad Bennett slingshot into buoy number 1. He's still there on number 2. He tries to take an aggressive approach off number 2 into number 3, but nothing was doing. So it looks like he is going to have to make do with his final score being 92 buoys. That is 2 buoys at 12 meters, 2 at 12 meters. 2 at 55K, 12 meters, or 2 at 34 mile an hour, 35 off. All right. So, continuing to work our way towards the end. Brief mention of our sponsors again. Syndicate Skis, along with good carbon technologies. Also, Edge Bindings, along with Waters Wetsuits. And the families, the various families that have contributed gratefully to the successful running of this competition. Paramount, that being Kerry and Mike Morgan and Michael DeMello, along with the other families that constitute the Sunset Lakes Waterski Club. We thank all of them very much indeed. Now, 52K, 14.25 meters for Curtis York. Looking good and getting the job done. 55K, 14.25 meters coming up yet next for Curtis York, a men's 6 competitor. Men's 6 ultimately shorten at 55K. All right, here he is, Curtis York. Getting things going at 14.25 meters. At 55K, this is maximum speed, and from here on out, he will shorten down to 13 meters. Curtis York. All right, here we go. All right, Curtis York. He's gone through 14 meters twice, 52 and 55 consecutively. Now he's got the boat speed set at 1 speed, 55K for the remainder of his set. Handle up a little bit high off 5, but managing just to scrape by and get round number 6. That is a 6 buoy count of 30 meters, courtesy of Curtis York. All right, then continuing right along, and as we work our way through, let me mention the TWBC podcast, which you can find on the TWBC YouTube channel. Check that out, please. We've got interviews from some of the more prominent names in the sport, namely Lucas Cornell and Jonathan Travers, along with Freddie Winter. Check it out. Go to the TWBC YouTube channel to listen to the TWBC podcast. Oh, and getting down a little bit there with that run. Great skiing there, all the way through to the end there from Curtis York. Gets round, gets as far as number 5, but unfortunately unable to get round number 6. So it looks like it is going to be 4.5 there for him. 4.5 on 12 meters for Curtis York at 55K. All right, looks like we got one or two things going on with the towboat, but I think we've got it resolved for the most part. All right. All right, so 55-16 coming up for Barry Young. Here comes Barry Young, 16 meters. And looking smooth and looking in very, very good shape there. $55K, 60 meters, looking good. All right, then, here we go. Barry Young, men's six slalomer, gets through 22 off at 34 miles an hour or 55K 16. Boat speed, still the same here. Line length, shorter, 14.25 meters, 28 off. Barry Young getting all the above done. Nicely put from Barry Young. Okay, just to remind you that we still got the silent auction taking place for the slalom skis. We have the HO Syndicate Works 01 and the Works 02, along with the Good Ventura, but we've also added a HO Sabre into the mix as well. We've just added that ski into the silent auction, so check that out. The new addition to the salvo of skis that we have on our table right now for the silent auction. Check out that HO Sabre. All you have to do to be a part of the silent auction is to state your name, how much you're prepared to pay for that ski. And just wait for the results towards the end of this weekend to see if your bid is the highest. For a HO Syndicate Work 01 or 02 or the HO Sabre or the Good Ventura. Keeping that thing going. This is 30 meters, the green loop for Barry Young. Just about manages to make that run. Wasn't the easiest of attempts for him, but Barry Young seems to have a pretty good eye-in for what he's doing out there. Bringing the handle down and just trying to pop his hip through to keep going. Got broken at the waist into number 3, but thankfully he had a good presence of mind to know exactly where he was on the ski and where he needed to get back to in order to run this pass. That is Barry Young. 6 buoy count on pass number 3. Okay, he's gone through 13. This is now 12. This is Barry Young. There's 1. There's number 2. Does he break across the waist? Not quite. Oh, and he collapses into buoy number 3. He'll score 2.5 for that. 2.5 at 55K, 12 meters. All right, skier about to take to water. 18.25 meters, 49K, Randy Torley. Just a reminder to you good folks, we still have to sign an auction for those slalom skis. We have a Workso 1, we have a Workso 2, we have a Sabre, and we also have a good Ventura on offer for the silent auction. Check him out. Here comes Randy Torley, 18.25 meters at 49K. So shortening the line and keeping the boat speed the same. 60 meters comes up next for Randy Torley. We have 3 competitors to go after Randy before we put a button on this day. Certainly a day to remember for our pro slalom skiers. Here comes Randy Torley from 18 to 16 meters. Men's 8, which means that that he is skiing at maximum speed for his division. So again, a good hook up on buoy number 1, and A little flat-footed into number 2 and unfortunately unable to grab onto the line, so it looks like it is going to be 1.5 at 49K, 60 meters. All right, so Randy Torley. So we've just seen Randy Torley. He scored 1.5 at 49K 60 meters. Although it says in his division that that his boat speed shortens at 52K, and one possible explanation for the discrepancy there is because this might actually be one of his last competitions, probably his last competition in Men 8. So he's moving up to Men 9, and in preparation for that, he's making sure that he gets to ski no higher than 49K, because it's starting at Men's 9. That is what the maximum speed is for that division, and much the same for our skier on the water, or rather in the water. That's Greg Chapman skiing in Men's 8, but unfortunately unable to make a sizable dent on pass number 1. Making contact with buoy number 3, not enough to displace it, mind you, but unable to run the pass as a consequence. So 2.5 buoys total there for Greg Chapman. So as we continue to work right along, thanks a lot for you good folks tuning in, no matter where you happen to be around the world. And for those of you on site visiting Florida, you're most certainly welcome indeed. And be sure to check out, if you have the time, the Waterski Hall of Fame, situated at exit 55, the Davenport exit on I-4 in the Visit Central Florida Center. There you'll see many skiing-related artifacts, and a trip down the memory lane for a good few of you folks out there that want to check in on the history of Toad water sports, including tournament water skiing, free event water skiing. So check that out. Exit 55 on I-4, the home of the Waterski Hall of Fame, situated in the Visit Central Florida Visitors Center. Check that out. It's open 7 days a week. Okay, 18.25 meters, 52K. This is Terry Early. Looking good for this opening pass. Oh, getting a little bit late there off number 4 and inside number 5. So let's have a look at this once again to verify the score for Terry Early. Again, his hips up and through. Round number 3, it was starting to get a little bit down course. I mean, his technique looks pretty sound, but he just didn't get enough of that ski round in time. And inside 5. That should give him a total of 4. Which brings us down to our final skier of the day. He's on dockside, and it should be Martin Woodbury. Last one of the day, and skier about to take to the water. It's going to be Martin Woodbury. He's going to round off today's proceedings. And for those of you that want to engage with us here at TWBC, be sure to click on the subscribe button on the TWBC YouTube channel. And also hit the bell icon to be informed as the next time we go live. The next time we'll go live after this competition will be the King of Darkness on Halloween weekend over at the Isles of Lake Hancock in Winter Garden, Florida. So be sure to check that out. And also check out the TWBC YouTube channel to check out the latest episodes of the TWBC podcast. I had the pleasure of interviewing Lucas Cornell, and also earlier in the season, Jonathan Travers. You can get his take on an incident that happened here during the summer, which was controversial to say the least. And check out that podcast with Jonathan Travers. And the latest podcast that has been uploaded to the TWBC podcast, the latest episode, involves my interview with Freddie Winter prior to this competition, and letting us know what the future holds for him, the prognosis after his injury, so on and so forth. It's an in-depth conversation, and one that you can listen to exclusively on the TWBC podcast. Skier about to take to the water is Martin Woodbury. Judging by the length of the rope, I would say that's probably 18.25 meters. Oh, it's actually 52.16. Yeah, it still looked a little long though. So Martin Woodbury, not looking too bad, 52K. I believe he's a men's 8 slalomer, or actually men's 9. Okay, so getting word that the pros will take to the water at approximately 11:30 tomorrow. That's based upon the formula that we use of about 6 minutes a skier from the start time all the way through to the end. Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit later, but we anticipate the start time to be somewhere around about 11:30 for the pro finals in the women's and the men's competitions. So 6 buoys there at 30 miles an hour, 22 off. All right there, so okay, so Martin Woodbury skiing in men's 9. That previous pass was 16 meters. He gets through the exit gates. Oh my word! Wanting to extend this one out a little bit longer. It's giving it some. So started at 49K at 49K at 16 meters, or otherwise known as 30 miles an hour, 22 off. Just really piling on the pressure here. Skiing in men's 9, I believe this was 28 off on the return. Men's 9 is the first men's division where the skiers are shortened at 49 kilometers an hour, and he's been skiing at 49K, 30 miles an hour for the first 2 passes. He'll continue to do so, whilst shortening the line after each complete run. He's gone through 16 and 14. Now this is 13 meters. On a running total of 72, 30 meters. The green loop, he's still there, but unfortunately not anywhere outside of buoy number 4 on that pass, so it's going to be a score of 3 at 49K. 13 meters, 49K 13 meters, to give him a grand total of 75 total buoys. And it is those 75 total buoys which will represent an end to today's webcast of the day's action here at the 2024 Travers Grand Prix. Great to have you on board, folks, as we have a look at the tail end of Martin Woodbury's effort out there on the water. 13 meters, round number 1, getting bounced a little bit into number 2. He still had enough room to work with, but he got pushed down course. Got the ski outside of buoy number 3, but only just. Yep, he gets the 3 buoys, and that concludes our day's action. So thanks every single one of you on site and online for tuning in and being a part of the festivities here at the Travers Grand Prix for 2024 on day number 2. The third and last day of competition will take place tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. start time. We anticipate a start for day 3 of action tomorrow, which will start off with the amateurs. We anticipate the pros taking to the water around about 11 a.m., somewhere between 11 or 11:30 a.m. It all depends upon how quickly we get through the amateur section of the competition, which will lead off our action, and that will constitute the totality of the competition in the Travers Grand Prix for 2024 for tomorrow. We thank all of the supporters. We thank Syndicate, Good, Waters Wetsuits, Edge Bindings. We thank the support of Mike and Kerry Morgan, Michael DeMello, and the Sunset Lake Ski Club with their various member families supporting this endeavor here at Sunset Lakes. Start time, round about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern Daylight Time. But on behalf of everyone here, on behalf of the crew, the TWBC crew, and those who have a vested interest in making this competition an absolute success, my name is Tony Lightfoot. You've been a great audience. Good night, and ciao for now.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Where do competition standards meet the highest culinary standards? Where do the old masters meet the new masters? Where do first-class conditions meet first-class hotels? Where does the purest joie de vivre meet the purest drinking water quality? Only 30 minutes from the airport and Vienna city center. See you in Vienna.